and welcome, starting a little bit earlier tonight than usual, to the Reverie Weekly Tournament. Number 71, I believe, and it looks like we may have a little bit of an issue. We dropped back out of the clients. Oh, yeah, somebody wasn't quite with us. So I'm just going to go to a wait screen for a few moments, get things organized on our end, and we will be back into the pick ban as soon as we possibly can, folks. Give us just a few moments. Alrighty, everybody. It looks like we're into the Champion Select for real this time around, though my overlay is not currently cooperating. Give me a moment here to try and fix that, if I possibly can. It was working 10 minutes ago when I checked before the stream went live. Anyways, I'm joined by Blaster Boy tonight, and we're into the quarterfinals here between the Supernova Meme Squad, or Supernova Memes, something along those lines, facing off against, it was just in my head, but now it's escaping me. Spectre Gaming. Thank you, Blaster. And I will get this picks and ban up on the screen for you guys if it's the last thing I do. Give me just a moment here. Blaster, you talk them through it. Give them your best radio pick ban while I get the client working with me.
Alrighty, so we are flying through these bans pretty quickly here. We've already got 4 of them on the table. Jin and Jace taking off the table so far for the blue side, and Karma and Yasuo for the red. Blue team will finish it up with Lee Sin as their final ban. So that is going to be it for them right now. Poppy is going to be the last ban on the red side as well. So nothing too out of the ordinary here overall. Karma and Poppy are both pretty standard bans. Jin and Jace make a lot of sense with how popular they are at the moment. Both of their poking potential from Jin and Jace specifically is extremely high, extremely dangerous, and just generally something a team doesn't want to worry about. Yasuo and Lee Sin are more solo queue bans, probably aim more towards comfort picks, and it makes sense to see those taken off the table as well, because you don't want to give something to the enemy team that is either too strong in the current meta, the Jin or Jace, or something that they're extremely comfortable on, like the Yasuo or Lee Sin. Generally, when somebody can deliver on those champions, it will be a huge, huge deal for the course of the game.
Yeah, and, I mean, picks and bans are going to be all up in the air right now anyways. There we go. I finally got the client on the screen, but our overlay does not want to function with it. This is all sorts of topsy-turvy, and I'm really very much apologetic about this, guys. Let's go ahead and do that. There we go. Now you guys get to see the whole thing. And it's in the pristine glory of the client itself, so it's not going to be all that fancy with our Reverie overlay and the champions overlaid on the background and all that sort of thing, but you do get to see what's going on, and that is the base functionality that we're at least hoping for here tonight. And yeah, apologies aside, we do have a pick ban to get through, so let's get back into that. What are your thoughts here with these first 3 picks, Blaster?
The first 2, specifically the Syndra and Victor, are both pretty interesting. Not out of the ordinary. In fact, you could even say that you could expect these pretty easily. These are not out of the ordinary champions normally. However, this is the preseason. There are a lot of changes lined up in this preseason. We're going to try to get through those as they come up, by the way. Alistair could be the first victim, I guess, of our explanations, as he did get a pretty minor rework. A decently major set of changes, but just a small rework in the scope of the other ones. Anyway, Syndra and Victor, both very, very strong champions. It's odd to not see an assassin here, in my opinion. However, they are pretty different across the board, so it can also make a lot of sense to not see them pulled out when they can be countered so easily by an organized team, and just when they're so new. These players are not going to be comfortable on them very much. So Alistair did have some changes, like I said, but they're not like playstyle altering or anything like that. Next up, though, got 2 more picks already matched up, face off against each other. Zach and Elise, both pretty common at the moment. And those aren't out of the ordinary. Twitch is going to be very, very interesting, though.
Yeah, Twitch has received some changes recently. His W no longer instantly applies, I think it was 2 stacks to 3 stacks of his passive that it used to. Instead, now when the explosive cask lands, it only applies a single stack, but it leaves behind a dangerous zone of toxic mist, which will apply stacks of his passive as enemies stick around within it. So not quite as much burst potential there anymore, because you can't stack the toxin as quickly to expunge it as quickly. But it does sort of give you a little bit more zone control, and in addition to that, he also gets movement speed near enemy champions while within his stealth now, which is not one of the, I guess, true stealths anymore. It's a camouflage, if I'm correct.
Yes, it is a camouflage. So camouflage basically means that if you are near an enemy champion or a control ward, then you will be revealed, kind of like Evelynn stealth. Otherwise, there is regular stealth, true stealth, like Kha'Zix's ult, I believe Vayne ult, Shaco Q, and a few others that are only revealed by turrets. There's no way for you to see them otherwise. So, looks like we're going to see Jinx matched with this Alistair here from Spectre Gaming.
I actually really like the Alistair pick, both because of the new changes to him, the small reworks to his kit gives us something interesting to talk about, but also with the newest support item, or one of the newest support items, Knight's Vow, pardon me, seems particularly powerful, especially with a hyper carry the likes of Jinx, who's going to be doing a lot of damage really quickly, because just to go over the item for those of you who may not have looked over the item yourself in the patch notes, Knight's Vow allows a support to choose a single player on their team, and while nearby that player, if they're a melee character, for ranged characters the benefits are halved, but if they're a melee character and they're near this ally, that ally takes 12% less damage, and they instead take that 12% damage as true damage, by the way, so there's no way to mitigate it. And whenever that ally deals damage, they heal for 12% of that damage dealt. I think that's going to be the thing that's most key with a Jinx, because it's going to be almost impossible to harass down this Alistair, which has been the main issue for a lot of melee supports in recent metas, that range supports can harass them out before they're super effective, if he has Knight's Vow picked up. Now the problem is Knight's Vow is a fully completed item. It's 2,400 gold, so it's really not going to cover over the issue of being harassed down in lane very easily. But later on, it's going to be almost impossible to keep the Alistair below like full health, both including his own self-heal and the fact that Jinx's autos will give him sort of pseudo lifesteal.
Yeah, I'll definitely be interested. It's extremely likely that we do see that item picked up. So I'll be very interested to see if it is, and if it is, I want to see how it works out, because some of the numbers that I saw in PBE, which this item was not adjusted at all over its PBE stay as far as I know, at least not the active, I saw 3,500 damage taken and 5,000 damage healed just by linking with a Talon, as an example coming from Shakarez over on his Twitter. So there is a ton of potential with that item. It seems like it's panned out pretty much as intended, but I want to see it firsthand, really.
Yeah, it seems like the client had another crash, this time for the mid laner, I believe, from Spectre, but let's not point fingers. Let's not play the blame game. They're going to be going back into the picks and bans and picking the same champs, same bans, everything, since we did fully resolve that pick ban phase. And again, I would just like to apologize for the overlay not functioning correctly. I 100% swear to you guys, I double-checked that 10 minutes before the stream started and it was working just fine, so I don't know what's up with my client. And the glimmering light of the alpha client on the horizon has been it's been the diamond in my eye. I am so happy to see that coming soon, and not like Riot soon. Riot, they took soon and they crushed it. It's not a meme anymore. The memes are dead.
So many memes are dead. Replays are dead. Practice mode is dead.
Oh, that is too? I didn't even know that.
It's coming. It's
Good
not.
news.
It's technically not out yet, but it's set for like really early in the season, like the first 2-3 months.
All right.
I'm excited. That's another meme down. Anyway, we're back into picks and bans now. Had a client crash from the mid laner of Supernova, who's on the red side, by the way. Spectre is on blue. So we're going through the same picks and bans. It'll be nothing out of the ordinary here. It'll still be Syndra versus Victor. The picks might just be in different orders. We're seeing some different bans coming out here, but they don't affect.
So long as the champions that were banned previously aren't picked, we're fine. It'll be the same picks, and in the end, that's what really matters, because the bans informed the picks the first time around. I like having Zach and Shen together, actually, though. Like, that's a point we didn't really hit. It's a sort of ninja delivery system. It's not something you hear as often as the Orianna ball delivery system, but it's still nice to have someone who can dive to the back lines easily alongside a Shen, because it allows you to use the ult aggressively as well as defensively.
Yeah, and what are you really going to be able to do against a Zac and a Shen diving all the way onto your backlines? When your backline is specifically going to be Twitch, that's what this, and Victor as well. Victor can self-peel pretty well. Twitch can technically escape if he doesn't get just completely wombo comboed. And Janna is there to make sure that that doesn't happen and that disengage is canceled, which is extremely easy to do with Zac, by the way, because he literally has to throw himself in, and that can easily be canceled by a Monsoon. So it's definitely not unheard of for Supernova to be able to deal with this dive, and even the Alawi can work off of that as well by having people throw themselves at you. That takes away one of the weaknesses of Alawi. One of the weaknesses of Alawi is her struggle of getting into the enemy team. So we see Supernova not picking any engage here. They just say, you come to us. We fight on your terms, which is definitely not something you usually see. This will be very interesting. It's extremely risky, I will say that, because when you can't call the shots, if you get a lead, then you can just completely stall and fizzle out in a game.
And it's really curious to me, actually, now that you bring up the Alawi, to see Alawi alongside Janna on the same team. They don't usually work all that well together, but it could just be that Cavelli, who's going by Cuckvelli tonight, because he is, of course, on Supernova's meme team, and why would he not, is an experienced Alawi player. I think we've seen him play it before, perhaps here at Reverie, perhaps, I believe I've seen Cavelli over at the Imperial Pro League as well. He's a denizen of the amateur scene, for sure. And he's a proficient top laner who likes the carry sort of style, so Alawi would certainly fit into that wheelhouse if he's able to get a lead on her. That is always the rub, though, with Alawi, getting that lead. But oh, go right ahead, Blaster.
And getting the lead, I found, at least for me, maybe I just click with Alawi really well or something, but I've never really had trouble getting the lead. It's a matter of making the lead actually matter, because when you're getting chain CC'd in fights, and they have 3 stuns now, because Alistair now has 2 stuns. Technically, he has his Q knockup, and his E is a stun, too. Zac has 2 knockups, Shen has a taunt, Syndra has a stun, Jinx has a snare, which can disable Alawi's W, and ulti, by the way. If she gets chained by just a handful of those, she could easily get melted by the high DPS from this Jinx and Syndra. So there's definitely a very big risk from Supernova here, picking the Alawi that she might just be completely irrelevant, even if she crushes this Shen in lane.
All right. Well, we'll have to see whether or not the Alawi is the saving grace or the weak point for Supernova's roster here, but we do still have a minute of the Spectre delay to get through, so give us that minute, and we'll get through it onto the Rift and bring you with us, folks. We'll be right back. Alrighty, everybody, welcome to the Rift for what I believe is our 72nd, our 71st weekly
71st.
tournament? 71st weekly tournament. They're stacking up so high. When I started here, back in my day, we were at like 50-something. So,
Wow.
I have spent too much time here with Reverie Esports. No, that's impossible. I would never say that. But I'm joined by Blaster Boy. My name is Octavian, and we've got our quarterfinals tonight, starting a little bit earlier than usual. Usually we start with the semis, but we've got some darn great teams competing tonight, so I figured why not start at the quarters? Why not wear my voice out a little bit more and wake up tomorrow unable to speak? So, with that as the game plan, let's get shouting. Blaster?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, always good. Oh man, that is one of the best Twitch skins though. Pickpocket Twitch.
Oh yeah, that skin's great.
He's a little raccoon. He's great. It's a reference to a game, right?
I don't.
You're even younger than I am. You wouldn't even know. Oh man, it's no. Now I'm showing my age, and not in a good way either. But just one note before we get into the game. I apologize. The overlay is a little bit wonky. Riot did change the spectator client recently, and I haven't had time to get updated overlay files for that. Nothing of huge importance is being blocked out. It's just now there's a little timer up at the top that can tell you when Barons and Dragons and such have been taken in the past. And for the next week's games, our overlay client will be accommodated to fit that, so fear not, friends. It shall be done. As we head up to this top lane, which we were talking about pretty heavily during the champion select. Oh, no, now down in bottom lane. Directed camera is still as indecisive as ever.
Yep, unfortunately. This top lane is going pretty much par for course. Shen doesn't have a lot of pushing power anymore. He definitely needs that Sunfire to really get to that point. What Zuzan really wants to be doing here is just sustaining through these fights. You don't want to get taken too low, and you don't want to get crushed all the way back to your tower if you can avoid it, because CSing under tower is just somewhat inconvenient. I'm sure that players at this point can CS under tower very effectively, but it is just really annoying. Definitely don't want to be taking your life into your hands with these fights, though. Here's a big trade.
Yeah, Zuzan seizing the opportunity there to dash in onto Cavelli, who didn't have a minion wave arriving yet, and Susan's minion wave was just arriving, so he got some backup from his minions and output a little bit more damage than the Allow is going to be able to. A nice tentacle, though, as the test of spirit really lays out some damage onto the Shen.
Yeah, discrepancy, walking a bit too far forward here.
Yeah, he does get caught there, and you see the new Twitch W leaves behind a little dangerous zone for his enemies. His underground beat cat takes the brunt of those rat-a-tat-tat bullets. And here comes Zach over the wall, a flash away from Cavelli, but he's opting to go back into the fight once again, doing some great damage to Susan, but he's just out of mana and now out of time. It's a first blood for the Shen. Underground B-Cat now with the rat skulls stacking up on him, has to burn the heal to stay alive. Meanwhile, Zugod is getting himself one kill. Can he make it two? He gets hung up under the turret and dashes away with the rappel. It's a 1-for-1 now on the board.
I just happened to notice, I might have to hold that thought actually, this fight might be kicking off all of a sudden. Okay, no, it looks like it'll be fine. Sammy is actually running the new mastery, the new Keystone mastery that Riot just added, which is Courage of the Colossus. It replaced Strength of the Ages on the tank tree. And, actually, hold that
We'll
thought,
have to
that's
get
a
back to
beautiful
that.
engage.
Filthy tossed under the turret like so much dirty laundry, and he is taken out by Underground B-Cat.
That was a really beautiful engage from Carry with support, living up to his name there. There was really no reason for Filthy to be there in the first place, but he definitely executed on that combo nonetheless, so great, and great start for this bottom lane. Sammy up top again.
A feeling of deja vu for Cavelli as we see Sammy Stinky coming over the wall once again in the exact same game as last time, but this time Zugod was around to predict it and react. Chases them off and forces a flash out of the Zac. Will they go for the dive here is the real question. They're sticking around.
Yeah, I don't think they can really dive Zuzan here. It's going to be a little bit dicey.
Sammy Stinky has very much a favorite spot, it seems. Stretching strike, he's cancelled. He's not going in.
If they keep falling for it repeatedly, there's really no reason to not go for that.
I mean, you can't really say the second time he fell for it, though. Like,
right.
Admittedly, Cavelli got hit by it again, but Zugod was there waiting in the wings, and this is a team game, so even if you get hit, if your team's around to save you, then it may not have been the wrong play.
Fair enough. Yeah. I mean, if that was a very well executed bait and they had completely turned that around, yeah, definitely. And they did turn that fight around for all intents and purposes. Really, they completely crushed Susan and Sammy's health and forced both of them back to hide under turret, and they were not able to engage again. One big thing that I want to touch on with this change to Twitch's W is the pushing potential that brings to the table. Being able to stack up 4 or 5 charges of your passive onto the caster minions specifically can just outright kill them at a very early item breakpoint. So that can be a huge deal for Discrepancy, being able to push in a bit harder and just punish backs a little bit more, something that Twitch was really never able to do too easily.
Doesn't really seem to be working out for him any better this lane, though, as he's actually the one getting pushed in pretty consistently. As I say that, the wave does kind of even out in the middle, but he's definitely not pushing all that much harder than Underground BCat, even in the few moments where he is pushing just a little harder. It's evening out towards the middle of the lane more often than not.
Yeah. But we do see the amount of mana that he's had to spend to really make that happen. The trades haven't really been that frequent recently, which is why everybody's at full health. But Discrepancy is at extremely low mana, about a quarter of his total mana bar. So not a great position to be in overall. And there is a control ward here for Filthy and Discrepancy, but it's not actually blocking that ward. You can tell when your control ward is blocking a ward by when it is disabled. It functions as a sweeper. It replaces the pink ward now. It's pretty handy, actually. I really like it. Ooh, Sammy going to get caught out here.
Zugod not really feeling into that fight, though, as he's going to back away. And just like Pink Ward's control wards can be spotted by enemies and taken out for health,
yep.
They look pretty much the same as well. In many respects, they are very similar.
Attempted engage.
Yeah, Sammy Stinky landing on Discrepancy there, who's going to be knocked up like he's inside a bouncy house with an Alistair and a Zac on top of him. There is no way out of this fight. He does dodge away from the ult rocket. Nicely done there, I suppose, but Underground BCat claims the kill nonetheless.
And that's a drawback of these Twitch changes there. The fact that he's camouflaged now means that he can't just stealth to escape anymore. Because as soon as you're near him, you can see him just like an Evelyn. You can hit him, and he can be targeted just like every other champion can. So that's what we saw there. He could not get away. There was no possible way for him to be able to escape. Really, just a solid engage from Sammy and a bit of disrespect there from the Supernova bottom lane. I guess they assumed that he had left. Whoa.
We've got quite an engagement on the top side as Cavelli gets taunted under the turret. He turns around with some firepower of his own, though, dropping the ulti, and Susan backs out with a flash. And they come out roughly even, though Cavelli did pull a summoner.
Sammy's up here waiting in the wings again, in the same exact spot, it seems like.
And why shouldn't he? I mean, it's worked twice in a row. Maybe it works 3 times in a row. Here comes that submarine I was talking about, and Cavelli ultless is not going to survive here for very long. He's going to turn it back around a little bit, try and get some damage onto Zuzan, but it's a lost cause.
Really solid from Sammy there. He used the increased range that you get on the Elastic Slingshot per level and made that engage happen even further up the lane. And if he keeps abusing that spot with no response wards there from Cavelli, it's just going to continue getting worse. Not that much worse, granted. You can't fly much farther.
Oh, man.
Carry with support roaming into mid.
And the flash, both summoners down. Fanatilt now without as many defenses as he would have liked.
Yeah, Discrepancy going to be walking right up to this Alistair here.
Ooh,
whoa.
That's a lot of respect for the Twitch. I suppose for the Elise as well, as Zugod was there in that sort of cluster of 3.
I feel like you would have been fine to walk out anyway. I mean, you can't really fault a respect flash.
He could have burned ult instead if he got hit by the cocoon, basically.
I even think he could have just walked out. There's only one stun there.
Like, if he's that scared of being caught and killed by the stun, like, Alistair has the solution to that.
Yep, definitely. I mean, I guess technically the flash does hurt his engage less than it would if he had ulted. So they can still push back like this here. If he didn't have his ult, then they wouldn't be in this situation. So I guess that's a fair enough trade-off. It's a bit of a weird situation when Alistar's ult is so valuable like this. Zugod now coming down to this bottom lane, looking for a lane gank, but Sammy is matching him again. Zugod was spotted for sure.
Yeah, even with that control ward in the bush, the minions were still far enough up the lane that the lane gank is not going to resolve very well for him. He'll scuttle away back to his jungle, and we see Sammy Stinky returning home as well with a base. Or perhaps not, he cancelled it. Being indecisive down here. We may yet see a fight break out in the bottom lane.
Yeah. Well, it does look like Supernova will be backing off in this lane, at the very least. Filthy, going back to base, going to pick up some items here. He has virtually nothing at this point. Now picking up the Sightstone, that's a huge buff to the vision control of Supernova. So that's a very important spike. As always, nothing really changed with that. They didn't touch Sightstone at all, actually.
Speaking of vision control, I would like to mention the choices here by these junglers, as Tracker's Knife is the choice for Sammy Stinky, whereas Zugod is going for the Skirmisher's Saber. So there's going to be a little bit more vision control in general for Spectre once they also get the Sightstone on carry with support.
Yeah, so having a little bit of extra vision control, assuming that it is used well, which I would not put it past Zach from Sammy to be using it well. Discrepancy.
Yeah, he picked a fight not realizing Alistar was right around the corner. He's going to get comboed as he steps back into range of the WQ. Carry with support almost bringing him down, but Filthy has now arrived. Oh, the knockup didn't quite land, and Discrepancy's ult is about to time out, so he's going to back off.
And he is stuck in that movement speed particle on my end. It looks really, really weird.
It's a strange spectator bug. We've gotten a few of those this game, like how the clone of Shen is just called Wind for some reason whenever it's pulled away. Getting the team tag or the clan tag, whatever it's called. There it is.
Oh, yeah.
It's the Wind Shen. Yeah. Some strange spectator bugs, but you know, it's not League of Legends without those. And one thing I want to mention, because there have been so many changes with 6.22, we're going to keep on coming back to some of these just general points that may not be super relevant to the gameplay at hand. Oh, nice sidestep by Fanatil. He's going to easily get out of there. Nicely done. A lot of the jungle camps have been changed, and I feel like it's going to lead to counter jungling being a little bit more popular. And we may see that this game as Zugod has been playing a little more aggressively than Sammy Stinky has been.
Whoa.
I say that. Oh, okay. Sammy Stinky showing some of his own aggressive side though. Coming in, he's got a Stand United on him, and it's easy to be aggressive when you've got a Shen teleporting in. There's the two-man taunt after the two-man knockup. Kukveli though flashing into the backlines, getting some great damage down, but his team is falling around him as he does so, and he just can't do enough. As the 0-2 Illaoi melting as you were afraid he would. That's not a sentence that works. That doesn't work at all.
It still made some amount of
as you were afraid he would do. I was missing
yes,
a verb at the end.
You got it. You got it. I mean... Ooh. Oh, whoa!
Susan, pretty darn healthy, diving underneath the turret, going for the max range flash taunt. Doesn't quite land it. And Filthy's going to get out of there.
Okay, 2 flashes burned for that attempt on
I suppose,
Filthy,
and they don't get the turret.
And they don't get the turret because of the shield from Filthy still being there, and the flash, or the teleport rather, from Kukveli coming in. Going to be able to salvage that turret there. That skin, that Alistar skin's recall is so great. It's amazing.
It's good. It's a little bit loud and distracting,
It is very loud. I never noticed how loud it was, I'll be honest. The animation is great, though.
It is. When he knocks back the chair, he's got such a look of purpose and confidence. That's a cow I can get behind. You know, I'd follow that cow into battle, which is not a sentence I thought I'd be saying today, but there's Sammy Stinky coming over the wall. He's going to get his spirit torn out of his body. Sounds more painful than it is, really. Oh, he did actually take a good amount of damage there.
Okay, there was something really small there that was incredibly smart from Supernova.
What's that?
As they were taking that turret, you may have seen Fanatil drop the gravity well under his feet. And the reason that they did that was because they saw They saw Sammy elastic slingshotting over the wall on a control ward, and he placed that to prevent him from being able to jump in without just getting insta-stunned before he could land. And so that completely denied the attempted engage that would have at least stalled or minorly inconvenienced them. It didn't really matter all that much in the end, but the awareness of Fanatilt to pull something like that off was really, really cool to see.
Yeah, very, very intelligent play, and it demonstrates the self-peel that you mentioned for Victor in the pick ban phase. This visual glitch is really distracting. But yeah, we have a lot of new things to discuss with the preseason, and I may have to get back to them again, as Zugat is on the bottom side, and we're gearing up for what looks to be another fight down here, and on top side, as Sammy Stinky is coming in onto Cavelli, who, despite the fact that he has been under so much pressure this game, is still shoving in onto a secondary turret. Give him a little bit of credit there, as he nearly killed Zuzan as well, but still, 0-4 is not the greatest scoreline to have, regardless of champion. And perhaps he could stand to play a little bit safer, in general.
Yeah, it definitely does seem like that would be a good idea. We're going to see another dragon being picked up here by Supernova. So this will be, the first was an Infernal Drake, this will be a Cloud Drake for them. Fanatilt, a little bit caught out here. See Courage of the Colossus again. I started talking about that earlier, I'll get to that right now. Basically, it just gives you a shield every time you CC an enemy champion, and the shield is dependent on how many enemy champions are within a certain radius of you. So it's, I believe, 7% of your max health as a shield per champion. So just CCing 3 champions is a 21% max health shield, plus it has some base values as well. It's incredibly powerful. It's on a 30-second cooldown, so it's definitely not on every single engage in every fight. But it is very, very frequent, and it seems like it might be a little bit OP considering it replaced like 200 bonus health for a jungler. And that is a lot, but that's not as much as thousands of health you could be having as a shield instead.
Yeah, the thing about
Sammy's looking for an engage down here for this dive.
Yeah, there it is. Only landing onto Filthy, but he's still got quite a bit of shielding, both because of that passive you just talked about, and a Shen teleporting in on his head. Core is going to flash in for the kill. Discrepancy goes down without so much as a buy your leave. Now the exhaust, perhaps a little bit late onto the Syndra, prevents the support going down. But speaking of supports going down, there goes the Alistair as Chaos Storm ticks his final tick, and he goes, well, off the rift. Temporarily, at least. He'll be back with us once the respawn timer comes through. So many people so low on health. Zugod gets 1. Zugod goes in for 2. He's looking for the triple, but we're up in top lane directed camera. Why? I guess it's because Zuzan and Cockville are actually having a pretty intense fight, too. The Tentacle didn't quite find the kill. Zuzan's going to be able to back out. Tentacle smash again, not in range. And Cavelli, I mean, he's 0-4, but he's 60 CS up over his opponent. He's now almost 2 turrets up.
Gold too.
He is
1,500 gold.
He's taking a lane that doesn't look like he should be doing well at all, and just not caring. I think that's the best way I can put it. He doesn't seem to care.
This is Alawi though. If you don't respond to her, and they did respond to her. They definitely responded to this Alawi. She's 0-4. She's been ganked 3 or 4 times. I think 4 times, actually. I think every single one of those deaths has come from a gank coming from Sammy. But it just doesn't matter. Nobody can deal with her at this point. You have to be ultra late game, and even then, Alawi needs multiple people to take her down. And that is a big risk that you're running against an Alawi. Trying to get stuff done elsewhere is definitely a good idea too, because constantly investing in just trying to shut down an 0-4 target over and over is definitely not the best use of your time, and we're seeing that come through in the gold lead here. It was 9-1 a moment ago, and the gold was still dead even. Now it's 9-4, with another turret falling, granted, for the Alawi since then, but now it's a 1,000 gold lead for Supernova.
And honestly, it's rather impressive the way that, despite the fact, as you said earlier, they were 7 or even 8 kills down, they have never been, like, down in gold for anything more than a few moments. Oh, man. Filthy leapt over the wall with the explosive plant right into Sammy. Oh, nice sidestep on Zuzan, but it still costs him his life as he has to sidestep back into Sammy's damage. Discrepancy catapulting himself out of there, as well as Zugod has insane burst now. Having pretty much all the kills for his team. It's unsurprising that he is doing so well, but that's a few kills traded now across the board. But you gotta look bot lane, where Cavelli is still split pushing. He's changed his lane, but he's not changed his game. Kill minions and then kill turrets.
The only good thing that I can really see for Spectre with this Alawi at the moment is the fact that this Alawi is about to run out of turrets to push.
That's not a good thing.
It's going to be incredibly difficult for her to go very much further than she is now, because we saw her swap. She only has one turret left. It's not going to get much worse after that very easily.
Stop him! Quora is coming down now as well, but he's going to get stunned up by Zugod. Nicely done by Zugod as well to repel out of that Syndra ulti. The unleashed power barely even scratching him. As Cavelli, he's hard to deter, but they may have found the winning solution here. CC him until he dies, or just flashes away. I think he gets out alive. He does indeed, but he's testing his luck. He's going back on underground BCAT. That was the wrong decision.
And Zugod is caught out here too.
Yeah, it looks like he will fall just as surely as his top laner did. A little bit of overconfidence from both the jungle and the top laner of Supernova memes.
That push, okay. The point that I was attempting to make before about the Alawi running out of turrets was mostly that she's going to have to go so deep into the map that it's going to be so easy to stop her. The inhibitor turrets are stronger than the other ones. They regen a little bit, and I believe they're equally as strong as the Nexus turrets. They just have a bit more health and armor than the other ones do. Oh,
that's a catch on the core. He gets exhausted as he tries in vain to escape, but he simply cannot make it far enough. Underground BK getting flanked now as Cavelli teleports into the fight, and that is an assist and a kill for the Alawi, who's going to start rolling into this game soon. Pay no attention to KDA. Cavelli is doing work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of that is just coming from the CS. If we look at the CS right now, I mean, it's 212 to 146. Oh, it's pretty cut and dry. It's right there. It was a 60 CS lead earlier, and now it's 70 thereabout. It is a 2,000 gold lead, 1,900 gold lead, to be exact, for Cavelli. This is incredible. From a 1 in 5 scoreline.
Hey, and there's the Honey Fruit eaten to recover some of the hit points lost, taking down Baron. Honey Fruit, by the way, is one of the, I believe, 3 new plants added to the Rift. Yeah, 3 new plants added to the Rift. The Honey Fruit spawns on both the opposing sides of the map in the river with it spawns at 5.5 minutes, and I believe it has a 3-minute cooldown, though I may be incorrect on the exact numbers. And when you break it, which just requires 1 single auto attack from any champion, just only has 1 hit point, it drops 5 fruits, which will heal your health and mana a little bit, and slow you, actually, when you pick them up. So they're not very useful for an in-combat heal, unless you're absolutely desperate. But they're great for sustain for a jungler moving through the map or something like that.
Yeah, and they definitely do seem like one of the more impactful ones, potentially. I haven't seen too much of an effect in the games that I've played so far from plants. The blast cones are the very, very frequent ones. Have a few set spawn points within the jungle, and we see them at major walls. There's one right over the wall of the river there, down by the bottom tri-brush on the red side. That can get you into the river brush from there. So they're generally at pretty handy points like that behind Dragon and Baron Pit 2. And then there's one other one, which is the Vision one, right behind Dragon Pit right now. Usually spawns by the ramps for the jungle. Whichever direction you're facing, it will fly in that direction and just give vision. It's basically a giant hawk shot for free. Whoa, carrier support just blast cone into the pit. He might regret this.
He doesn't really have a team with him yet. He does have his ulti to buy a little bit of time.
They can't go over there. There's no way.
Yeah, he's just got no, support coming in to help him out, and he's going to dash in. He's the sacrificial cow in the altar, and he goes down as Cavelli continues the shove. Now Baron buff enhanced in the top lane. You know, one of the things... Oh, there's a taunt, but there's really no hope of fighting this Alawi anymore for Zuzan. One of the things that may have pushed Cavelli ahead in terms of gold is the fact that... Darn it, I want to talk about this interesting point I have, but Cavelli keeps finding fights. This is what he's been doing all game. Underground B-Cat cannot come near this guy. Meanwhile, in mid lane, it's being shoved up as well. And there's another taunt. He's taking a lot of damage from this inhibitor turret. But, actually, the change from the inhibitor turret being a laser to... No, there's so many interesting points to hit, but there's so much action going on! Blaster, this is your job! I'm trying to do your job right now, and the game won't let me. Maybe I should just toss it back over your way after this fight down bottom lane. As Sammy Stinky dashes away, but his passive gets popped. The Chaos Storm is still on him, but it times out. Vanatilt has to dive under the turret to go for the kill, and Sammy Stinky is going to revive. Carrier support tosses him back under the turret. And there's the Monsoon from Filthy, the exhaust there to hold him up. They are desperately trying to take revenge on this Victor, but they simply can't hold him down long enough. There's the Syndra ulti, but for some reason, Core just isn't doing enough damage anymore. The shutdown finally, but onto Twitch, not the expected target. Zap landing, Fanatilt trying his darndest to get out of here, but Underground B-Cat slaps him on the way out. And Cavelli's still pushing. Story of the game, Cavelli's pushing.
Yeah. Yeah, and there's just literally nothing that this Shen can do at all. Forget running out of turrets, it's just not even possible at this point.
Oh man, and I don't know if they can even handle him in a 2v1. Okay, it's a 4v1, that might very well be enough. Carry with support is in a dangerous position, but Underground B-Cat gets the kill before Alistair could go down. And now that we have a moment of quiet, one of the interesting things now about top lane red side specifically is that the Krug camp gives much more gold than any other camp in the jungle. Gives 160 gold if you can fully complete it, which honestly doesn't take that much effort, just a lot of time. So we did see Cavelli going after that once. I didn't keep a close enough eye on him during the laning phase to see whether or not he went after that a few different times. But if your jungler is able or just willing to give that to you, it could be a huge boon to the top lane red side top laner.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, the 160 gold metric is even just the... I believe that's just the starting value. Yeah. The value of those camps still scales up. So you're easily getting near 300 gold probably by a late game every time you complete the Krug camp.
It's essentially anywhere from half a kill to like 90% of a kill worth of gold.
Yeah.
It is a serious amount of money. Like, I sincerely feel that it may actually be changed in future, because that seems to be pretty darn unbalancing for whichever lane has that on their side, in top lane in particular. In bottom lane, you may not back out of lane to go do that very often, because it's the 2v2 lane. If you leave the lane and you leave like a laner behind, they could get 1v2'd, or if you just leave the lane, it could get shoved up really quickly, because it's two people, not one, that can shove almost twice as fast. But in top lane, you can easily back off and go do Krugs. Yeah. And, like, if you're winning the lane already, it's just going to be kind of a win more button. Because you push the lane up to the turret, they have to spend time farming under turret, you go back and do Krugs, by the time you come back, there's another lane to farm. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a winning strategy moving forward.
Yeah, I definitely wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Honestly, there's a huge push from Supernova up in this top lane right here. They have 3 members up here already, and they could very easily send more. Discrepancy going to launch himself over the wall as he's still blowing blue.
He's blue-caped, you know? He's the blue-caped thief. We could write a little novella about it or something. Blue and red buff individually give more gold as well, because the small minions from the camps have been sort of squished into the big one. He has more damage and health now, but he also gives more gold. As Cavelli...
Look at how quickly Sammy just cleared the Krug camp. He just pressed W once for each set of Krugs and just insta-killed all of them, so...
Zac top lane, with the strategy being you push hard, go back and do Krugs really fast, and then come back and push hard again. And you just farm, and leave whenever they try and gank you.
Sounds like a plan.
It's the new meta, right there. Just came up with it. Credit Octavian. It's interesting, though. Like, I feel like it's something that's very exploitable. And whoever solves the problem in how to, like, exploit it efficiently while still being, like, a laning threat at the same time will just get half a kill to, like, 80% of a kill for free every time Krugs is up, which is insane.
Yeah, and granted, the camp does take It takes a decent amount of time to kill, like you said. It's kind of annoying to kill for a lot of champions, honestly, because you need AoE to take it efficiently, really. There's just so many little targets to hit. But, it also has 150-second spawn time, like all the other jungle camps now. Ooh, okay. Good gravity. Well, that'll completely zone off the attempted engage.
That's a flash away from carry support as well. Carry with support, very trigger happy with his flash so far this game. More timid than most Alistar players I've seen. With the ulti timing out right there, he was set to take some burst damage from Victor, so that one seems a little less questionable than the last one we questioned.
Oh, here's another
flank.
Attempted engage.
Fanatilt looking for a squishy target. He's found it in Underground B-Cat, who just about escapes from the Chaos Storm off on the side. Didn't have to burn any summoners in the process, too. That's very important. There's a flash in from Fanatilt. Flash away from Underground B-Cat. Burns the heal at the same moment to stay alive. As the spell had already been cast. And it looks like Spectre managed to back out, but that's really all they do. They back out from the fight without taking too much themselves. Yeah.
So much burned there, though. The Syndra had to ghost at some point or another in that engage. Both summoners from Jinx, the flash from Alistar, all traded for just the flash from Elise and both summoners from Victor. And with this great position, this advantageous position for Supernova, they don't care about Victor having summoners or not.
Baron is going down right now.
There's redemption.
Cavelli's still going to get a kill. He's at full health. He just literally 5v1 the enemy team, got a kill, and got out without a scratch on him. Cavelli's Alawi is a menace. And I wouldn't be surprised if it's banned out against them in the semifinals, because it looks like they're going to the semifinals. A second Baron now. Supernova shoving in onto open inhibitors, and Spectre don't have anywhere left to hide.
No, they definitely don't. They just got completely... They just got crushed by Supernova here, in spite of their good KDA, in spite of winning their lanes.
Even Blaster's dog is getting excited here. The Monsoon does toss carry with support out of the fight. That is a shutdown engage right there. As Fanatilt is putting out some great damage, kiting around the sides of this fight really well. Carry with support nearly goes down even to the Alistar ulti. Core now on the front lines, not exactly where you want to be as Syndra. Fanatilt's going to burst him and show him the error of his ways. Now Underground B-Cat is the last carry left alive. He cleanses off the slow. As Zugat is getting engaged on, but Sammy Stinky no longer has a team to help him out. He just about catches Filthy underneath the turret, but Filthy still has flash available. And no carries can come anywhere near this fight. It is really just a no-carry zone for Spectre Gaming. As Supernova Meme are shoving in what little remains of their base. It's a triple kill for Victor. Fanatilt has played this, like, extended fight really well.
Yeah, now they're just going to take down this Nexus. Pretty clean from Supernova. Definitely the best game ever for either of these teams, I would say. Supernova definitely has some things that they want to look at. I think Cavelli not dying as much is good. Would be a good start.
Oh, man.
Not to say that he did not have a massive effect on that game, because he was unstoppable. Except for those 6 times that he was stopped. Those don't count.
The thing is, they didn't stop him, though.
No, they couldn't. There's no way the Shen could deal with the Alawi.
Stopping would imply that, like, it had some sort of effect on his ability to win the game, which really it didn't. You know, it wasn't so much stopping him as just bothering him, as annoying him. It wasn't a stop sign so much as it was like a minor traffic violation. But that aside, we do have to get into the semifinals soon. I'm going to check up in the brackets, see where we are in that progress. We may not actually be ready to go into the semifinals. We still may be waiting on teams or not. In that last game, I didn't have any time to tab over and look at the brackets since it was so very action-packed. But give us just a few moments, folks, and we'll get everything set up for you and be back as soon as we possibly can.
Every child in Valorant has heard the tale before about the cursed mommy boy who felt his heart no more. So sad and lorn, the helpless lad, Amumu was his name. He ventured out to find a friend and learn about his bane. For many years, young Amumu traveled through the lands, determined to make friends if only they would understand. But even when Amumu stood upon the ledge of home, his hope would disappoint him and he would remain alone. But then the curse began to whisper in his ear. It would confirm what was Amumu's biggest fear. It pledged that never shall someone become his friend. It pledged that he shall be alone until his end. But sorrow and despair became too much to bear. The moment when Amumu realized what he had done, too late it was for him, for them, the evil curse had won. The anger and the anguish overwhelmed his fragile soul and caused a wicked tantrum that he never could control.
Alrighty, everybody. You may not have anticipated seeing the Rift quite so soon, but I'm sorry about this. Our last pick and ban phase we didn't actually get to see because the team started the match without us due to some tournament organizational issues. But we are into the game itself, that's for darn sure, and we aren't going to be missing any of that, thankfully. Just the pick ban, so we don't know exactly the order that all these champions were picked in, though of course we do know all the champions that were picked. And one of the most interesting ones to me is Fizz. I was talking with you earlier about this, Blaster Boy. I'm actually not too huge a fan of what Riot has done with Fizz, but that's just me, just my personal opinion on the watery menace. What do you think about the champ?
I've never really liked him personally either. Just
not a lot of fans.
No, not really. I don't know. I just found him. He's kind of frustrating to deal with when he gets to do his thing, which I think that's perfectly fine for champion occasionally, but he's also very frustrating even in lane. He gets to do his thing very, very often in solo queue particularly. And I don't know. I've just never really been a big fan of him. Yeah, he does have quite a few changes, though. One of the big ones, I think, is the fact that his shark will get larger. The AoE will be larger depending on or smaller, depending on how far you have to throw it.
And the damage is higher, and it applies his W passive.
Okay.
The ult applies the W passive now. I did the math. Presuming an AD carry has like around 2k hit points in the end game, which is about reasonable. Fizz with about 600 to 700 AP can theoretically one-shot an AD carry at max range with the ult. Theoretically, with the snipe, if he's built enough AP, and there's also a little bit of magic pen mixed in there, and the AD carry hasn't built anything like a Quicksilver Satch or anything like that, which obviously they're going to do against a really fed Fizz. So you're not going to come across that edge case very often, but the point is, even when the AD carry builds like a Hex Drinker or something, or a Ma Malmortius or something along those lines, which Ma is actually not nearly any good for AD carries anymore, so probably the Quicksilver Satch instead. And Fizz doesn't build very much magic penetration. It's still probably going to do half of somebody's health if it's at max range, which is kind of absurd.
Yeah.
In addition to applying a damage over time effect.
It does 300 to 500 damage depending on level base, plus 1.2 AP.
Yeah.
Plus, that's an extremely high AP ratio, 120% of your AP. That's incredibly high.
So yeah, take like a 600 AP Fizz, 500 plus 600 right there, then plus another, what, like 100 so. So that's like 1200 damage. And then you apply the W damage over time after that. And then if you went like Deathfire Touch for some reason, just to like put a little bit more damage on your ult, you usually want to go Thunderlords, I'd assume, but then it's another damage over time effect.
Yeah.
So it can get pretty crazy if you want to play like Sniper Fizz and try and hit people with the ult at max range. Pib, though, may have bitten off more than he could chew here, but he's got Nextras coming in. He's going to give up the first blood, actually, but it's traded back to the mid-Ezreal, which is a point we didn't quite hit yet.
Yeah, so, for the record, both teams it's Team Permafrost versus Liram, I guess? That's the only way I can think of saying it without completely
it has to be,
screwing it up.
You have to do it in the most over-exaggerated French voice possible. It is against Liram. The fine Liram. I am so ashamed. My family is French-Canadian. My great aunt would hit me right now for just slap me full across the face for saying something like that. Oh, the woman's in her 90s, but I'm still afraid.
Good reason.
That aside,
that's a solid reason.
It's a mid lane Ezreal. Let's get back to that in a moment. Actually, Nakani has stacked up that auto attack stun, landed on the frog farm there. The newest part of Alistair's kit. Held up the Braum a little bit longer as he stepped back into the cupcake shop as well. That's a decent trade for Get Scared and Nakami.
Yeah, so, I mean, really so far, we're not seeing anything too out of the ordinary. The Caitlyn is crushing the Twitch in lane, the Ezreal is beating a Fizz in lane, and I'm just going by CS here, of course. And Rumble is actually able to shove Gnar off, which could be surprising,
Oh,
depending on how
man.
you look at it. Oh, man.
Nextress is in mid
Wow.
lane once again, and they are
Wow.
just trying to get this Fizz rolling, I suppose. Which makes a lot
Yeah.
of sense, but both kills so far have gone to Nextress. That is a small silver lining for Panzer's chick.
Yeah, to some extent, I feel like the Vi can also get rolling herself, very much in her own right. So definitely not the worst thing, but yeah, not going to the Fizz will kind of keep him at bay for a little bit longer. But here's another
yeah.
engage.
Sacklin and Frog Farm actually kind of opted into that fight, and at this point they've lost enough skirmishes that they really don't have the option to do that reliably anymore. Exhaust was dropped, and it actually wasn't answered from Frog Farm, so it's a summoner down for Permafrost's bottom.
Vi is down bottom now.
Yeah, they're going for the dive. Nekami going to be the first one to take that up. Flashes out before the turret can do too much to him. Sacklin has barely any health left. Gets scared. Is going to chip him away. That last 20 hit points not really lasting too long for him, but he did manage to trade a kill back at least. Now Uber Sorcerer is the target as Garen God is coming into the top side playing a Mumu, so not quite Garen levels of jungle, but still a little bit unconventional. And Mr. Quirp's going to get the kill.
That was so close. Oh, that dive almost completely turned around and went absolutely horribly wrong. But it didn't. They get the kill onto Uber Sorcerer. It was a pretty solid gank from Garen God. It wasn't anything too flashy. Definitely nothing inspiring. But he walked up and he hit the bandage toss. That's all he needed to do.
It was particularly rough timing for Uber Sorcerer because he was overheated for the majority of that fight, so there wasn't a lot of ways for him to fight back other than landing some magic damage enhanced rumble autos, which don't do a lot, especially at this point in the game. Right there, though, you see on display Pib with the new Urchin Strike. No, Urchin Strike is the Q. I forget the name of the W, but with the new
Seastone
W.
Trident.
Yes. Seastone Trident. With the new Seastone Trident, the new active is no longer just like a enhanced version of the passive. It is actually its own sort of thing now, where it just enhances his next auto attack with a burst of magic damage. In addition to that, on last hitting an enemy minion, it refunds almost all the cooldown. It puts it at a 1 second cooldown, just like static, and refunds a good amount of the mana cost. So it's a farming tool for Fizz now, which I don't know. I suppose he needed that.
Yes, did actually.
Oh, there's the shark. There's the max range shark. We get to see the huge damage burst coming through. Panzer's check is once again the target, and Pib brings him down. 3 kills so far, all of which are in the mid lane.
I have not seen a Fizz yet. I did not know how big that shark could get.
It's a big old fisher.
Crap, that is terrifying in a fight. I don't even think that was exactly max range. But that was final form though. It doesn't have to go all the way max range. It's actually like Jinxold. It's tiered. You just have to pass a certain distance for it to kick in to max effectiveness.
I love some of the names they gave the fish too. While it's at like point blank range, it's called the Little Guppy, which is great. It's almost enough to make me not think the champion is just born of divine hatred for man. But it is. Fizz really is just God's punishment for mid laners. That aside,
it feels like it. It feels like it. Here's a dive up top now.
Yeah, Uber Sorcerer looking to get a little bit of revenge for his earlier death, and Pib roaming up is going to help him get it. Garen God was busy at the Krug camp and he wasn't able to help out, but he's still looking to try. Bandage toss connected with a minion though. It wasn't his target.
Yeah, worth a shot there to do. If he had been able to get Curse of the Sad Mummy onto Pib under the turret. Oh no. Oh no, Garen God. No, you put yourself in the wrong neighborhood, buddy.
There are no bushes to spin out of here. Garen God could be in some real trouble. The bandage toss lands onto a minion. He does have Curse of the Sad Mummy. There's the Chilling Smite as well, but Pib is able to playfully trickster his way out, and Nextress gets the kill.
Yeah, just a bit too clean there. That was really smart to have Pib tank. Normally you would think Vi should tank that, but Nextress definitely would have died to the Curse of the Sad Mummy there. So really nice dive. Extremely smart. Frog Farm knocked up will not be an engage.
Yeah, he's not Frog Form. He's not playing Tom Kench right now. He's playing Brum, so he's Frog Farm, not Frog Form. Hey. You get the joke?
Yes.
Because Tom Kench is a frog. He's actually a catfish, I think. So,
yes,
joke doesn't
he
make any
is.
sense. There's the demonic ulti on the Panzer's trick. This time, Pib is not quite as close by to take advantage of it, but the snipe with the ulti and they walk away. Nextress, though, got the kill. I think there's a red buff burning, so Not quite as cool. Cool guys don't look at red buffs, I suppose. See how long it takes for Sacklet to get the strange Twitch visual bug this game. We're just bug testing here at Reverie Esports. That's the real purpose.
Yeah, definitely. That's all we're really here for. Sneaky will be playing in the final tonight to help us boost our effectiveness with bug catching. Oh man,
another double knockup from
another
Reverie.
engage, man.
Yeah, this Alistair has been on point. There's the stun on the frog farm from the trample.
Ooh, equalizer dropped.
Uber Sorcerer's going for another fight here. Pib has again roamed up to the top side, and he's on a killing spree. We may actually see the Fizz one-shot I was talking about this game. I mean, Pib is setting up for that sort of scoreline right now, 3-1-4.
Yeah, he's been able to snowball off of the early ganks that came through from Nexus. Definitely worked out well. Good investment from him overall, because now Pib went from 0-1-2 to 3-1-4. This is a great position to be in. He's not really down all that much CS. So this is really, really good for the team overall.
And I'm interested to see where Panzer's Shrek goes with this build. It looks like, I mean, from what he's got right now, there is a plethora of different options available to him. He could go with the Trinity Force route. He could go even AP Ezreal if he's a crazy man, though I don't think that's going to be in his wheelhouse. And
probably not.
It's just interesting to me because we haven't seen a mid lane Ezreal since really the days of AP Ezreal, back when Runic Echoes was the item of choice. Nextris doing some scouting as he heads into the enemy jungle. One of the nice things about that pollen plant, you can use the enemies to gain vision within the jungle before you go in. Very useful for invasions. And one of the reasons why I think invasions may be in our future as far as the meta is concerned, that and the fact that jungle camps are now worth much more, because they respawn slower, they give more gold, and they give more XP. Particularly, as we were talking about last game, Krug camp, which can give a very large amount.
I'm kind of surprised with how Nexus has been going this game. Oh, actually, hold that thought. Fight down bottom again.
Sackler getting exhausted. Now Panzer Shrek on a ramp. I mean, getting rampaged upon. Pip getting the kill there. Sacklet flashing away, trying his best to stay alive, but Nekani is going to deny him even that, and it's a double kill on bottom side as Permafrost are running away with this game.
Yeah, they are really crushing this bottom lane now. Oh, there's a gank up top. He's standing on the equalizer.
Yeah, Garen got nearly went down, and Mr. Quirp was a little bit hesitant to enter the fight, but they did manage to get the kill in the end. But at what cost? First turret will fall on the bottom side. A lot of that gold going to give him to get scared.
Yep, definitely first brick there for Permafrost. So that's a huge influx of gold all of a sudden. It's already a 30 CS lead down bottom, a 1 kill and 1 assist lead, so a kill and a half just from that. CS is about a kill and a half too, so that's already 3 kills. Now it's 650 more gold for the Caitlyn, so that's another 2 kills. So effectively, this is like a 5-kill lead down bottom from all sources of gold. And that's not even counting the effectiveness of this dragon that they have either, which is an Infernal Drake as well. And so this is an incredible position for Permafrost right now, especially with the position that Nexus and Pib are both in, because they can push these leads that they have across the rest of the map.
Yeah, and that's the point I was going to get to. It's not like it is just Caitlyn who's ahead as well. Like, you know, one big problem like that can usually be dealt with by a coordinated team, but it becomes impossible once every single lane is failing, and your jungler is something like a Mumu, who maybe doesn't scale up as quickly, doesn't have as much of an impact in the early game as Nextris has had this game, who's 5-1-3 now, and most of that time has been spent mid lane. But if it's a successful strategy, why would you change it? Like, I feel like the Ezreal mid lane may have been picked in some part to try and take advantage of the fact that Fizz's laning isn't amazing and you can harass him out of it and sort of keep him down that way. But Panzer's Trek just wasn't ever given a lane. Nextris was there anytime that Pib was there, and anytime Nextris wasn't there, Pib was top lane instead.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw exactly what you just mentioned come through. The Ezreal was destroying Pib early on. He was keeping him pushed in really, really low, got a kill even, first blood. But as soon as he was not allowed to lane any further, just a straight 1v1. Oh,
Pib actually gets held up under the turret, but he's got Playful Trickster. He'll get out, and Sacklet burns to death. from the Sea Stone Trident plus an Ignite. Agony going to be caught up by the stun, as this is an over-aggressive fight if I've ever seen one from the side of Reverie. And Get Scared is on a killing spree.
Just such a crazy game from Permafrost. They are running away with this right now, honestly. They're just punishing every single move that's made. Panzerschreck tried to pick up a kill onto Pib there. It looked good, but the Nexus was just behind them. It didn't matter at all, and Pib just so happened to also play to his limits pretty much perfectly. That was, yeah, a really nice sidestep from Uber Sorcerer. He really needed to do that with him overheating and everything, and easily could have snowballed into way, way more. But Nexus gonna look for this kill anyway. Not gonna be able to get it because he does not have the ulti. So,
and that shows a ton of confidence from Reverie Sorcerer, though. Like 0-2, but he's got a huge CS lead. Like he's got double his opponent's CS. So it's kind of even out there. But still,
no!
Like having a lane where he's been kind of camped like this, and he's still playing up like that, still going for those really dangerous side steps and trying to eke every advantage out of the lane possible. It's cost him his life again. But in the end, the rest of the map is doing just fine. He's still okay with that much of a lead in terms of farm. And we're seeing a similar story play out to last game, where like the top laner goes 0-4, but there's such a farm lead and such a pressure lead on the rest of the map that those kills don't matter. It's about the impact the kills have, not the kills themselves.
Yeah, exactly. If you don't get turrets or some sort of objective off of the kills that you're getting, then the kills don't mean anything on their own. Gold-wise, they're worth very, very little. And that is, I mean, that's not what we're seeing here. That is what we saw last game.
Oh!
And oops.
I think he was trying to get over the wall into the wolf camp, but he misjudged it a little bit. Which is surprising because the blast cones do actually tell you where they're going to throw you. Pretty much exactly.
Yeah, a little bit weird. It is exactly. It gives you an indicator of exactly where you're going to land. Garen got now caught in his jungle.
That was the tiny shark, but it's more than enough for Pib, who at this point has quite a bit of damage to his name. The Lichbane completed. Lichbane? I always forget.
I don't know.
He's doing quite well for himself, though. And Pib is godlike as he dives into the turret for his 7th kill.
And it's just going to continue being easy because this is... Oh, hold that thought.
Just flashes away from the Playful Trickster. But Pib still has more than enough mobility to make it out of there, and there's the CC train. Sacklet looks to get run over, and Pib is legendary.
He doesn't even take damage. He has so many people that are willing to tank for him. Plus, the Playful Trickster as well. Just, oh my gosh.
You know
just so ridiculous. Pib.
So,
what's up?
On the topic of the blast cones from earlier, those are a nerf to attack move. Because if you attack move through the jungle in an area with a blast cone, you might just send yourself back into people chasing you or something like that. By accident.
Think attack move only accounts for targets that are currently in combat, or like specific targets. So if you attack move through the jungle, normally you would hit all the camps, if that were how it worked.
That's true. I mean, oh man, though, Uber Sorcerer trading 1 for 1 when they throw 3 people his way is just fine, because his team is taking dragons, taking turrets, getting kills,
stealing blue buff.
It doesn't really matter at this point anymore.
No, they're just trying to pick up the pieces wherever they can, and honestly, I feel like that is almost that's the most correct response. That's the least bad response that they can make, because they could just roll over and die. They could just do absolutely nothing. Unfortunately, this is a Rumble in the top lane, and Rumble always becomes Rumble eventually. He already has the Leandries completed because he's almost Flame Horizon, Mr. Corp, in this top lane too. He's already in an immaculate position in spite of his KDA, very similar to the Alawi that we just went over last game. So it is just kind of a waste of resources and a waste of time, but the other option there is that they get absolutely nothing. And they just continue throwing all this stuff away without getting even a single kill. So this shows that there is still a little bit of life here for Laram. But it is definitely not looking good for them. Here's another kill.
An average-sized fish finding its way up into the backside of Mr. Corp, who goes down pretty quick. And he's not having the best game of it either. Really nobody from Loram is right now. And Rift Herald has joined us. He does spawn a little bit later into the Rift now. Doesn't herald quite as quickly. but he's still the same old buff as before. A little bit less damaging as well, easier to take.
A little bit weaker. Which is a huge buff to the Rift Herald, I would say. The buff is now much more, it's going to be much more common. If this doesn't make it more common, then the buff just needs to go away. Because it seems when it lost like 30 or 40 AD, it is like, it lost like a 1500 gold worth of stats just from the monster itself. So if teams don't take that buff now, you're never going to take it. That was an incredible Electro Harpoon from Ubersource. That did so much damage. And here's a dive!
Rock Farm's down. There's the dive onto Mr. Corp as well. Tries to hop away, but there is a Fizz undeterred, chasing him down. Uber Sorcerer gets out with the heal. He's still ticking. There it goes. Stackling gets the kill. That is the one kill traded back. The single tax that Permafrost has to pay for this ace.
This was a risk that was voiced on Twitter, I saw the other day from an analyst, where they said that the change to the base turrets, to the inhibitor turret specifically, was going to bring base dives back. That's exactly what we saw there. That was such a free dive because it's just like every other turret on the Rift. There's no extra danger or risk that you're taking by diving the inhibitor turrets anymore. So now we're going to see teams crushing, with leads like this, just crushing through so much more quickly.
It's quicker games when those games are one-sided is the name of the game. And when games go long as well, like turrets are going to be easier to siege and then dive for teams that draft good diving compositions. So you may, with this assassin rework as well, see more people who want to dive to the backlines. I mean, it really just makes sense with people like Fizz, Kha'Zix, Zed being buffed or changed at the very least. Zed is an interesting case for sure. But that is the end of our semifinal match there. Permafrost going to be taking the victory. They're heading on to the finals tonight. The semifinal match on the other side of the bracket, let me just check in on that one. It may not be done quite yet. Yeah, it looks like that is Team Teddy Bears versus Supernova Memes. Some very professional team names for us tonight. And we will try and get into that match if it's not already begun. If it has already begun, we may just have to wait it out until we get into the finals. But we'll be back with you guys one way or another. It's just going to be a matter of timing. Please do stick around. Ladies and gentlemen, I am back with you sooner than I anticipated, because it turns out they are into the game proper already. Again, we're going to have to be skimping out on the picks and bans, sadly, but this is Supernova Memes versus Team Teddy Bears. Let me get the overlay correctly put together for that, which Supernova's on red, so TTB on blue, and Blaster. Taking a look at these teams without having the benefit of pick bans, sadly. Who do you think has the more interesting roster? I'm not going to say better. I'm going to say more interesting. I want to ask you to make a prediction about the game just yet.
Ooh,
Oh god, neither of these rosters are all that interesting.
yeah, not really. We're just kind of seeing a bunch of standard stuff across the board here.
Come on, guys, it's a new meta, it's a new season. Pick Fizz, pick Zed, pick Victor and Poppy and Rek'Sai and Caitlyn and Karma, I guess. That is World's meta in a nutshell. But Supernova, I mean, they're here to win. I mean, You win this, there isn't a cash reward for our weekly tournament, but it does get you a free entry slot into our monthly tournament, which does indeed have a cash reward at the end of it. So there's sort of a cash reward for the weekly tournaments. It's also bragging rights, of course, and Supernova doesn't want to give those up. They ain't pulling any silly stuff out just now. They are playing to win.
Yeah, I can't really fault them for going for these comfort picks. I'm not surprised to see nothing out of the ordinary really again. Malzahar is a little bit interesting. It's not, at least it's not Syndra versus Victor again. So that is a different matchup this time. I think there's potential for that to kind of go either way, kind of like the Syndra. It depends on how the rest of the map flows, because last time we saw Supernova get pushed back a lot early in mid-game in terms of kills, but in terms of gold, they were dead even all the way through, even at their lowest points. So
yeah, and right now they're pretty much dead even, but then again, we are only 4.5 minutes into the game as we get our bearings here. And even if the champion picks are not too terribly new, though to be fair, I mean it is Worlds meta, which was pretty recent. Even if the champion picks are nothing too terribly new and interesting off the 6.22 patch, there is still other ramifications and effects of the 6.22 patch. You know, there's the new items to take into account, there's the plants, of course, and most significantly, I think, the new jungle camps, or the old jungle camps that have a new fresh face on things, that really promote like different styles of jungling. You know, the fact that the raptor camp has so many more extra birds now promotes AoE junglers and stuff like that, as does the Krug to some extent, though you have to break through that initial like single target hit to get to the AoE phase as it splits up into all the little tiny Kruglets. And then there's also single target advantages in the Gromp and in the Red and Blue. Super Inspired, though, does get super snared. But he's got himself a shield and he'll be okay. Dodging away from the poke as well on the way back into lane. Nicely done.
Yeah. Oh, just the support picks on their own, I'm not too surprised to see them picked up because of Redemption. Oh, actually, hold that thought.
Yeah, Fanatilt is going to get lasered down, and the Space Aids is simply too much for him. He didn't have the vaccine that he needed. He's going to go down. I think they've developed one, though. Like, there's been some serious medical breakthroughs recently. But not in League of Legends, apparently.
Specifically for the space variety. That's the real...
No, that
that's
one we still don't know how to fix.
Here.
That's why, yeah, no, he didn't have the vaccine for AIDS from Venus. Or wherever Mouse is from, I don't know, maybe even another galaxy. The Void?
Who knows?
Is that it? Oh man, the guy's edgy.
Yeah, he's super edgy. No, to go back to the point I was making before, Redemption is incredibly powerful. Just on paper, the item, it gives 400 health just on its own. It gives you health and mana regen, if I'm recalling correctly, and the active is so strong. 5,500 range, AoE heal, and 10% max health, I believe it's max health burn, it as true damage to any enemies that are within the AoE, and it can be cast while dead. It's basically global with 5,500 range, too. So, it is an incredibly powerful item, and we did see it come through huge for Supernova before. Filthy picked it up, and that helped Cavelli stay alive in quite a few fights, even just slightly longer. The extra damage nearly got him some kills, and the healing nearly got him out. So, we've already seen the effect of that firsthand, really, specifically from Supernova. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick that up again, and it's not surprising to see them pick up the Karma so they can get away with that item. Because the other bonus to that, to Redemption, is that it also gives you increased heal and shield effectiveness, so it's incredibly good on Karma as well, especially if she builds that Athene's.
Super Inspired looks to be baiting a little bit for Valkyries, who's coming over the wall. Discrepancy has to flash away, but a flash to follow is going to hold him up, and there's Serenity getting the kill. Serenity, though, is in some trouble himself, though, having dashed into this fight, perhaps a little over-aggressively to claim that kill, and Cavelli, having teleported into the bottom side, is going to claim one of his own. Jeffrey Butler has joined in the fight as well, but he simply has to back away. It's a 1-for-1 trade so far. High action, but low kill count. As Cavelli's going to get caught up there, but a nicely timed W. Steadfast Presence gives him the safety he needed. And the vision control continues to rage.
Yeah, this is going to be an ongoing war. Control wards, while they are the same price and basically the same effectiveness more or less as pink wards are, I think their extra power and, I don't know, the fact that they're just a new item will bring a lot of people, at least in solo queue, to be picking more of them up because they're fresh, they're new.
A new shiny toy.
People will build Knight's Vow and like Zed or something probably just so they can build the new toy. Maybe not that far, but you get what I mean.
You might build Knight's Vow as a support and link with Zed. That could be pretty good.
Yeah, that's possible.
Zed, by the way, has a really interesting mechanic on his ulti. I know it's not strictly relevant to the game at hand, but he actually will, instead of having a percentage bonus to AD on his W, he now steals a percentage of the AD of an enemy that he's killed with his ult. I know that's a long and just really unwieldy sentence, but it's the only real way to describe it, because say there's an enemy AD carry with 100 AD. I think the ratio is he steals 30%?
5, 10, or 15%, and then a flat amount on top of that. I think it's like +3 or something.
So yeah, if they have 100 AD and he kills them with the ult, that's the stipulation. It has to be the ult pop that kills the enemy. He will get 15 AD from that enemy, and whenever he kills a new target, it'll actually check to see if he would get more AD from it switching over to that target. And if he would, it switches. Otherwise, he gets to keep the bonus from his previously killed target. It's very interesting.
Yeah, we saw the Krug take there from Serenity and Super Inspired. There's a fight up top, though, with Cavelli.
Yeah, Cavelli and Aloha going at it. Just about even so far. The percentage damage doing some great work for Cavelli. Managing to pick up another shield does give him, well, I suppose a shield. As Aloha has to flash away. Valkyries is going to drop into the Lights of Bounds, but it's just to buy some sort of living space for him and his top laner as they back away.
It was a really, really close fight there. Aloha purely going for that because he knew Valkyries was in the area. Ooh, Jeffrey.
Ghost burned.
Yeah.
Nothing really much more than that.
That was passive pop. Looked like it could have been something a little bit more coming from Filthy specifically, but he's just not able to get in range with that Ghost. So a good use of that from Jeffrey gets him out safely. And Ghost is definitely not the longest cooldown, so that's generally how you want to be using it. Honestly, that's one of the most common use cases.
And he'll have flash available rather soon as well. He did flash forward earlier to make a play happen with Nether Grasp, and now that's going to be back up. And that's really the benefit of running two movement summoners as a mid laner. If you don't have to burn them both at the same time and are able to stagger their usage, then you'll have very, very minor sort of windows of of lack of safety, I guess, where you won't have one or the other up.
Right.
Windows of vulnerability, that would be it. The word I'm looking for.
One more pushing power here from Aloha now. He has the miss on that heroic charge. Not going to be the worst thing though, because Cavelli is able to get out nonetheless. The team map picked up from Aloha though will result in a lot more pushing power. He has a slight level lead here as well over Cavelli, and it's only going to get larger. This isn't really going to flip without Cavelli getting a lot of work done across the map. That
is an aggressive trade from Cavelli, but Aloha still comes out on the wrong side of it.
In order for Trundle to really be winning these fights, he just needs to ult. That's the big thing here. The Poppy can trade now, because as long as Aloha doesn't ult, she's going to win.
Oh, that
now,
stun didn't quite land, and Aloha is able to turn around with a subjugation. Cavelli on the way out does manage to pick up his buckler, and it looks like he'll be okay. And with the scream of Zugod on the horizon, Aloha doesn't want to chase any further into the unknown.
Actually going to get flanked here. Zugod is just going to tunnel over the wall, I think. No?
Potentially?
He's just hanging around.
It's definitely
He's just
possible.
waiting for the...
He's waiting for Aloha to commit to the fight. Cavelli's trying to bait him forwards. Aloha's going to break vision into the bush, but Cavelli still has the stun, and Aloha's going to go down.
It was a really, really good pillar, but yeah, Aloha just not quite able to get away from that wall. I don't really like the position that he put himself in there. I feel like he could have done the same thing to Zugod, walking a little bit further away from the wall, or putting himself in a more favorable angle. It was such a game of inches there, I feel like. I don't even know if it would have made all that much of a difference in the end. It's hard to say. Nonetheless, He does go down for the first time. Cavelli getting a second kill of the game. Here's an engage down bottom now.
Discrepancy is the target. The heal comes down, but it's nowhere near enough. And Super Inspired leading in a little tiny breath of wind actually gets the kill himself. Filthy will fall as Jeffrey Butler comes in for the easiest kill of his life.
Yeah, top turret falls first, though, so that's actually a really nice...
Hey, Blasted.
What?
For once, the kill was handed to Butler on a silver platter. That was pretty good.
That was good. That
was okay. Anyways, yes, the first turret falling is a big deal for Supernova Meme.
Yeah.
But this is not nearly as lopsided as the last game was that Supernova played in.
Yeah, no, not at all. The gold is still pretty much dead even, honestly. So there's not really much of a difference here. However, it is only a 2-killed lead, but it is still a 400 gold lead overall. And now it's a dragon to even it up. Or no, not even it up. There has not been a dragon taken. I'm thinking of the last game still. So this is an advantage. This is an advantage for Team Teddy Bears overall, so that's pretty nice for them if they're able to keep this lead growing, which is something that Spectre was not really able to do. Then this will be really good for them, and they might be able to take this game from Supernova, but I don't want to get ahead of myself here, obviously. It's way too early to say that for sure, really. Mostly, and actually, it's rather the lead is too small at this point to say one way or the other.
Look at Fanatilt's items. He's gone super defensive early on. That's a Quicksilver Sash as basically his first item. I mean, I think he's upgraded the Hextech Core once or twice.
Yes, once so far. Yellow is the first tier. You get the wave clear from Victor. That's really all you need early game. After that, you are kind of at a point where you're kind of even with the enemy until they get their first item. So you have a bit of disposable income. Plus your pushing power just goes way up. However, now this is Morellonomicon and a needlessly large rod for Jeffrey Butler. So coming back into this lane, even though the CS is even, this 2-kill advantage is actually paying a lot. It's taking up a very large chunk of these purchases. So he's in a fantastic position already.
Yeah, that plus the itemization difference. See, the real impact of that is that Fanatilt doesn't have the damage right now to make a roam work really well.
Yeah.
So the Quicksilver Sash is really good in a 1v1 with Malzahar, but he doesn't have any options but a 1v1 with Malzahar anymore. He's kind of built himself into a corner, you know?
As attempted damage here onto Cavelli, but he's just so tanky. Even the CC, even the Zac that deals magic damage can't hurt this Poppy at all, even with her full armor build at this point. Now, Thanatil, to his credit, had a lot of money banked up on that recall. He went back and upgraded his Hex Core Mark 1 to the perfect Hex Core. So he skipped Mark 2 just outright and went all the way with it. It's a good position to be in, and he can afford to be the focus of the Nether Grasp now. Because of the Quicksilver Sash, he can just walk right out of it. So that engage, while he did lose a lot of his health, it could never really go all the way.
The thing is, it doesn't really have to go all the way, though, at this point.
Yeah.
Because they can just kind of shove Fanatilt out of the lane. They never really have to fully engage onto him. And what
Serenity caught up top.
Cavelli actually getting some great damage down, but Serenity does have Super Inspired to put him at peace. As Cavelli's going to slam Serenity against the wall once again. Has to flash away to try and escape here.
Trying to get to the blast cone.
Yeah, it looks like he'll be just fine. He doesn't even use the blast cone. He's going to zoom out.
Whoa. Serenity didn't know the Zoo God was there. He played it really, really aggressively. But he just is able to live, and he throws the ultimate to push that wave a little bit. For Jeffrey Butler, I suppose.
I think he'll be okay. He's got a 10 CS lead and 2 kills. He's doing alright for himself.
Yeah,
you know,
and
for a lowly commoner, at least. As a member of the service staff. I'm sorry. I won't be classist on stream.
Well, I mean, he is still getting mid lane priority, which Fanatil is not, so it's hard to say whether that'll make a big difference for his farming or not. Jeffrey is definitely able to just sit here and just push out wave after wave after wave, while Fanatilt went bottom, just cleared a big wave. He's still down 10 CS, even though it was a double or triple wave, and now he has to leave because it's way too risky to be out there, especially without the turret, without vision. There's just not a lot going Supernova's way at the moment. They don't have the defensive vision where they have to send their mid laner. And that's all just coming off of this push down bottom. The bottom lane going so poorly for Discrepancy, going down 2 deaths, now coming into the mid lane because he can just free farm there forever, basically, even 1v1 because it's a short lane. He's always pretty much going to be safe unless he completely underestimates the Malzahar somehow. So they're trying to funnel a lot of farm onto their ADC, and I mean, it's not even really working out all that well. It feels like because the CS he's still in a CS deficit versus Serenity. And Serenity is going to spike much, much earlier. He's at 90 mana points away from finishing the Muramana. And we're going to see a Rift Herald here is going to be pretty close, I feel like. They only have 15 seconds to take this, but they should get it.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to. Only down to about 1,000 hit points left. There it is. Aloha's going to grab that. Help him out in that lane where Cavelli has been laying on the pressure, which is Cavelli's want, you know?
Yeah, definitely.
Doesn't really have an off button. That guy is constantly shoving up, as we saw in that alley game earlier. Valkyrie is looking to be engaged there. And one thing I can say for Supernova is they've been resilient over the last few minutes at the very least. This shove up the mid lane may change that, but the gold values, the gold discrepancy at least hasn't really changed very much for the last like 10 minutes. But there's a siege going on the mid lane now.
It fell actually into the favor of Supernova by 100 gold. It was 400 before, now it's only 3. But with that turret falling, now it will all of a sudden be 8. I think that's the largest it's been all game. Still nothing to write home about quite yet. And the lead needs to be larger for Team Teddy Bears to be able to comfortably say, okay, we are in a good position right here, and we can do something with this. They're not at that point yet. They're not at the point where they can sort of calm down. They still have to play on edge. They still have to go for steals like this if they want shot, and they don't.
They're not even going to get it. Yeah, Valkyries gets popped. The cell division going to be lost, as well as this kill. I don't see really any way for him to get out of this one.
Yeah.
And Cavelli's the one who snags it. Killing spree for him. He's actually the only one in his team so far with any kills.
Yeah, they get the dragon though without too much work being put into it. Really, they put down a few wards at the very last second. Wow, they didn't have proper vision control for that.
Cavelli was deep in enemy territory and allowed him to get that flank on a Jeffrey Butler. And now they're going to answer the earlier mid lane turret take with a turret of their own. Flash in from Filthy. There's the two-man hammer. Serenity's going to knock Cavelli back, but the damage has already been done. Super Inspired goes down. Aloha teleporting in, but he doesn't have a team anymore to help him out. Secondary turret could fall with this next minion wave arriving.
Yeah, Aloha, with the subjugate pop, he just needs to walk up and just
There's a stun against the wall, though. Aloha is gone. And Supernova is playing these fights as a unit much more effectively than Team Teddy Bears. Cavelli flashes over the wall. He just about escapes. Serenity brings down Fanatilt, though, who was cut off. And it looks like they may back off from their push.
Serenity got the Muramana, so that was a perfect time for him to go toe-to-toe with Fanatilt. He is not going to be stronger at this exact moment than he is right now with this Muramana now completed. So that's a pretty big point. This comp has a lot of scaling potential because even though there is a QSS on the Victor, and that is one less target, I mean, Cavelli is still a viable target, especially with his severely lacking magic resist. It makes sense for him to be lacking magic resist because there is only one AP threat, really, unless you count the Zac. Somehow going Cinderhulk, he's not going to deal magic damage. He's not going to yield damage, just in general. But the Malzahar can get away with putting a lot of focus onto Cavelli, especially with how deep he's been diving in these fights, too. That flank was absurd. There's no reason for him to be there, I feel like. But he pulled it off, and it was a really clean dive. The lacking vision has been the biggest issue that I've seen with Supernova this game, but there's just been so little punch behind Team Teddy Bear so far, with how they've been playing around the vision of Supernova that they haven't punished it at all. Supernova hasn't been pushed to actually need vision yet. Now they're starting to get vision down because now the vision is required for them to go further. They need the knowledge that they're not getting flanked. They need the knowledge that they can walk in there and take the camps and just slowly choke this team out. But before, they should have had vision for the dragon, but they placed like 3 wards on their way and they didn't even clear out wards properly, but it was just completely non-existent from Team Teddy Bear, so they had nothing to worry about.
On the topic of vision, one thing I would like to note is, once again, we're seeing the Tracker's Knife completed for Supernova's jungler, Zugod, whereas the opposition is choosing to go with a more aggressive jungling item, which in this instance may not be the right choice, as Zugod is now taking full advantage of his Tracker's Knife, pushing into the enemy jungle. There's vision all over that red buff area.
Oh, man.
Cavelli finds Serenity again, toss him against the wall, but the Keeper's Verdict whiffed! A rare misplay from Cavelli as he has to back away.
Yeah, a bit of a misprediction there on which way Serenity was going to run. I don't feel like it cost him all that much in the end, but it was a little bit strange to see him haphazardly throw that ult, especially in the wrong direction. As you said, not a very common sight, it seems like, for Cavelli to make a misplay like that. He seems really comfortable on both the champions that he's picked up so far. Both of them have been very similar in style. I feel like Poppy and Alawi are both big tanks eventually that have a bit of damage to back them up, and through that makes them unstoppable split pushers. Basically, not in the way that Jax can just 1v5 people under turret by out damaging absolutely all of them and scaling forever, but in the way that Alawi, I guess, does, as an example, or like a Nasus, where you just literally cannot kill the split pusher. Trundle does pack a decent amount of power in that field to be able to pull something like that off, but he's not in a position where he can do that yet. Late game, he's definitely more enabled. He definitely has more potential than the Shen did versus the Alawi to be able to stop or slow Cavelli down at the very least. Here's an engage in the mid lane, though.
And click onto Filthy to hold him up. There's the redemption. He's going to come down doing some decent damage and helping out the fight a bit. Heals up Zugod a little bit. Valkyrie is charging up the Elastic Slingshot. Opts not to go for it, and both sides back off. Only the 1 kill onto Filthy.
Yeah, Thanatos was taken very low, however, had to burn the Ghost and the QSS, so there is quite a lot down for this Victor all of a sudden. His ulti being down as well. I mean, it was full fight. That's pretty much standard. Cavelli, though, actually going to get melted by this Ezreal. This Ezreal is in a fantastic spot. Like I said before, the Merman already picked up, and with this CS that he has, and the few kills, and all the turrets that they have across the board, really, he already has completed the Lord Dominic's regards. He's already a 3-item threat with the Vamp Scepter to top it off, too, so he is not dying in these fights anytime soon.
Oh, there's Valkyries, but he gets interrupted by Zugod. Good reaction time. Valkyries has to know at this point that he cannot leap over the Rek'Sai if he wants to have it actually complete.
And we saw something similar in the last match where we watched Supernova, where Filthy actually denied 2 Zac engages in a row. 2 Elastic Slingshots in the same fight, even. Were both
Alistair,
denied by... And the Alistair was also slowed down pretty significantly as well. Maybe even had his headbutt canceled. I don't recall exactly, but he at least canceled 2 Elastic Slingshots just completely outright and thwarted the engage from a Spectre back-to-back, basically. So the mechanical plays from Supernova and denying the Zac is definitely something that seems to be in their realm of comfort. Something that they seem to excel at pretty well. Did he... Thanatos just stole that blue buff.
Oh, indeed he did.
He stole it with a laser. It was max range laser.
Nice cheeky little steal for Thanatos.
Wow.
Gonna help him out a bit. That's for sure.
That's a burst.
Bursting this dragon down, I guess.
Yeah, that's a burst mid laner versus the dot mid laner. You know exactly how much damage they're going to do just by watching it. They had vision there. Was not cleared again by Team Teddy Bear. They're lacking in this vision control so severely. They only have one well, now only one ward down in a really relevant part of the map, and it's just going to get swept because it's in a very obvious spot. It didn't really get them a ton of information, and now this Baron is just going to be started. It's already 28 minutes. The gold is dead even, but this will be the swing for Supernova. If they get this, they have no idea that this is going on at all.
Fanateld even popped that blast cone off to the side before the Baron started, so no one could leap over the wall. That's probably going to be standard operating procedure going forward for any team trying to take an uninterrupted Baron. Break that particular blast cone so you can't have a surprise over that short wall there. And that is Baron for Supernova memes. As Aloha tries desperately to deal with Cavelli, something he's not been able to do basically the whole game. Subjugation comes down, so this is a well and truly engaged fight between these two. Cavelli's just kiting back for the duration of the Trundle ulti, popping shields whenever he has his passive up. And, I mean, it's just a matter of the same sort of pattern playing out over and over again. Nice sidestep from Aloha, though, as Cavelli, I want to call him Cavelli flashes away.
Man, that was... I mean...
It was a really nice sidestep. I'll give that to Aloha.
Yeah, a really nice sidestep from Aloha. Really nicely played from Cavelli, too. The... man, I don't recall his W's name. The steadfast presence was pivotal in stopping Valkyries from being able to get in and initiate that, because there were 4 members roaming down there to try to deal with him, and there's just no way it was going to happen. Zugod gets caught out, but he just tunnels away, and Valkyries is spotted out on that flank. There's no way that this engage is really going to work from here, I feel like.
And Cavelli is still
he's completely envisioned.
Like, they solved that problem for a few moments. It was a brief band-aid over the problem, but they haven't really addressed the underlying issues. They've covered the symptoms up for maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah, and it's not going to get much better for this Trundle either, because while he can, on paper, take the fights versus the Poppy, that's only with the Subjugate, and as soon as the Subjugate is popped, Cavelli just leaves. The shields are too large. Aloha cannot effectively trade here. Look at this. Cavelli has lost 50 health for the first time by tanking 2 turret shots, and Aloha is down below half. Here's an engage up top now, but there's just not going to work.
Continues the 1v1 with Cavelli. Even with the aid of a turret, he simply doesn't have what it takes to take this fight. And an interesting thing to note, by the way, Cavelli has... Cavelli's going to be ram jam wall slamming Aloha against the wall there. Aloha gets a lot of health back, actually, off the Subjugate. Heals all the way back up to full. He pushes Cavelli away again, but Cavelli simply has to wait out that cooldown and then return if he feels like it.
Yeah, it's already gone. With the Baron buff, his creeps are always just going to be pushing straight up, and he just doesn't take damage. This is ridiculous. He's down below half again.
Aloha is able to regen that damage very easily once Subjugate is available, but Cavelli can then walk away. And
his ult is basically Mundo ult at this point. He's never going to actually be able to use it as intended, so he just had to use it as a heal so he doesn't die in the 1v1.
But one thing that I did want to hit, Cavelli has purchased a new item. It doesn't look like a new item, but it is the Lock of the Iron Solari. No longer gives health regen, no longer gives health, no longer gives area of effect magic resistance. Instead, the armor and magic resistance values are higher than they used to be. Magic resistance in particular is much higher. I believe it's like 60 MR now. And the shield, which it gives, is much higher than it used to be. So instead of passive constant buffs to everyone around you, it instead gives a much stronger activatable buff that lasts for a short time in the form of the shield.
And I really think this was a necessary change for the item, because before it was basically a must-buy, and now just by taking some power, visible power off of it, and just straight up making it better for a solo laner like Cavelli to pick up, for example, and making it an active, basically an active-oriented item with a 600 health shield at the moment, by the way, 595 on that Locket shield. So an incredibly large, actually 630.
And that applies.
So it's actually
if that
gone
applies
up
to everyone on the team. That's 630 times 5. That's over 3,000 hit points. That's basically another champion worth of hit points on your team right there. Like another bruiser level champion worth of hit points.
Yeah, 3150 to be exact is the effective health across the whole team. Incredibly powerful. Like Courage of the Colossus. has the potential to be. That's what Cavelli has also been running this game, by the way, versus the Grasp of the Undying from Aloha. And that's really been costing him here. It's not really something... Trundle cannot get away with the Courage of the Colossus. He doesn't have CC. There's no way that he can proc it. So Grasp makes sense for him, but... And Courage, it's just ridiculous. Remember, did you play Ranked back in the beginning of Season 4 when Tarek was incredibly powerful?
Way back into those days.
Oh, actually, hold that thought.
Oh, Discrepancy nearly getting burst. Serenity does have large damage output, as we've said a few times, and he's able to shred these tanks. Even Zugod is going to go down, and Serenity manages to find himself a kill. Now, Aloha and Cavelli may take their constant bickering with one another down towards the bottom lane. Doesn't look like it, though. Cavelli's going to back away.
Cavelli, just... I don't know how many ways you can say. He is just completely unkillable right now. There's no one that can deal with him individually. Filthy. The only way that he dies is in a group.
I think he was basing decently far up that lane. Chilling Smite lands. There's the flash and the knock-up, and that's going to be Filthy going down. Cavelli he's found a new target, though. Jeffrey Butler is his newest friend.
Jeffrey's holding the old here, though. This is a good fight for him.
That's Cavelli having to flash away. Can't bully him quite as easily as he can Aloha.
Yeah, it's really, really good, actually. That Jeffrey was able to take Cavelli down to about half without ulting.
And without any magic pen built, too. Like, things can only get better for him once he builds them.
Yeah, he only has 15 flat magic pen versus the Visage, which is 55 MR, and the Locket, which is 60 MR. All in all, Cavelli is running 221 MR and still burned down to half in just a handful of spells from Malzahar without him ulting. If he had gone down to only half through Malzahar ult, then that's when you start to be extremely concerned for Team Teddy Bear. But, I mean, there is still some glimmer of hope.
They're going to come alive, try and kill me like that one horror movie about the, what was it called, the murderer who like possessed a doll. Chucky. That's what it was.
Yeah.
God, that creeped me out when I was a kid. I was really easily creeped out by horror movies as a kid, though.
I mean, to be fair,
Octavian facts.
That is a pretty. It worked as intended. It wasn't.
Yeah, no, that wasn't the intent I was saying.
Whoa, Serenity!
Serenity is an aggressive Ezreal right now, flashing forward even. He gets himself the killing spree, though. He's rewarded for it.
If nothing else, this at least opens up vision control. But here is the lacking vision from Supernova. They haven't really been punished for it up until this point, but now there's a real potential for this Baron to go over to Team Teddy Bear all of a sudden.
Cavelli can fight Aloha all he wants. If this Baron goes down, there's the secure Valkyries getting that for his team. As now Supernova meme fall apart in the back of the Baron pit. And Cavelli's unanswered pressure has an answer in the form of just killing the rest of his team.
Yeah, there's nothing this Poppy can do 1v5, and she's not going to be able to get out of this lane either. The Trundle's just going to hold her there, hopefully... No, he lets her back. He let her back, but now she has to go to
clear isn't
mid,
exactly amazing.
No, I mean, Cavelli has to try to defend mid now, just kind of to show up, just so he can say he was there. But that means that the bottom lane is going to be free pushed. 3 turrets falling in the middle, and 2 turrets rather, all of a sudden, the inhib being focused. And now there's a Janna ult for the reset too.
And
they kill Cavelli, that might be the end.
He's gonna almost go down as the mid laner falls too. Victor is out of here. It's a double kill for Serenity.
Redemption to heal.
Who has had an amazing game, or an amazing last 15 minutes at the very least. This aggressive Ezreal pay has paid off, and it may pay off with the greatest prize of all, victory here, as they're shoving in onto the Nexus turrets.
I think they can really go for this, but Cavelli's still alive. Now Zugod locked down.
Zugod's being melted though, and Aloha gets the kill as he flashes forward for it. Cavelli is just a bystander to the destruction of all he holds dear. Keeper's Verdict does toss everyone but Serenity away. Cavelli could easily get this kill if Serenity can't escape in time and the rest of his team shows up. And it looks like he'll be okay. Second Nexus turret falls. Cavelli now, having given up the ghost. There's nothing left in the tank for this guy. And his dreams of being a split-pushing menace are crushed as the rest of the map falls while he's busy in the bottom lane.
And, okay, I'm going to go back to the point I made before. At the Baron, The lack of vision from Supernova was a really big deal. That, on its own, just completely allowed discrepancy to get cut. And it wasn't enabled by Team Teddy Bear having much better vision either. That was the craziest part. That was just Supernova overstepping just slightly when they thought they had an unstoppable force in the bottom lane. They forgot that Aloha can at least, if nothing else, stall that push in the bottom lane. And the Baron secure and the one fight and the stall on the Poppy from being able to have any effect whatsoever ended up being massive for Team Teddy Bear, and I can't believe they won that game. It looked so grim for them for so long.
All right, well, that's the second semifinals done, and it looks like it's going to be Team Teddy Bears going into the finals in a game that really didn't look too hot for them for the majority of it, but Supernova Memes get shut out as Team Teddy Bears push onwards to face off against Team Permafrost in the finals tonight. However, we do need a few moments to get everything set up on our end before we actually get into the action, but don't worry, we'll be back very shortly. Please do stick around. Alright, Blaster, what's that you see and what's that I see with no overlay because it's still broken for some reason. I'm really not sure why. I'll get that fixed for next week, I'm certain. But that's a pick ban phase, which is something we haven't seen in a little while because of some issues with the scheduling. But hey, we're in it now. We're into the finals now, and it is Team Permafrost versus Team Teddy Bears. Take it away, Blaster.
Yeah, we are getting through the picks and bans here, and we're seeing a very interesting ban in the Ivern. I have not seen an Ivern ban.
No, I haven't either.
Delve into the match histories here real quick and see if I can decipher this.
You have piqued Blaster's curiosity.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see Ivern here. I don't know what that ban is. I'll be honest. Maybe it's something new. Maybe it's support. It could be a support pick.
I guess.
Maybe. I don't know.
It's gone, is what it is.
Anyway,
no one's playing
yes,
Ivern in this game,
gone.
so it's just like every other game of League of Legends. And on the other hand, however, Jeffrey Butler will not be getting his Malzahar, and we won't be seeing Valkyries on the Zac again. So, 2 picks from last game, in fact, both taken out.
Yeah, and the Poppy and Alistair both taken off the table as well, so we won't be seeing either of those picks. So there's not really... I mean, there's a handful of super tanks left. This is Yasuo, though. This is...
He's one of the few, arguably, assassins that didn't actually get any real changes. Yasuo is just the same way that he used to be. Admittedly, everything changed around him, so it's still going to be very different. Like all the jungle stuff that's changed, in addition to the fact that there's new itemization. That's probably going to be the most important thing. And the way that lethality works now is actually a slight nerf to like snowballing hard as an AD laner like Yasuo, but is a buff to scaling later into the game. If you'd like to explain to the fine folks at home how lethality works, Blaster Boy.
I mean, that's pretty much the gist of it. It ignores a flat amount of the opponent's armor, I believe, depending on the target champion's level. So if you are fighting a level 15 Yasuo, or like in this case a level 15 Fizz as Yasuo, then you will have whatever value lethality is at level 15 on the target, even if you're only level 11 or something. It's dependent on where they sit in the game. And speaking of the Fizz, who I just pulled into an example here, Nextress will be getting the Vi again, and Pib will be getting the Fizz again. So these are 2 picks that we just saw a few games ago, 2 games ago, and both of them were extremely powerful for Permafrost. Makes sense to see them fall back on this, but now the Lulu is here.
You know,
I'm thinking this is support.
Yeah, most likely. It especially makes sense to see them fall back on that if that's a mid lane Yasuo. Now, Yasuo has seen about equal play, I'd say, recently between both top and mid lane. But one of his main weaknesses is that his early in laning, ever since the nerf ages ago, basically what took him out of the meta, to his base health and his base health gain stat and his base armor and magic resist gain stat. Essentially, he became really squishy in the early game and really easy to camp. And last time we saw Permafrost, which was only a few matches ago tonight, they were not afraid to camp. Nextress and Pib had a synergy going on that was like just every 5 minutes Nextress would, or every like 2 minutes Nextress would show up in the mid lane, give Pib a high five, give him a kill or an assist, and walk away. And high fives are really effective when you have gloves the size of Vi's, so I'm kind of scared.
Wait
Gragas, though.
a second. Yeah. Okay. So
that's
this
a
is
lot of knockups.
Yeah. This is absolutely 100% on Aloha, and this explains why the Poppy is banned. 100%. It explains why the Poppy is banned, because Yasuo does not deal with Poppy. It cannot deal with Poppy. There's nothing that he can do about Poppy. She's just going to push him around and charge him into walls constantly. The wind wall will be completely ineffective. And that might be similar with the Jax, honestly.
Yeah.
But it
Let's
is
say.
a fighter versus a fighter with how Yasuo is generally built in the top lane. So expect a lot
The
a
problem
lot
is,
of jungle pressure up in the top lane.
yeah, like Uber Sorcerer's Jax, if he gets rolling, is going to be so much just easier to access. You know, like Jax doesn't require a lot of like setup for his damage to be good, and he just is strong once he gets rolling, and that is the main downside of Yasuo. He requires that sort of setup and just the right situation, and in that situation he is immensely powerful, but he requires like just the right situation to work well and good matchups to work well. You mentioned Poppy being just impossible for him. Jax, on the other hand, doesn't really have impossible matchups. You know, he can handle pretty much everything, and it just seems the more reliable pick.
Yeah, it definitely does. But with the amount of weight I feel like that is being put on this Yasuo compositionally, there absolutely has to be a big response in the top lane. There has to be a big focus on that top lane, 100%. I wouldn't even be surprised if we saw a lane swap here, necessarily. The Lulu will get completely decimated by the Jax too, though. That's the biggest issue, I feel like. Or he actually has a fighting chance versus the Fizz. And I think the Lulu is a smart pick in general, because if any one person in particular gets dove on by Jax or Vi or Fizz, or maybe even all three in a perfect fight for Permafrost, then that Lulu is going to be there to back them up. And if that's the Yasuo, then he is enabling himself effectively with the Lulu, just slightly helping him out, really. So there's a lot of potential for this comp. There's also a lot of potential with how defensive this comp can be. Two methods of major disengage built into their Monsoon and Explosive Cask, respectively. This could be a big game for Serenity to just go off again as well.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point to make. Like, we've focused on the Yasuo pick and Aloha having a lot of the onus to carry on him right now, but Serenity had an absolutely brilliant Ezreal game last match, and really was part of the driving force that carried the Teddy Bears to the finals. So putting back on the Ezreal makes a ton of sense.
Yep.
And I think Inspired was on Janna as well, so sticking with that bottom lane, I really like that choice from Teddy Bears, even if the Yasuo does seem perhaps a little questionable to me, but they've built a composition around it, that's for darn sure. One way or another, though, we've got to get through this spectator delay before we can see how any of this is going to function on the Rift, so give us just a few minutes, or just 1 minute actually at this point, to do that, and we'll be back with you guys momentarily. Alright, we're on to the Rift and into the exciting action already. Are you not stoked, Blaster Boy? So look at this pause screen. because I am stoked. Stoked as all hell. Stoked as a steam train right now. What, you got nothing for that one? You want to be my conductor, Blaster? I'll be your train. We'll ride to victory together. I'm sorry. This cast is getting off track.
I would be more on board with that if we were actually playing. I would be more on board with that.
We're just gonna gloss over that one.
I'm making my own. Come on.
Oh, on board. I get it. I'm sorry. My train of thought was derailed. You left me at the station with that one. Trains.
Same. Trains.
Trains. Oh boy. This is the most fun I've had in a pause screen in a long time. But that's because it's not a pause screen, it's a puns screen. Okay, I'm going to take that one back. I get one takesy backsy per night because that one was really bad. So we're going to go back in time, pretend that one didn't happen. I really probably should use my time-bending powers for something better than that. Could go back and prevent Hitler from being born. Could go back and let Hitler get into art school. Yeah, and then maybe he's not so angry. I don't know. But
a lot of potential with that, and all you do is try to take back your puns.
This is a real worst thing that's happened to humanity, though. It's ranked up there. It's like Pol Pot, the horrible Armenian genocide, and then my puns. And these are not topics that I should be talking about on screen, on stream, on both even.
Yeah, on either.
On either or and both at the same time. Let's get this train rolling, and let's get into talking about the compositions a little more. Which one again is more interesting to you, Blaster?
I think the Yasuo comp is much more interesting to me. The other one does have its highlights for sure. It's effectively two assassins, a Caitlyn, a Karma, and an enabler for those assassins in the Vi. So potentially 3 assassins, depending on how this Vi gets rolling as well. However, nothing can beat a good old Wombo Combo comp in my books. I really like Wombo comps. I really think that seeing Lulu again is going to be really interesting because a Lulu can enable a ton, by the way. If you haven't seen a Lulu since her rework, or her minor changes, I suppose, her Q doesn't do... It has 70% reduced damage, I believe, after the first target it hits, so it's pretty terrible at pushing waves now, which is probably why you haven't seen Solo and Lulu in a while. So that makes me a little bit concerned about Jeffrey here, but he is versus Fizz, so he can completely get away with not having wave pushing power. It's really whatever. What is good about the Lulu, though, is that her W, in addition to movement speed, now has built-in attack speed, too. So if you get an Ardent Sensor, which is definitely not completely out of the question at the very least, we could see a very, very high attack speed Ezreal in these fights, or even a high attack speed, very, very quick Yasuo or Gragas as well. There's a lot of different targets that are effective getting free attack speed and free movement speed, so... And that's not even counting the bonus magic damage.
Janna.
Yeah, and attack damage too with Janna. And the extra magic damage if you're shielded by the Lulu. There's just so many different things that go together in this comp, and that's not even accounting for the Yasuo, really, which, by the way, is getting just absolutely pushed around in this lane with really no sign of hope anytime soon. Nextress is already going up there. I don't know exactly what he hopes to achieve at the moment, but he's going to find Valkyries.
Yeah, Valkyries get spotted out in the jungle. The Q not quite landing. Nextress didn't have the distance.
Similarly to Lee Sin, Vi is very much enabled by her Q. She definitely needs that to hit if she wants to take a really good fight. So you don't want to run into the Gragas when he has his stun especially, and you don't have your engage. Either Jeffrey, a little bit caught here.
Yeah, there's the flash traded, though, as Nextress did use his to get in there.
I feel like that was a little bit greedy. He needed to flash a little bit earlier or something if he wanted any hope of that even working out. Because the best thing that you can really hope for there, you can't bank on him missing the flash there. You can't bank on him not flashing there. he telegraphed that a mile away. I feel like that flash from Nexus overall was pretty silly, is basically what I'm getting at. The only hope that you have there is hitting him with a Q, and that somehow the level 3 Vi and level 4 Fizz can burst a Lulu down from basically like 90% health.
A little bit of an early dash in from Aloha as he gets stunned up at the counter-strike as well. Potentially could have got a bit more damage out waiting on that. As Jeffrey Butler is once again in trouble. Nextress coming back out of Jeffrey's own jungle to catch him in the mid lane. This is what we were talking about in pick ban phase. Nextress, he chooses a lane and he lives there, and his chosen lane is once again mid, it seems.
Yeah, and Permafrost already have decent vision control on the whole bottom side of the map. They have one ward behind the red buff, so they know exactly where Valkyries isn't really. With him showing top as well, they knew 100% they could go for that gank. So that was really smooth overall. I still think that the flash was wasted from Nextress, and that could have been a less than advantageous situation had Jeffrey Butler not overextended there. So at this point, Jeffrey just needs to really play back, but that's not something that Lulu really allows versus the Fizz, because you're going to be shoving very often. He just needs to sit back and take this early flash burn. Ooh, that was really
knockback didn't actually land onto Aloha. Yeah, Nextress fell just short of landing the CC, so Aloha's going to be just fine in a situation that otherwise he might have gone down in.
He absolutely would have gone down there, and Uber Sorcerer even got tagged by the knockup from the looks of it. He's taken even lower now. He absolutely has to back here. Valkyries can afford to show here and just shove in this wave, because Serenity wants to back. He's already low on mana, and with Vi showing top, there's no hope of a counter gank. So this is 100% this is perfect for Team Teddy Bear right now. And I would say that's exactly how you want to play that situation. When you just want to shove and get back to base, you bring your jungler down when theirs has already shown. You can get away with that 100%. There's no reason to not go for that. I'm really impressed by how many really intelligent plays that we've seen from all of these teams so far tonight. There's a lot of different small little things that you might not think about as your average player.
Oh, Pib hitting Little Sick instantly drops that onto Jeffrey Butler. The huge shark coming up. Kind of scary looking, but it didn't actually do very much damage through the shield.
It's Riot went back and made another Aurelion Soul Q, didn't they?
No, trust me, the damage on that does scale up.
Not with distance, though.
Well, yes, the base damage scales up, and so does the ratio.
I thought you were talking about Aurelion Soul Q for some reason.
No.
I got mixed.
Aurelion Soul Q doesn't do damage. I'm not going to argue you on that one. That is not very good. Uber Sorcerer, though.
Feels looking like it, though.
Uber Sorcerer, though.
Anyway, yes.
Has had time to go back to base. He's teleported into the lane. And it looked a little tenuous earlier when Aloha, with the help of Valkyries showing up, was able to shove him back a bit. But now he's once again in control of the lane, shoving it up, and just kind of scaring Aloha back every time he shows up.
Yeah, Aloha is able to farm pretty safely now, though. He doesn't really have to worry about too much with the current position that the wave is in. It's going to get progressively worse. Like, as you said, he's just going to keep... Uber Sorcerer's just going to keep shoving. But now with a bit of crit chance... And actually, a lot of bit of crit chance. 20% crit chance just from the Brawler Glove alone. And if we look at his stats very quickly... Yeah, okay, so that's all the crit chance he has. So he did not throw any money, any base stats into crit chance on his rune pages or anything like that. So he is all in either being defensive or just having good general damage, even if he doesn't crit. I feel like that could help him out quite a bit here. It's not the biggest thing, obviously. Something worth taking note of, though. The Serenity being soloed right now.
Serenity once again went aggressive in this 2v2. Nextress, again, from that Solo Dragon coming over to the fight, but Valkyries has had enough time to show up as well. Nextress is allowed to simply walk out of the bottom of the fight, be flashed away.
Jeffrey
There's the ulti onto Jeffrey Butler. I don't know if he can take this fight. He flashes over the wall. Pib is going to continue the chase. Playful Trickster into the turn, and there's the auto he needed. Gets himself a kill. Flashing from Valkyries, though he gets some revenge.
What a crazy fight. That was between mid and bottom lane the entire time. I thought that Jeffrey was going to be able to take that, but he didn't have the exhaust, the ignite, and ultimate were still available for Pib just when it started looking good for him. So that is a 1-for-1 in the end, in spite of there being 4 people fighting across 2 lanes. Oh man, Serenity is just insane.
He is a very aggressive Ezreal player. As we saw last game, Dashing forward for some really key kills. Uber Sorcerer lands the stun. Last moment dashing in there, and Aloha's going to go down. Nice Jax play.
No ultimate pop from Aloha would have been worthless anyway. He would not have gotten that kill under any circumstances, but I don't know. It felt like he went really far in to just realize he couldn't commit. I think he needs to just go all in and just throw everything at him and hope that it works out. Or just maybe don't go quite that far in the first place. It's now down 15 CS. It's pretty similar as far as CS has been. He's been keeping pace more. He hasn't fallen further behind, I guess, is all he can really talk about. It's all we can really talk about as far as this lane has gone up top. But now with that death, now that's going to result in a lot. That's effectively 20 minions down the drain.
Valkyrie is bottom lane again. Nekami going to be bellied, and it looks like that'll be the end. Super Inspired actually snagging that one with a tiny feathery auto attack. Well, unfortunately, go to Pib.
No.
Now on the bottom side, there's Monsoon to buy a little bit of time. Valkyrie's actually going to body block the Chum the Waters, but that's just going to end in his own demise as Nextras shows up to punch him into an early grave.
And Nextras is actually running Courage of the Colossus as well. We saw just how much of a shield he had there. That was a good 400 or 500 health already. Level 7 Vi is likely going Warrior again. Has a 500 health shield just from passive, not even hitting a spell hardly. Just landing that initiation. That's going to be crazy. That actually healed quite a lot. That's actually really nice for Nextras there.
An interesting little tidbit of information. Honeyfruit counts for Grasp of the Undying as a hit in combat. When you pick up Honeyfruit, it gives you a stack of Grasp of the Undying. I don't know if that's ever going to be relevant to a given fight, but theoretically it could be, and it's an interesting little piece of information. So today you learned.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's a lot to learn with these patches, obviously, but did not expect that to be one of them, I'll be honest.
I discovered that earlier when I was trying out the new jungle.
That almost feels like an incorrect interaction. I don't see... I guess for the purposes of the slow, since it's technically CCing you...
I think it counts as killing it when you pick it up. I think that's probably where the interaction is coming from.
It could be that too. Whatever it is, it puts you into combat for some reason. Hopefully not for the purposes of Moby Boots. That could get kind of annoying.
Well, it may for the purposes of Moby Boots because it slows you when you pick it up, like you said. So any CC on you would break Moby Boots for sure. So that may actually be an issue that would push Mobility Boots even further out of play.
Well, for that fringe case of picking up Honeyfruit, you're not generally going to be doing that on roams. I don't think it would matter that much. At the moment, we are seeing a lot of Lucidity Boots, though. I will say that much.
Mobility Boots haven't really been in the meta for a good few patches now. Yeah,
they haven't been super common at the very least. Not like every single game like they are meant to be on your typical support. And the trading decently well right now. I mean, it's expected with the support karma. Nothing out of the ordinary there, really.
I've actually got to give props to Serenity because usually this lane goes pretty heavily in favor of the Caitlyn, particularly when you go tier first and also a Cull. Like, Serenity is going with the greediest Azrael build he could possibly go with, without going multiple tiers for some reason. And he's still doing just fine. He's actually at points ahead in CS. He's got a big wave crashing into him right now, so he'll be getting some. Valkyrie is actually really committed hard to that. There's the fish over the wall as well. Nexus is able to follow that up. There's a ward for Vision. Valkyrie is going to slow them down, and Glitterlands as well, still burning to the Fizz W. And here's the ace in the hole. See if Jeffrey Butler can get there in time. No, Valkyrie survived! The Gragas health regen! Well, it was enough to survive the ace in the hole, but not the subsequent Fizz on his back.
Here's Serenity.
But yeah, Serenity dashing in. The signature aggressive AD carry. Nexus is going to get slowed by a Zephyr. There's a control ward actually placed into the bush to keep Vision on him. They're going to chase them out of the jungle, but they've still lost their Gragas.
Yeah, and this is just not looking too great overall for Jeffrey, even though he did live there. He's just not really able to do all that much. Just Lulu's really falling flat, I feel like. And at the moment, she has a lot of potential later, even though she will be behind, to be effective. And this is a very strange build order, to be fair. This is definitely not the highest damage build or the highest AP build you can go for, which is really where Lulu starts to excel as a solo laner. The fact when you just get a ton of AP and your shields and movement speed is just massive. That's where Lulu finally turns into like a real utility solo laner. That's where she can take some of the weight off of your support, but I mean...
the question of this game is kind of quickly becoming whether or not Serenity is going to be able to carry moving forwards, because neither of these solo lanes are really looking all that hot. If you look up top lane, Uber Sorcerer over the last few minutes has garnered for himself a massive lead. He's 50 CS or more up over his opponent, and in the mid lane, like, it may not be quite as bad, but Pib is still doing just fine. I mean, he's 3-1, and Fizz usually comes out of a lane a little bit behind and still does okay. So to come out ahead, that's certainly not ideal. The only real shining light for the Teddy Bears right now is Serenity, and we'll have to see whether or not that's enough. They've got answers to it. They've got a Vi and a Fizz. Like, they can kill an AD carry.
Yeah, but on the other hand, the Teddy Bears also have ways to enable Serenity. They have the Janna, they have the Lulu to keep him safe. Like I said, in the chance to, like, oh my gosh.
Some aggressive attempts at vision control on the bottom side is going to
never mind.
Pay. Uber Sorcerer, though, turns back around. Aloha was trying to bait, but he simply doesn't have the health to make it happen. And Nextress was there waiting in the wings as well. An attempted gank from Valoris, again, going south. Been an unfortunate pattern for the Gragas so far this game.
Yeah, Aloha just ended up playing right into that Vi. And I don't even really know how that happened. I guess the Vi must have just walked out of Tribrush because she couldn't have been waiting in River because that was warded. That 100% would have been seen unless they just underestimated the Vi's damage for some reason. At this point, though, it doesn't really matter. It is nearly double the CS now for Uber Sorcerer. And it's not 10-5. It's not just he has killed more minions in that large wave that exists, and there's still a large wave there for Aloha or anything. It is 140 to 70 at this point, more or less.
And a Trinity
He's
Force
2 kills
as
up to.
Like, in that last fight, Uber Sorcerer was still waiting to put the pieces together. Now he's completely
he only had a
Trinity
Stinger.
Force. It's only going to be much worse now.
Yeah, because similarly to Aurelia, actually, Jax is very similar to Aurelia in where they spike, which is huge spike around Trinity Force specifically. When they get that item, you can be, in my experience, down pretty far on Aurelia, and if they misplay, you can get a good fight. At that point, you have enough damage with just the Trinity Force to get kills. Jax is that same exact way, but he's up 2-0 and almost 100 CS. At this point, it's just a landslide. Pib getting a bit caught.
Hard to commit onto a Fizz, though.
Man, the Lulu just doesn't pack as much of a punch as they really need to have much kill pressure on him. Pib doesn't really have all that many tools to keep himself safe. He went Lichbane first. Now he's going Hourglass, but that's armor versus an AP carry, what should be an AP carry mid, and he just doesn't care still. Now this dragon is a big focus, with this Caitlyn being able to push out pretty quickly with the Karma as well, and Fizz just winning mid so hard. Jeffrey is actually going back. If they realize that he's back at base, they could just go for that dragon just straight up, I feel like. The 50-50 is there on paper, but I mean that's all assuming that the Teddy Bears even know that that's going on. They will not go for it, however, so I won't cover hypotheticals any further at the moment.
Teddy Bears have fielded their jungler bottom lane here.
Again, this is...
Nextress
was just
and Pib are still nearby. Nextress
walking over a ward.
Yeah, this is going to be countered. 2 flashes traded for 1 so far, but Nextress is now diving to the backline. Serenity, just enough mana to Arcane Shift away. He's trying to put out some good damage, but he's out of mana now. Only has Ezreal auto attacks to fall back on even. And it's going to fizzle out down there. 2 for 1 flashes, and they pull the Vi ult, I suppose. But now they're in the back foot as they have to defend against a push. Or against a dragon. Or nothing.
Or nothing. Yeah,
Alternatively, nothing.
At this point, Pib He's going to be able to kill that control ward. He has the ward down to spot out Valorix and or Jeffrey Butler as they come back to lane. And he doesn't really get all that much time in the lane alone. So really, there was literally nothing pulled there except for the resources that were spent either trying to get in or trying to get out down bottom. There was no further pressure after that.
Oh man, Uber Sorcerer is almost uncontestable.
Pib is up here already.
Yeah, Pib may finish off what was started. The wind wall does block out the Chum the Waters, and flashes are traded again.
Here comes
Pib
Jeffrey.
is going to playful trickster his way forward, but Jeffrey is here. The knock up on the Pib, he's held up, and he bit off way more than he could chew, diving between two turrets. And he goes down. Aloha getting a much-needed kill as a reprieve from this lane.
All things considered, as poorly as Aloha is doing right now, he still has completed his first item in a pretty decent amount of time. He still finished, and it was just because of the back timings, really, and there has been more money spent by Jax, but he still completed his first major item around the same time that Jax did. And, I mean, again, that there's just way more money on the Jax right now, but having a first item spike is still very important. I don't know about the Frozen Mallet, though. This is going to be that standard tank Yasuo build now. I don't know if that's enough to save him for one thing, and that's fallen way out of favor for a few patches now. So I feel like that's a little bit risky to go for that. But what else are you, I guess what else are you really going to do as low in this situation? They only have one other tank. The Serenity is just popping off in this bottom lane. Not able to finalize the kill yet, but he is, man, just hitting, checking off all the steps to setting up for a kill down here.
Nextress is looking to control this control ward. There's the shark landing once again. Show him the water is going to be a big old fishy.
Wow.
And Valkyries is going to go down. Mountain Drake may very well be the next target for Permafrost, as they no longer have a jungler to contest it against, but Serenity is out of his mind, dashing forwards. Pib is going to turn around and try and punish him for this. He flashes away from Nextress, but Nextress is more than happy to keep the chase going and teleport in from Uber Sorcerer. Jeffrey Butler is going to get stunned up, but Uber Sorcerer has his sights set on more than just the one kill, diving back to kill the Janna as well, and it's a double kill for Nextress. A little bit over-aggressive from our resident aggressive Ezreal player.
Serenity is insane. That was such a greedy arcane shift.
Serenity now!
We're very
you wouldn't get that. That's a Seinfeld joke. Blaster, you're so young. You know Blaster has never seen Seinfeld? Come on.
I've seen the opening to like 2 episodes when it's come on after other shows.
That does not count.
That's it. Okay, darn. I was hoping.
No,
I was optimistic.
No. Doesn't count at all.
I'm ruined.
But yeah,
okay, anyway.
over-aggressive play by Serenity, one way or another.
To say the least.
Seinfeld references aside. And it gives even more gold over to Uber Sorcerer, who at this point has actually just about flame horizoned, as the term is, Aloha. He actually did earlier, but then CS numbers changed, as they do.
As they do. He's only 6 off, so with this wave coming in right now, he's going to be able to do that pretty much for sure, especially with Aloha, I'm just going to say likely missing out on at least a few CS there, just because of Uber Sorcerer pushing him off. This is actually a Blade of the Ruin King second from Uber Sorcerer, which isn't too out of the ordinary if you're familiar with a classic Jax build, but I feel like it's a bit strange now, just because Blade is really expensive at the moment, and because of the constant nerfs that it had a while ago, earlier on in the season, and it's not considered very gold efficient right now. It's not generally worth your money over other items. I feel like something else, maybe like a Rage Blade or a Gunblade. Gunblade, I think, would be a good alternative to Blade of the Ruin King for Uber Sorcerer here, potentially. Although that is a little bit iffy since that had changes in the Mage update.
No, I still do like Gunblade. Jax is one of those champions that can benefit from a little bit of everything, and Gunblade certainly provides that. You'd also still give him the activatable slow, which is nice, allowing him to stick to people. Pardon me. if that's what he's searching for in the Blade at the very least. But it may just be that he wants to stack that lifesteal in addition to it, though Gunblade gives you the Omni-Vamp, so it would be actually probably equally effective, since it would be vamping both off of the physical and magical damage that Jax does, which is quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if we look at the rest of the map, so really, I think Serenity is going to be a surprisingly large focus for Team Teddy Bears at this point. In spite of his ease forward, and in spite of Aloha having a kill and not actually doing, I mean, he hasn't died 8 times at least, which is typical par for course from a top lane Yasuo at this point, at least in solo queue. So if that's any achievement,
I don't know that that's an achievement.
I think with the comp built around him, Aloha still has room where he can be very effective, but Serenity is the only other carry in this dual support comp. So he absolutely, as you mentioned before, has to deliver. He has to deliver at this point. And if we look at his gold, even with just a small CS lead and him not having more than just one assist, he's 5 assists down, he's still winning by he's only down 200 gold with Get Scared, so he's actually in a pretty good position overall. The Mermano will be coming very soon. It's about the same time as last game, so there are a lot of ways that Serenity does not carry this game, but this comp is kind of built for that, and the Yasuo is just going to be supplemental at this point, I feel like.
The issue I see, though, is that Permafrost have built a really easy-to-pilot composition for themselves, and it's built in such a way that, as you said, it can counter out a team that only has the one real solid carry. And so if Serenity gets all of the weight on his shoulders to bring this game home, like if Yasuo just never does enough, and Jeffrey Butler never comes into his own either, there's a Vi, Fizz, and Jax on the enemy team. Like, yeah. There's almost no amount of peel in the world that's going to be enough for that. If there is, it'll be a Janna and a Lulu, and even a Gragas. But
yeah,
I don't know. We're going to see like a huge stacked pile of engage face off like a huge stacked pile of disengage, and it's just whichever one's stacked higher, I suppose.
Yeah, and I feel like the engage is surprisingly lacking from Permafrost. They really only do have that Vi to get in. After they get in with the Vi, then they're fine. Then that's when the Fizz and Jax can follow up. But aside from that, it's really hard for them to get a solid engage as a composition outside of this Vi.
Well, I mean, Karma as well.
Kind of. She's like a soft engage. She can get that Vi or the Fizz or Jax closer in and get them in, so maybe they can play as an engage. But I'm thinking about the comp now with the type of scaling that they are looking at from this Caitlyn, and I mean with how her KDA has panned out so far, I'm thinking an Ashe may have almost been better for Permafrost. And this isn't to say that they won't win without the Ashe. This isn't to say that their comp is garbage. I'm just thinking
Blaster, don't be so mean. Why are you calling your comp garbage?
I'm just thinking that in an ideal world, when you have a lead like this, and when you want to push it, you can't just keep getting kills in the lane. That is a somewhat viable strategy, I suppose, in solo queue. It definitely is. But in a game like this, when the comp is built around 2 specific carries, if they go off in a fight and you just try to keep them down in lane, if the comp pulls together like they're intended, then you might have a completely different beast than your Jax may have been able to deal with in lane and by killing him 15 times. If the comp still pans out and the Yasuo and the Ezreal are still able to do damage, as long as they have some form of item to do that, then I feel like this comp is really always going to click. And that's the risk that Permafrost is taking by lacking large-scale engage outside of just one person throwing their body in. And we've seen what can happen on paper when Nexus just dives in. He can get knocked up by the Lulu ult, knocked back by the Monsoon, knocked back by the Janna Tornado. Yasuo ulted, knocked away or stunned by the Gragas. There might be situations where Nexus dives in onto Serenity, he just eases out, they throw everything onto Serenity, and Nexus dies, and suddenly the comp from Permafrost just completely falls flat.
An interesting theoretical situation, for darn sure. Hopefully we do get to see it resolve and we're not stuck in the eternal sepia-toned limbo of the pause, as that would be rather depressing. One last point to make about the Yasuo, though, is that even when behind and when building the sort of off-tank bruiser build, he does deal decent damage still, if only because of the fact that he scales really well off of the free armor pen from his ulti, if he does manage to get a good last breath. So if he can land that onto 3 or 4 members of the enemy team, they do have a window of opportunity. But while your analysis was rather hopeful, I still am feeling that it might be a little bit grim for the teddy bears, because...
yeah.
It feels like they don't have enough going for them to win even a fight which is set up well. You know, like, once the gold discrepancy is large enough, and we're getting to that point, I don't think we're there yet, but once the gold discrepancy is large enough, it doesn't matter how good the composition is and how good the team fight is until you get to like 40 or 50 minutes into the game, which we may very well never see.
Yeah. And the Caitlyn will outscale this Ezreal too. I feel like even if Serenity plays perfectly or near perfectly, the Caitlyn is always just going to be safer. She's just going to bring bigger crits to the table. And this Ezreal is virtually always going to be a target. And while I was critical of Permafrost lacking engage, the Teddy Bears are in the same exact boat.
Oh, there's a knock-up on Uber Sorcerer. Another one. The second will be followed up. Uber Sorcerer dashing away, though, but he gets tossed against the wall. Turns around, a nice avoid there from Aloha. Get out of the range of the counter-strike. He's going to keep himself from being stunned. But Uber Sorcerer, burning the flash, makes his way to the safety of the turret.
Yeah, now Nexus is up top, too. He is spotted out by the Gragas. And pinged, so they absolutely know that he's there. At the moment... Super Inspired is sitting mid with Jeffrey, and Serenity is down bottom all alone, very near to Pib. This could be bad.
Yeah, Pib is going to absolutely destroy this man. Serenity is in no way capable of handling that 1v1. Gets scared of the ace in the hole, will bring down the Gragas. The fat man going into an early grave as Aloha is going to get stunned up, and Shane CC'd. Uber Sorcerer is on a rampage as he works his magic.
The awareness from Nexus there. He accidentally walked ultimately in the wrong direction of Aloha. He cut him off with the Vault Breaker, and he just so happened to be right on that Blast Cone. Launched himself into ult range with the Blast Cone instead of just trying to walk at him and not being able to catch up. So really nice awareness from Nexus, and while they may have netted the kill either way, again, it's just a nice, smart little play that, well, this just so happened to go off a little bit off screen. But, oh man, this is suddenly an absolute disaster for the Teddy Bears. The mid lane tier 1 falls, bot lane tier 2 nearly falls, and top lane tier 1 and 2 both fell, I believe.
And
if nothing else. Baron. Yeah, and the bottom lane tier 2 just fell now, too. There's Redemption. Yeah,
a little bit of healing from the Redemption. They've got Jax to shred this down. Caitlyn and Nexus will both do some great damage as well, as this is a damage-focused Vi build as of now. And that's Baron gone 25 minutes in. I think Permafrost is just taking this game too quickly for the Teddy Bears to have a late-game teamfight to come back in. A little bit of an overextension from Nexus, but he's flashed to get out of there.
Yeah, and again, I'll be critical of 1 point, even though Permafrost is winning like Supernova did seem to be last game. They are lacking a little bit of vision. They're getting to the point where they need to be pushing that vision deeper into the enemy jungle now, though. So this very well could just be a bit of a lull in their control. Speaking of control, though, they are using their control wards pretty well. They have one at the Dragon Pit that's existed there for a while due to their pushing and all their pressure down bottom. And with the Dragon being the first
You'll get there.
upcoming buff objective that's coming up. The Dragon is the nearest objective that's coming up. Man, I cannot figure out how to say this. Help me out.
The
Dragon
will try my darndest. The Dragon is
that is coming up on the map.
Is the most... I'm not sure what you're looking for here, Blaster. You're gonna have to speak English to me. No, I do speak some French. You want to do it in French? We can do it in French.
I don't speak French.
Oh, Uber Sorcerer, though. Uber Sorcerer. He's going to get knocked up in the air and slammed right back down again on the wrong side of a sword. Ooh. But Aloha nearly going down. He has to dash out of this fight. Uber Sorcerer is a hot potato to be handled very carefully by the teddy bears. Almost the whole squad had to be there to finish him off. And meanwhile, turrets are falling.
Yeah, it's mid-tier 2 now. So now they're...
Pardon me.
I believe...
The most proximate objective. Is that what you were going for?
Something like that. The Dragon is the objective that is coming up next.
Oh, pardon.
It is coming up the soonest of any other objective. So they have the Jack's bottom. That's the point I was trying to get to. The Jack's bottom to push so that he can be on the side of the map with the Dragon, which is the next objective that's spawning, and Permafrost want to pick that one up very soon. It's an Infernal Drake 2 to boot, so they already have one Infernal Drake and one Mountain Drake, so their split pushing is great with the Jax, and his damage is just going to get higher and higher and higher, and that's going to apply to this Caitlyn Fizz as well, who both build a lot of just raw AP and AD. Particularly the Fizz will have a lot of raw AP, so this Infernal, double Infernal even, is going to be very much effective. What? Serenity is crazy!
Yeah.
He's just shifted into a Fizz.
Admittedly, Fizz doesn't do quite as much damage close up now, because the ult does have to hit you at range to actually be like as effective as it used to be. But he's still a threat. But Serenity is confident. I mean, he had a Janna and a Lulu next to him to be.
Yeah, that is fair. But I feel like if the Fizz wanted to, he could just turn and QW him and just eat his way out. He'd still get out cleanly and probably take Ezreal down to around half.
Yeah.
Maybe even through the Janna and Lulu shield. Because he is 3 items right now with a needlessly large rod on top. So, and one of those is a Void Staff, which, granted, is not super effective when they have virtually no magic resist. But nonetheless, it is...
He's anticipating.
He is insane. He's crazy. But that's kind of playstyle that you almost have to go for when you want to win. You don't necessarily have to take risk like that one, but you have to be willing to take risks if you want to be the carry for your team, which is the situation that Serenity has been thrown into pretty much again. Even though we didn't emphasize it as much in the last game, it was looking real grim for the Teddy Bears up until Serenity popped off in that one fight, and suddenly he's the shining beacon for the Teddy Bears in the second match.
But it doesn't look like they're going to be able to stall out that long this time. And they're not contesting objectives nearly as much as they did last time. Barons, one of the team fight that tilted the game was at a Baron bit, and this time around, Baron went down without any sort of contest from the side of Teddy Bears. So,
granted, the fight last game that ended it was Teddy Bears getting a pick on the ADC and then turning that into a Baron for themselves. They didn't really contest. They didn't catch Supernova at the objective, taking it themselves. They instead were the ones that initiated it.
They're were out of their base, though.
Right. Yeah. They were being proactive. Right. They were being proactive.
This time, they're being suffocated and asphyxiated, and other synonyms for that same action. As Aloha is being dove into the turret here, Uber Sorcerer just does not care anymore, but he's gonna have to care maybe a little bit as he gets held up in the air there. The ace in the hole is going to be blocked off to the side, but Uber Sorcerer, still with a few hundred hit points to his name, is wreaking havoc in the back lines. Valkyries will finally bring him down. And the Teddy Bears have weathered this dive, but the inhibitor turret in the mid lane may not be so lucky. Nextras finishes that off.
Valkyrie is really he looks like he wants an engage here, but there's just nothing. He can't go for it because their one carry is dead and the Yasuo doesn't have ult. There's literally nothing that can be done by the rest of this composition to follow up on a Gragas engage at this point. And Pib, okay, he's just going for some creeps. I got a little bit too excited there, but I feel like he could have gone for some damage there again. Similarly to when Serenity Arcane shifted into him. Whether you bring your supports or not, I feel like that's still really, really risky. But let's not dwell on that too much. At this point, that is long past. At this point, Permafrost looking real hot in this game.
Hey.
And I think they're going to have to drop the Ivern ban. I think Team Teddy Bears are going to have to drop the Ivern ban next game.
Potentially. I don't know.
And I think they're going to have to suck it up and ban the Vi. They have to ban this Vi. They have to. There's no way, there's no getting around
maybe
it.
Maybe ban the Fizz? I mean, admittedly, Nextras had more of an impact than just the mid lane this time around, which you could kind of say that was his main impact last time we saw him was in the mid lane. But this game, he showed up all over the map a good few times. And so banning the Vi does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, I think that banning this Vi is huge because the team plays around it well. They follow in the engages. Nextras obviously knows when he needs to be engaging and exactly how to pull it off too. So I think taking that away from the team can hurt the team more than this Fizz, than banning the Fizz can. I wouldn't say that you don't ban the Fizz though. Maybe banning both is definitely not out of the question either. I think that banning the Vi is much more pivotal though, and maybe they can retain their Ivern ban in the end by just banning this Vi. What was their other ban? Don't exactly recall what their other ban was this game, but it was, they also banned Poppy and Jace, I believe.
Bans against Uber Sorcerer, who's going off pretty much this game as well. Valkyrie's going to get bursted down. Pib can pretty much take his pick of any target at this point.
Oh, man. The redemption heal is massive.
Yeah, pretty darn strong. But it certainly wasn't enough to save Valkyries from Pib, since there was one burn from both sides in that fight.
Yeah, redemption looking real good in these games so far. I really like this item, actually, just because we saw it before be used by Permafrost, but it wasn't even effective in the end. They didn't even hit anyone with it. If I look real quick,
Serenity in such an aggressive position for all of these fights. These easy pickings for Nextras. He has to shift away, but Uber Sorcerer is there to finish him off. And it's 2 kills so far for the side of Permafrost. Aloha is going to dive in. He's trying to get a little bit of revenge, but he's going to go down as well. Uber Sorcerer gets himself a double. Yeah, and this is the last gasp here for the Teddy Bears.
Yep. Solid game overall from Permafrost. I think their comp had potential weak points, but they were not exploited due to their really good play early on. So they played it really well. I would again like to see them ward a bit more. I think that's just something that all of these teams could pick up on. Just a few more wards around, even if you're not using them super efficiently. Getting into the habit of warding a lot and having that knowledge can be very valuable for you. For the record, that heal on the Fizz on Pib when he dove in and he lost about a quarter of his health and was fully healed from the redemption. The redemption healed him for 470 health. It's 130 plus 20 per level of the target. So that's a lot of healing.
Yeah,
it gets up to 490.
Yeah, and that plus like the new Locket shield, which is actually a very significant shield as well, somewhere in the range of what, 500 or so, I think we mentioned earlier. You could theoretically, with Redemption and Locket, give your whole team just a 900 or so health buffer to everyone, which is a crazy amount. And then if you're also playing Karma on top of that, that's an additional shield across the whole team. So
yeah.
And you can get shield efficiency and such from various different places. It gets pretty crazy, but we may have to wait and see whether or not we actually get to see that on the Rift at any point tonight. I don't think that specific composition or specific playstyle, I suppose, since it is only just a one-champ thing, will be seen, but who knows, maybe. We do get to go into Game 2, though. Our finals are a best of 3, and it's going to be Game 2 between the Teddy Bears and Permafrost. We'll see whether Permafrost can freeze out this series and get a 2-0. That was the easiest joke I've ever made, and subsequently one of the worst. Or if the Teddy Bears can sew it back up. That was pretty good. And
that was good.
We'll come out on the top shelf. Give us just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Alright, I have to interrupt the swells of epic music because we are into the Champ Select. Let me get my wonky Champ Select up on the screen for you guys. I apologize again for the lack of an overlay. For some reason it hasn't been cooperating with me tonight. I'm going to get that solved for next week for sure. But for now, we're going naked with our client. And my name is Octavian. I'm joined by Blaster Boy, and tonight on the Rift we have the Teddy Bears facing off against Permafrost. This is our second game of the finals. Permafrost have taken game 1 and are now swapping over to Blue Team. So they do have the first pick.
Yeah, and we are getting through picks, the bans right now. It seems that, if I recall, the other ban was Alistair. So it was Alistair, Poppy, and Ivern, I believe, for the Teddy Bears. Nonetheless, this time, they retain the Alistair. Now they ban the Fizz instead of the Ivern. So I think
that's
curious.
A little bit of a better ban. A little better considered.
I mean, it depends. If Nextrus goes 15-0 on Ivern this game because it wasn't banned, then that might be a little bit debatable. But we'll see. It's unlikely, to say the least. Malzahar is taken off the table once again with Jason Zach keeping the bench warm. I think for their second game in a row with the Malzahar, in fact, too. So no adjustments here from Permafrost, and that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they had a pretty darn solid game last time around. Clean for the most part. Perhaps, as you said, some compositional issues, but they worked through them simply by winning everywhere. Which is just good strategy. Good strategy as far as they go. And Caitlyn is the final band here, though.
Ooh. Interesting decision. They don't want that taken away. They don't want that picked up. Are they going to go for the Ezreal again?
I'm honestly interested to see what the first pick is here.
I wonder, actually, okay, I might be getting a bit too excited here, jumping the gun a little bit, but
Ivern.
I mentioned to you,
No.
no, not Ivern, not that troll. Vayne. I'm thinking Vayne with Caitlyn banned. The only time you generally see Caitlyn banned is when you want to pick Vayne. Because that is an awful matchup.
Or when Get Scared, I mean, had a good game on Caitlyn last time around.
That is, yes, that is a justifiable reason too. But I don't know. Again, maybe I'm jumping the gun here. We'll see. But Jhin is the first lock in here. Lucian hover for Serenity. I mean, Lucian would enable his crazy play style further.
Okay, I've seen the Jhin versus Lucian matchups a few times in the last few weeks, and it is highly volatile. Every time so far, I've seen it actually go to the Jhin, but I feel like that's just kind of the luck of the draw for him so far, because it feels to me like, since they have such similar build paths, or they did up until now, it may actually have changed given the changes to Yumu's. Whoever gets rolling first is going to continue rolling, and then the lane just gets out of control. So I think it's just that I've seen Jin's win, not that Jhin always wins. But it will be Ezreal, good old reliable for Serenity, and Super Inspired is hopping off the Janna and onto Nami.
A very, very similar lock-in for Inspired. So Nami and Janna are basically seen as more or less the same. They do a lot of the same things. They can both deny or very sparsely enable engages, although Nami's ultimate is much better for that than Janna's ult, as far as engage goes, of course. And the bubble can be used a little bit more aggressively, but packing a heal instead of a shield can also be pretty important for Serenity. If they get harassed around in this lane, it's going to be less likely with a Caitlyn off the table, but the Jhin Karma can still be a pretty aggressive lane.
And if Karma does get locked in here, and it's the support, which it most likely will be, that's a lot of emphasis on the bottom lane so far from these two teams who, with the first 4 picks, picked 4 bottom laners. Or first 5 picks picked 4 bottom laners, and then a jungler, I guess, as Lee Sin gets locked in.
Oh man. This could be interesting as well. I did not consider the Lee Sin for Nexus. That's assuming... That is me assuming that is going to be jungle Lee Sin, which is very much likely.
I like Lee Sin actually now that jungle camps are more valuable. Having a jungler who's capable of going aggressive and invading into the enemy jungle and stealing camps away, I feel like is going to be really important moving forward, because jungle camps have a much longer cooldown now. Well, not much longer, a increased cooldown now, and they give a good amount more gold. Particularly things like the Krug camp or the Gromp camp are going to be much more worth stealing now, because Krugs, as we mentioned earlier, gives as a base minimum before they've leveled at all 160 gold, which is a absurd amount.
Yeah, and I really want to see a Poacher's Dirk picked up at some point. It seems like it should be a pretty interesting item on paper. It might never be purchased, and it will, if that's the case, then it will very much likely be deleted very quickly, if I had to guess. I do want to see it so I can get an idea of its viability, though. Because the Poacher's Dirk, by the way, is about 300 or 400 gold cheaper than Serrated Dirk, if I recall. It doesn't give the same stats immediately. It gives you the AD, but it does... When you steal, I believe it's 5 camps. I can actually look here. When you steal a few camps, it transforms into a Serrated Dirk. Yeah, it costs 750 gold. It gives you 15 AD, 20 movement speed out of combat, and after poaching 3 unique camps from the enemy jungle with a 60-second cooldown between them, it turns into a Serrated Dirk for free. So I feel like that should be pretty efficient. A half price, effectively, Serrated Dirk, just for going into the enemy jungle and stealing a few camps here and there.
Yeah. Admittedly, it does kind of broadcast to the enemy jungler, I want to steal your things, which isn't necessarily the best thing when you're trying to be all sneaky and thievy and subtle. But for the benefit, that may very well be worth it, as Victor gets locked in patch 6.2 with Like 12 assassin reworks.
Yeah.
Victor versus Rise mid lane. Or actually, maybe Victor. Yeah, Victor versus Rise mid lane.
Yeah.
No, Pib, go back to the Fizz. Oh, no, it's banned. Darn it. I'm actively calling for a Fizz. That's how bad it's gotten.
Oh, man. Yeah, it's pretty serious business, guys. Looking at some of these matchups, though. Nami and Ezreal will play pretty similarly to Ezreal Janna. However, they will be able to go a little bit more aggressive. Jhin Karma can also be aggressive as well, but they can definitely be pushed around. There's a lot more sustain damage from the Ezreal and Nami, I would say, than from the Jhin and Karma. So if they're able to really get in there and stick to their targets, then these trades could very easily go in the favor of the teddy bears down bottom. The top lane, I think, will be pretty interesting as well. These are both two really big teamfight initiators, and they play pretty similarly in lane. They both want to poke the opposite number down as much as they can, but both of them are ranged here. Neither of them have the range advantage, at least most of the time. Neither of them have the range advantage. Excuse me when Gnar goes into Mega, but laning-wise, I feel like that will actually be pretty even, but could be really important. If Aloha or Uber Sorcerer are really allowed to get in there and do their job in teamfights, both of them can have equally large effects on the fight. And that's going to make it a really interesting lane, I think, because there could be room for a jungler to go up there and try to, say, shut the cannon down or shut the Gnar down so they don't deal enough damage or they don't get tanky enough to be willing to throw their lives into 5 people and see what they can do.
I was going to have to say, off the back of that excellent analysis, I'm just really glad that Aloha hasn't played Alawi yet at all, because that would be a mouthful.
Yes, it would.
Aloha going in for the engage on the Alawi or something like that. You know, just as a play-by-play caster, I'm glad he stayed away from that champion. But we've got a spectator delay to get through and lots more to talk about once we make it onto the Rift. Are you excited, Blaster?
I am excited.
Good, I'm excited too. Let's go.
If we...
Oh, man. Oh, it's been a long night. And, well, it's okay. Me and Blaster have casted together a while. I can be a jerk to him like that. It's alright. He doesn't mind. Don't you, Blaster? Alright, he doesn't mind at all. Let's go into the spectator delay. Let's get through to the game. And we'll see you folks on the Rift.
Ask not the sun why she sets, why she shrouds her light away, or why she hides her glowing gaze when night turns crimson gold to gray. For silent falls the guilty sun, as day to dark does turn. One simple truth she dare not speak. Her light can only blind and burn. No mercy for the guilty. Bring down their lying sun. Blood so silver black by night, upon their faces.
Hello there, everybody. How we doing? Welcome back to the Rift, and let me get all the bits and pieces together. And hi, Blaster Boy. Welcome. Welcome to the Rift with me. How you doing? My name's Octavian. I'm joined by Blaster Boy, who I'm sure definitely wants to hear me do a rendition of that song that we had coming in.
No.
No, I promise. I promise. My alto operatic tone is surprisingly good. Seriously.
All right.
All right. Well, we're gonna have to save it for a later date, though. I promise, though. I promise. Just give me some time to practice. I've been casting all night. My voice, it needs a rest. We're just going to get through these last, potentially 2 games, potentially 1 game, depending on whether or not Permafrost can take this. They are 1-0 up, like that segue of the night.
Yeah.
That's where that sentence ended. I lost track at the beginning of it.
I thought that was a good enough end, even if you kind of chopped it up a little bit. You know, it still came out all right. And then you went and screwed it up. Well done.
Story of my
Anyway.
life. Pib is not on an assassin. That's an interesting
This is
point.
true.
And,
Unless he plays Rise like Faker does. And Faker plays every champion as an assassin, by the way. He solo killed people really often on mid lane Lulu, which literally hardly ever happened with any other player, like ever.
a point we haven't brought up yet tonight, though, and that is relevant to the most recent patch. Most junglers will start at a buff now because the usual starting points from last patch, Grump and Krugs, don't actually spawn until a little later into the match now, and also aren't so great to take anymore because they don't give you that smite buff to help you clear out the rest of your jungles. So there's really no reason not to start at red or blue buff anymore. So we've come full circle back from Season 3.
Yep, and 4, I believe, too. Saw somebody say Season 4 buff start. It's hard to remember. The seasons are starting to run together, Rock.
Come back to me when we're up at Season 20. I don't know. Hopefully League of Legends has that longevity. It's proved resilient so far. It's still growing from what I hear of the stats.
Yes, even if it is just growing a little bit, it's still larger than anything else. Heck, 3 years
Except
ago...
your mama! Sorry, that was so wide open.
Wow.
I couldn't just sit there and let that go.
I don't blame you a bit. My bad.
Oh, where were we? We were somewhere.
I don't know. Nothing relevant to the game, so let's not bother going back there. We are seeing both junglers on the top side. They're clearing at a similar pace to one another. Valkyra's is going into the mid lane. He's looking to pull something off here. He's looking to try and beat Nexus at his own game, but he's not going to be able to pull it off.
Set up a equal and opposite camp in the mid lane. It's Newton's first law of jungling. For every camp, there is an equal and opposite camp. And when this does not take effect, there is an equal and opposite salt. Oh man, Newton had some other laws besides his laws of physics that are a little bit less known. But he did play a mean Vel'Koz, real strong with that mathematical geometry. From what I
would hope so, since he invented it, basically.
Calculus is what he invented, not geometry.
Close
geometry is just shapes. I don't think anyone can really claim to have invented that. I invented the square. And you're one square. Anyways, we're going to get off the train of insulting Blaster Boy and his mother over and over again.
Oh,
really not been a very good co-caster tonight. Red buff on a sorcerer, but he did nicely sidestep or side lightning rush.
Oh, Nexus
is launching himself over the wall. The blast cone getting him into the fight, but Valkyrie repels neatly away.
Man, the animation is so weird, too. Because the champion just freezes on whatever animation frame they're on when they hit it. So that he just flew over the wall, mid-walk cycle. It's so
man, that was
strange.
really
Get
good
scared,
trading.
wow.
Yeah, that was some really good trading between Super and Serenity, who got a lot of damage on the Get Scared, avoided a lot of damage in return as well.
Yeah, fortunately for Valkyries, in spite of him not really getting all that much done in terms of showing up all the way top lane and not even getting a summoner for it, it still did push Uber Sorcerer back enough that Aloha is able to get control of the wave right now. It will reset, and Aloha is still down in farm, so it's not looking amazing for this Nar still. However, getting control of the wave there, nice consolation prize if nothing else.
Yeah, it's kind of always
though. Yeah.
As the rest of the map proceeds pretty quietly. Quietly is good, though, for Serenity, as he has been the man that a lot of responsibility has fallen onto over this series. And
Yep.
over our journey with the Teddy Bears through to the finals. And
Yeah,
he's
I
just
gotta
getting
say,
time to breathe. I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, definitely. And Serenity, he's going to need a lot of time to breathe, because as soon as this game ticks up, I feel like he's just going to go absolutely nuts again. And whether that works in his favor or not is a completely different story. I would be kind of sad if this is the last game of the night. I've got to say, 2-0s are just inherently less fun than 2-1. But I also, man, I'm just holding strong to wanting to see a Vayne tonight, because she basically has a one-shot build right now. Like, I don't know why you wouldn't want to pick that champion to some extent, just because she seems really stupidly strong. Kind of like Rengar. Rengar seems really stupidly strong at the moment, too. I don't know why we're not seeing either of those champions. Again, if they're out of your comfort zone, fine, whatever, that's understandable when you really do want to win, but I feel like abusing some of the overpowered picks, especially when it's a Jhin on the enemy team. There's not a fantastic amount of mobility from anyone on this team, actually, except for the Lee Sin, really. Something like a Rengar, I feel like you could really get away with if you just understand the very basics of the champion. If a champion's overpowered, you don't need to know them inside and out necessarily to pull them out and be very successful. At least not immediately.
Nexus is waiting in an interesting corner. Just a kick on the Inspired. Didn't quite get snared up, though. Nakami's going to be diving under. He barely gets out with his life, and it is first blood in the end for the Lee Sin. But Jeffrey Butler could have a few kills to his name if he cleans this up correctly. We'll see how good his janitor skills are. Gets scared. Came out of the wrong bush. I don't think Jeffrey Butler knew he was there. He wasn't. He was focusing on Nexus, and there it is! The last tick of the Chaos Storm, plus a Death Laser for good measure. And that's 2 kills for Victor.
He couldn't hit him there. He had no vision for so long. That almost didn't go very well for Jeffrey, even on that big roam at a pivotal time. But it does work out in the end. It does, in fact, go pretty well overall. I would say it was just 1 for 1.
Pretty well overall. 5 out of 7.
5 out of 7, indeed. You can't really argue with a 1 for 1 too much.
It's a 2 for 1.
2 for 1.
It was a 2 for. Yeah, Jeffrey Butler.
Right, 2 for 1. Yeah,
and I mean,
man.
We've already seen that
there, yeah.
Jeffrey is a proficient laner on these sort of mid-range mages. His Malzahar a few games ago was very strong. I don't think we've seen his Victor yet. But getting 2 kills is never going to really hurt any laner, I'd say.
Yeah, no, definitely not. And he already has a tier 2 hex core, so just the base AP off of the Mark II hex core is enough for your laser to one-shot caster minions. Just on its own, completely. It's pretty strong.
Minions did get worked around a little bit, just like pretty much everything else on the Rift with this newest update.
True. Yeah.
Caster minions don't gain health as much as melee minions do now, but they do gain more damage, whereas melee minions gain less damage and more health. So it's going to be easier to one-shot caster minions, but harder to one-shot the whole wave.
Right. Yeah, and
they actually changed turret damage around so that it doesn't interfere with the interaction between turret shots and farming, where 2 shots and then your auto attack will kill the melee minion, and 1 shot and then your auto attack will kill the caster minion most of the time.
Yeah, I really like that change too, because that gets around the sort of awkward phases in the game where that is not true. and it can also allow them to make more balance changes to minion health in the future.
Oh, next
there's one stun, there's another.
He was
Wow.
basing right on a ward, and they waited for the moment when they were absolutely certain Nextris didn't know they were there, and then pounced.
Yep, they got through all the calculations to figure out that the stuns would perfectly overlap. He had no hope there. As the instant of the cocoon ended, he was stunned by the gravity well,
Yeah.
and the Victor ult was dropped too. So there was not a frame of his life there where he could have gotten out. Really, really well calculated and well played by the Teddy Bears overall. I really liked that type of play. Just a little bit of a punishment for a slight misstep.
And about as much of a chance of surviving there as NA at Worlds.
Oh, Pib. Wow. You really had to go there. Come on, man.
I did have to go there.
Come on.
Our unending shame must continually be spotlighted, for otherwise we will never fix it.
The gap is closing, okay?
The gap is... It went from being a ravine to being a ravine with like a really shaky, terrible bridge being built for like one guy in his 80s who doesn't know how to build bridges. That is the gap right now. I don't know. Maybe I'm too...
That's a really depressing
hard.
picture you painted.
It is a
just
very
now.
depressing picture, and the guy isn't even
The
paid
guy just
anything.
he just wants to build a bridge, man.
He isn't even
And he
paid.
just-
Like he's just forced to make that bridge because otherwise Double
That's
Lift
a
will call
bridge
him
too
bad
far.
names on Twitter.
Bridge too far.
But bridges aside, we have League of
aside.
Legends in front of us. At least I do. I don't know about Blaster.
I'm
he might be
actually
casting Dota
Google
too.
image searching bridges right now.
Please. Oh man, at least have a game in front of you, an esport. Get like Overwatch or something up here. Anyways,
Anyways, in all seriousness,
wait. Keep the ball rolling. We have
a video
a-
game.
a Ezreal that's still farming just fine
Yep.
against a lane matchup where he shouldn't farm just fine. This seems to be Serenity's MO. He does alright
Well-
in places where he shouldn't do alright.
Yeah, I feel like with as much mana as Serenity is burning, he better be farming alright. He better be poking this Jhin and Karma back at least occasionally with those Mystic shots, and he better be farming pretty darn well to justify as little mana as he has on hand right now. At this point, I don't think that the
Oh.
Jhin Karma necessarily beats Ezreal Nami here. I think it's kind of a stalemate, and it depends on how they each play it. Pib, having him burn the flash, if that cocoon had landed, that would have been really clean. But just not quite the case. With the Lee Sin showing bottom, though, I like the instant response from Valkyries to just try to brute force something elsewhere. Even though Pib wasn't overextended, and now they're looking for more. They know the Lee Sin back, they're looking for a
Yeah.
dive.
And they may very well get what they're looking for, as Pib is going to land the Rune Prison on Jeffrey Butler, but there's just too much burst coming his way for there to be any hope of getting out of there alive. He's no longer playing the slippery Fizz. He's a very vulnerable Rise, and he pays for it as Valkyries comes in from behind.
I love it. Hey, flash. Oh, what? Whoa.
Oh, I don't know how serious Nextris is about this 2v1, but I think he's going to be losing his turret in the end one way or another, and he may lose his life in the equation as well if he doesn't back off.
Yeah, missing that Q means that the turret will fall for sure. Whoa.
Nice sidestep, and there's the ulti. The curtain call comes down, and that's the Q. As Valkyries repels just long enough to survive the second and third shot, but it doesn't last long enough for the fourth, and that is Jin's favorite number.
It is indeed.
The question on everyone's mind, apparently, is no assassins, as that question rings out true from the chat.
Yeah.
Why aren't we seeing any assassins? We've seen Fizz twice.
I legitimately just think that it's straight up these players are not comfortable with it. They came here to win, and they do not want to take risks with things that they are uncomfortable with. I feel like that is an extremely... I find it very odd that of all of the teams and games that we've streamed and casted tonight, that none of them picked any assassin except for the Fizz.
Well, I mean,
I'm shocked that these. I'm just shocked that like 20 different players all collectively agreed we're not going to pick anything new, except for one guy. That's the most surprising part to me, just statistically.
You've got to know, though, that these teams are super serious. I mean, they're coming into the tournament like with names like the Teddy Bears. And,
seriously.
Supernova Meme. That's the sort of thing that lets you know these guys are serious business. They are not joking around. I don't know why you're laughing right now, Blaster Boy. This is not a laughing matter. Thank you. You really should be. Anyways, Serenity is once again burning that mana to get that farm.
Oh, Uber Sorcerer!
Uber Sorcerer, though, is going to get stunned up and murdered. Aloha finds the kill. This is a good game for the Teddy Bears so far. This is much brighter than the last time around.
Absolutely.
Rosy horizons.
I think Valkyries is just... He is playing the most risk-adverse, at least, that I have seen in a very long time. He is walking up to the point where he is like breathing on you and then throws the cocoon. He is going for the highest percentage cocoons that you can go for, basically. You either flash it out of reaction or you get hit by it. Those are the types of cocoons he's going for at this point. I can't say that I blame him for it. Here's the Realm Warp down bottom, though. This is a big party.
And this is the second dive under this same turret. We've seen this story before, but this time it's got a few more chapters. Super Inspired is going to go down as the book closes. And we rush in to finish off the turret. And I guess burn the book in this metaphor? I'm not sure.
I guess so.
First brick, though.
Why not? Nope. Actually not.
Oh, no, not first brick. Mid turret. What?
And the top turret is also
I'm not paying any attention. I've been exposed. You got me, Blaster.
Got you.
Okay, Rift Herald, though, is going to be just as got as I am.
Yep. And this is the first Rift Herald, don't worry.
Thank you, Blaster. Your input has been invaluable. Oh, man. To those of you perhaps really new to League of Legends, there's only one of those. I suppose you'd have to be kind of really new, because Rift Herald is a very new addition to the Rift. He has not heralded for very long.
No, I mean, it has been about a year, though. They reworked it mid-season. They added him last season, reworked him mid-season.
You're making me feel old. Stop that.
Yeah, I mean, I think you've been playing longer than I have, but like I said, I think it was last game at this point already. Man, these games are running together too. The seasons started to run together for me. I used to be able to remember. Yeah, I remember the season 3 meta. Now it's not the case anymore. Aloha.
It's about an even trade so far, though, as Uber Sorcerer actually doesn't land a single bolt off the Hextech. Protobelt Aloha gets the flash out of him. Boulder toss into the bush. Blind, but it misses.
Oh, no.
There's the curtain call coming down. We'll see how good Aloha is a dot. Not good enough. Not good enough. That was the answer, and it was very quick.
Many projectiles there. That was only the first shot, too. If he had missed that, then there were still 3 more, and the cannon could basically just walk up and auto him to death at that point, too. Like, if nothing else, the Jin'o was zoning purely, and that was not the case. Get Scared, very accurate on this Jin so far, and going to be able to take this top turret pretty darn low.
And
that Essence Reaver.
I'm liking Get Scared on Jin much more than I did him on Caitlyn, which is interesting because there was a Caitlyn ban from the Teddy Bears. Like, they pushed him off that champion, and now he just seems to be doing better on the one they shoved him onto. Like, let him sit on Caitlyn and not have much of an impact. That seems all right to me. I would have banned out the Vi, but then again, next year's one to Lee Sin, so maybe they read that a little better than we did.
Yeah,
it still just feels a little lackluster to me.
The Lee Sin was banned in some facet in the first game. I don't recall exactly who banned it, but I feel like I do recall it actually being banned. So, that being on the table this time actually kind of changes what they may have, what Permafrost may have wanted here. And even though the mid laner is 3-0, even though it looks like Aloha is actually winning and they got first brick on the side of Team Teddy Bears, Permafrost is still ahead in gold right now. It's only 200, but it is a gold lead nonetheless, which is not a great place to be in when you got a bunch of free money. You got more money taking your first turret than they did taking any of their other turrets, and you're still down. That's not a good situation to be in it at all.
Yeah, it's a gold lead when they should have a gold deficit.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that is from the very large team plays that they've made. That all those kills down bottom, both of those kills down bottom before, ended up giving assists to 2 extra members.
Ambush from Valkyries, but Valkyries may be the one to go down. Get Scared is on a killing spree. A good Aqua Prison and Extras forces his flash as the Gravity Well would have held him up until death for sure. Jeffrey Butler's on a rampage as well. They at least trade one back. And it is a 1-for-1 trade in the end.
Yeah, with the smite going down, though, they can't go for this dragon. They have the position for it, but they don't have the vision, and now they don't have the summoner spell for it either. Or basically, even just the body. They don't even have somebody to tank it at this point. So, not a great trade for Permafrost overall. It's better than nothing, for certain. But it still was not great.
And it's interesting to see 2 Hextech Protobelts completed now in this match. One of the reasons why it was picked up earlier on so many characters was because the damage was strong in addition to the mobility, but that has been nerfed pretty darn heavily this patch. Hextech Protobelt now does less damage per additional bolt that lands in addition to doing just less damage overall. So there's basically 2 separate nerfs to the damage that came through.
Yeah.
So that shows that there's enough value on the mobility that the damage isn't too much of a concern even when it falls off that sharply.
And I mean, it is still an extra 150 to 200 damage even at this point in the game. It was over 200 before, maybe 250, but even then, again, the stats are just so valuable. It's an AP item that gives CDR and 60 AP, which is almost unique in itself, plus an active, plus 300 health. That's a lot of stats. And the active is kind of just gravy at this point, I feel like. And now there is a big dance around this dragon. The Scuttler is picked up for the teddy bears, so there's not a lot of hope for Permafrost to be able to sneak us. And with all the vision in and around the pit, I feel like the teddy bears can sleep pretty easy right now. But they can't let themselves get pushed around. They can't just back off and go back to base, because now they're kind of out of position. Even with these wards.
There's the teleport though, and this is a fight to be joined right now. Nexus is going to leap over the wall. There's the secure. Valkyrie's in there for the chomp down with his pincers.
And it got no one.
Finish off Neck and E. Uber Sorcerer is going to get bursted, but it's a trade with the Victor. Or pardon me, a trade with the Cannon. It's a double kill now for Aloha. A profitable teleport if I've ever seen one. Serenity though flashing forwards, but he kind of face planted into the wall a little bit.
Oh no,
now
Pib.
they're chasing down Pib. Cocoon doesn't have the reach, but Pib doesn't have anywhere left to run. He might be able to turn this around with a Spiderling! Tanked the Q! Valkyrie is staying alive because of his sword, but he comes back in range! Pib is going to turn around, he gets a double! Super Inspired has no mana, he's a support, he's got no way to fight this, it's a triple kill for Pib! Oh my god! Do not underestimate Ryze's output of damage, I guess.
That could not have gone any worse.
No, it really couldn't.
The teddy bears, oh my gosh, what a disaster. They got the dragon with a good teleport. Aloha got 2 kills, but then they lose 2. Pib just mows down the rest.
He pressed all his buttons.
He pressed all of them.
He really did.
Times.
Yeah,
he did.
Man, that guy, he really
Except for R, he never ulted. That's Realm Warp for you.
It's true, he didn't press all his buttons.
Triple kill. He's level 14, and he didn't even need his ult in a fight like that. Normally, you use Realm Warp to at least enable someone to get in. I think that using Realm Warp with like the Kennen or something like that would be really smart. They didn't even need that. They didn't even have an opening for that, really. And that was really nice kiting from Pib, though.
Yeah, definitely.
All things considered, for sure. The Spiderling looked really clutch, but Valkyrie's just got a little bit too greedy. But then again, I mean, if he hadn't been there, the result would have been the same, except Pib would have only gotten 2 kills instead of 3. It's not really a big difference in the end. I wouldn't say that was too much greed from Valkyrie's. It was just mechanical misplays from mostly, I think, from Serenity and Super Inspired. Because if they had hit all of their spells, and if they had been able to burst down that Rise, or at least CC him for a few seconds, that could have been a completely different
just, like,
fight.
Saving Cocoon until Rise was backed up against the wall, like he was at the start of the fight.
Oh man,
Serenity is the target, and I think it's the right target. Serenity's been doing quite a bit of work here. There's the Chaos Storm still ticking, but Redemption is actually going to keep Nextress alive. Good use of the new support item.
Yeah, really smart
like
usage of that item. Ooh. Man, if that Cocoon had landed, this is just... these fights are on kind of a nice side. Pib was super low, Nextress super low, Uber Sorcerer is down to half. And aside from Serenity, nobody really took damage on the side of the Teddy Bears, but none of it matters. It doesn't matter how well you trade damage back and forth if you don't finalize the kills. And it doesn't matter if you send 5 people back to base if you can't even push a lane. They are not... they're almost getting themselves in really good positions here to take more, to actually get something.
The call? That control ward does not spot the ward in the back of the pit. It would be, it would have the, like, non-functional symbol over it.
Yeah, it doesn't spot it at all.
However, there's no one around to steal it. It's going down, doesn't matter. There it is. I mean, with the now fed Rise on the team, Baron does get melted very quickly.
Yeah.
As does Blue Buff there, as you can see. Blue Buff actually has negative magic resist now, so AP champions murder that thing.
Especially when there are 3 items and 4 kills. Now, Pib still is down 50 CS, and he's only near just a little bit more... just has a slightly higher KDA than Jeffrey Butler does by 1 single assist. So the gold is still not in Pib's favor in that one-to-one matchup. That's still kind of worrying, but Pib also can duel, and Victor is not great at dueling. Victor is very effective when he's able to hit multiple people, and Rise is very much effective when he can just hit one guy. And that's what we saw before. We saw
it. Serenity, it's followed up by a Q. There's Nextress going in, and Serenity is no longer with us. They canceled that. Fox Television. Those jerks. I'm sorry, that was... Blaster, please, tell me you got that one.
Discord completely dropped your audio, so I didn't even hear what you said.
Well, I'm going to assume you got the reference then, because otherwise I don't know if we could be friends. Gravity Well is no big thing for Pib. With Ghost active, he can just rush off that, and the secondary turret is now under fire. Baron buff minions, not very many of them, but there nonetheless are helping them take this down. There it goes. And this is looking good for Permafrost now. After a start that looked pretty good for the Teddy Bears.
Yeah, it definitely did. I don't know exactly how I feel about Serenity's item choice this game. I feel like I don't like it as much.
Oh, man.
I feel like I should have held that thought, but there wasn't even any time to get a word out on that kill. I feel like Super Inspired just melted. Pib is he's really rising to the occasion here.
No. I mean, he is, but no.
But no.
He's got this like zone of threat around him now, though. Like, anyone who is squishy
and that is
enough
literally
to
any
die.
of his 3 spell ranges.
And now they've got engage as well with the cannon.
Oh!
Jin Nekani is down, though. There's the counter engage coming in. Serenity landing a slow onto Pib. They may yet be able to chase this guy down. Serenity dashing forward, maybe a little bit over-aggressive. Pib is cut off from the rest of his team. And if they can finish him off, this is a very high-priority target. There he goes. Shutdown going to Jeffrey Butler, as opposed to the whole team.
Oh,
Loa face checked into the wrong bush, but at least there's some revenge. As Victor
Serenity, I don't know if he's going to be able to get this. Okay, yeah, it will get this.
Yeah, Volker is going in there to tank it up, and Serenity there to finish it off. A good set of cleanup kills from the Teddy Bears as Permafrost pushed their luck a bit.
Yeah, definitely pushing their luck there. Quite a lot, even. Nextress gets out alive, though. So, if that's anything to take away, they still have 1 Baron buff. And that is all you need to buff the creeps, but nothing comes out of it. It looked like they should have been able to push down the top tower there, but they just didn't have the wave nearly in time. So they take the Scuttler, and that's it. They get 4 kills and they get Scuttler for it, and that was on the way out. That was after they realized they couldn't do anything. Really bad situation for the Teddy Bears in spite of their victory. And that is not a good place to be when you can have a victory and it still looks bad for you, basically. It's really concerning that they're not able to get anything done there, because they're not going to be able to do that again, basically.
Not reliable.
There should be no way that Permafrost lets something like that happen again. And so that was kind of a do-or-die. It should have been a do-or-die situation, and they don't even get anything for it. They don't even pick up... They don't get any closer to closing this gold gap. They don't get anything. They don't get anywhere with that. They don't even get vision down for it either, because now all they have is this vision that they can't do anything with. No one from Permafrost is going to be in the river at this point. The Baron's not spawning anytime soon. Dragon's not spawning anytime soon. So all these wards are just going to tick down, or they're going to be replaced, and nothing comes from any of them.
And now we see Pib making a push for himself in the bottom lane.
I like that he's a split push threat here.
Unless they send like 3 or 4 people his way, they are reacting pretty quickly to this, but Pib's going to pop the ghost, get out of the way of that wallop.
Oh!
Not out of the way of the boulder in the queue, though. Takes a good bit. He'll be okay for now. And this is an old Rise, there's no more spell vamp, so he won't be able to sustain his way back into the lane, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so he will have to go back off of that. I feel like that's what they should have been doing a bit earlier, when they had the Baron buff. Now that the Baron buff it's worn off. They lost 4 of them anyway, so they only had the 1 on Nextress. But now it's just completely gone. So I feel like doing that with the Baron buff would have been a better decision overall. It ended up just kind of doing nothing, little to nothing in the end. But they don't lose anything for it either, so not really that big of a deal. It's still an 60 CS difference still for Jeffrey Butler over Pib, though. And that in itself is pretty concerning, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, Jeffrey Butler, we've talked about how Pib is a huge threat in this game, and it's true. Rise, even without that triple kill, Rise would be a threat, because he just scales that hard into the later game, and that's what we're approaching now. But Jeffrey Butler, we've got to give props to that guy as well for playing some darn good Victor, and he's snagged kills during these team fights, and whenever it's been a team fight, really, he's done really well. It's just the like messier skirmishes that aren't as clean cut, where we've seen Pib have more of an effect, or like when he's able to split push like earlier, and what he may do in future.
Pib needs to look at his gold right now. It's a little bit late at this point. Oh, hold that thought.
Yeah, Nextress kicks Valkyries back into the Raptor camp. Valkyries does have the GA, though, and a good amount of team members to back him up.
Oh, no.
There's tons of AoE damage out of Jeffrey Butler. Serenity's there to clean up the kills as well. This is looking beautiful for the Teddy Bears. Aloha, pardon me, hasn't even burned the Meganar ulti. Still looking for the opportunity for that. May not actually find it this team fight, as the team fight is pretty much over. The nice use of the blast cone, actually. Gets scared, leaps over the wall with that one. There's the Gnar ult. Tosses Get Scared against the wall, and he finishes off the kill.
That was not a good fight at all. That looked it looked pretty worrying for the Teddy Bears at first, with Valkyries getting kicked sort of into the enemy team, but having that flash just completely reset the whole thing. And they get the Baron for it. Jeffrey Butler gets the mid lane turret as well. So that was the type of fight the Teddy Bears need. They should not be able to do that reliably, but Permafrost left the door open there, and now they're at risk of just kind of getting shut out of this game.
And that's one of the interesting things about a team with a Cannon on one side facing you off against a Victor on the other. They both benefit from these clustered team fights in those really dense choke points in the jungle. And right there, it was just Jeffrey Butler who was able to capitalize on it better, as the Chaos Storm and Death Ray combo in that jungle choke point did so much work. Serenity was the one who cleaned up a lot of the kills, but I wouldn't be surprised if even like 50% or perhaps even upwards of that if the damage done in that fight was done by Jeffrey Butler, because that was a 4-man Chaos Storm.
Yeah. Oh, Pib caught!
They've gone.
And they can't start the Elder Dragon either. They don't have the vision for it. The teddy bears certainly do.
Does the Blast Cone not go up if you have the Banshees? I think we'll find out here.
It should. That would be really bad if it didn't. You wouldn't want that to pop your Banshees.
Yeah, that'd be quite interesting. Up on top lane,
it's not a spell.
Aloha is split pushing while his team goes for the Elder Drake.
There's Redemption. Just the
Too
heal.
much. The Q over the wall, but Mason does not have the time to try and execute this.
That was actually Redemption from Super Inspired, so it was just a heal. Still didn't do very much, but topped off Valkyra's. Even though he is at least at over half health with GA.
Able to catch, yeah, they catch Aloha for it. But I mean, that's 1 kill traded for the Elder Drake.
That's, yeah. I mean, it's still not great for Permafrost, but it is definitely a start because they take the Baron buff off of the Gnar as well, and now there's no 4-0-1 split push or 4-1-1 threat at all. Oh, here's the Jhin ult. Curtain call popped.
Jeffrey Butler's a good target.
Cancels his teleport.
Yeah,
Serenity
Jeffrey Butler managed to flash away Serenity in the 1v1. He actually comes out on top against Pib in a pure 1v1. Nextress is going to go down as well. It's a double kill for the Ezreal. Redemption not accomplishing too much over the wall there. And the secondary turret in the bottom lane is now under fire.
I think, man,
Teddy Bears could have a comeback on their hands. Teddy Bears very reliably have a comeback on their hands.
The Kennen doesn't quite have ulti, but it will be up pretty soon. It is an 84-second cooldown. It's at 20 seconds at the moment. So if the Teddy Bears stick around too long, they could get wiped. They are at risk of getting wiped because the Kennen should have Proto Belt by now, and his flash is available as well. Serenity's in the base!
Yeah, playing incredibly aggressively, as we know him to do. Uber Sorcerer's going to get caught up. Serenity's there for the finish. Turret goes down as well, and a Redemption to heal them back up. Good lord. That's like Summoner Heal across the whole team without the speed buff.
Even better than Summoner Heal. It's like double Summoner Heal in terms of heal value. It's incredible. Pib, he has his work cut out for him here. He needs to do something huge. Nexus caught. The first Nexus turret falls. This is really looking grim for Permafrost all of a sudden. They have to do something big to pull this back, but if they do, then they win.
And it's a good opportunity to catch them going through that turret, but they just simply didn't have anyone in position. Pib was a little too scared to go in by himself. Reasonably so. And that's going to give an opportunity for the Teddy Bears to go back to base. And come back strong. I have to continue to give props to Jeffrey Butler, who still has only died once this game, and has output more than his fair share of damage for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And Serenity has similarly delivered again on this Ezreal. He went from 0-3 to 7-3. So that is definitely an impressive stat line transition as well. He has also been doing his fair share of damage for sure. Jeffrey Butler is even farming fantastically on top of it. He's way ahead of the curve of 10 CS per minute at the moment. He's at 400 at 38.5. So that's a lot of farm. That's a lot of gold on the Victor just on its own, not even counting the 7 kills that he has. I feel like he would be delivering either way, because he's completely Flame Horizon Pib at this point. It's not even a contest.
Yeah, that's very true. It has been a contest between these two teams, though, in general. Like, this game has flowed back and forth pretty consistently from one side to the other. And I'm really interested to see a Game 3 if Teddy Bears can take us to it. I mean, we still haven't seen a Nexus explode, so the game is not over just yet, but it's looking like we might be headed there.
Yeah, and mistakes do happen. We've seen a few mistakes in a row from Permafrost, and that might just cost them the game. That certainly put them on the back foot at this point. But the Teddy Bears, like you said, until the Nexus explodes, it's extremely difficult, if not near impossible, I would say, to call a game like this. Because you never know when Serenity jumps into the base. You never know if he's getting 5 kills or whether he's going to get one shot. that on its own is a toss-up, let alone various positional punishment and just poor general play from either of these teams could result in the end of this game at this point.
The slow pushing to take the inhibitor, though, that's pretty darn safe. That doesn't involve Serenity leaping into danger. And Baron's going to be back with us in under a minute, so there's more objectives to be taken.
This is the big opportunity, I feel like, for Permafrost to pull back, though, because the Baron could be another big opportunity, of course, but if they can catch them here, then they can get the Baron for themselves, for sure. Whereas if they fight at the Baron, then they risk the Baron possibly being gone, or getting caught by it on their own. Serenity has no E. Valkyrie is taking quite a bit of damage from Pib, and Pip doesn't take all that much in return, in spite of Valkyries having quite a lot of damage.
To be fair,
Uber Sorcerer needs to find a flank here, I think.
You've got to
that will flip this fight.
Like how much healing there is coming from both Redemption and Nami, and the fact that Valkyries has a GA, so he basically has like 1.3 health bars, sort of, provided the situation is right for him to revive. So taking that damage is actually not that bad for him, and Pib, on the other hand, doesn't have the benefit of that healing. There is no one who can repair his wounds for him.
Yeah. Yeah, and now that'll be the third inhib. Slow and steady will close out the games for you. And that's what the Teddy Bears are showing here. They punished the mistakes from Permafrost where they tried to play too quickly. And now they have turned it around and started playing slowly themselves. They're taking as few risks as possible to punish Permafrost for the risk that they took and that they punished them for. And this Baron is extremely dead.
Yeah, gone in something approaching an instant, and now with double super minions shoving in every lane, Baron buffed potentially, and pretty much the entirety of the map to play with. Teddy Bears have a lot of room to maneuver. There's some very deadly stuffed animals.
I will say, though, again, with the triple inhib down, it is much more difficult, but there is still potential for one fight to decide this game either way, I think.
Triple inhib, I think, takes some of that potential away. But inhib digits
it definitely does.
So they're not going to be trying inhib down for too long.
So now this is a Baron push. Oh no, Uber Sorcerer.
Yeah, that's not somebody you want getting caught out. Half of his health gone. He does have about enough time to base, I'd say. But that's basically guaranteeing the inhibitor going down because Kennen won't be around to threaten a fight. That's only if Teddy Bears
there's a TP flank, though. There's one ward that he can teleport to for a flank. They're pinging it now.
There it is.
Here he comes. This has
curtain call
to be
comes down to start off the engage. The Nami ulti is going to interrupt the curtain call after the second bullet comes down. The TP flank from Kennen, though, is not really getting a slicing maelstrom onto anybody. He is deleted, but he gets into the zone in the last second. Jeffrey Butler going to flash away. He gets the benefit of the heal not only from the redemption, but also the ebb and flow, showing the power of these new support items. And Serenity is going mad, untouched throughout this fight. He's leaping in onto the enemy AD carry and showing him he means business. Adds an inhibitor going down, and this is GG for the Teddy Bears, as both Nexus turrets have already fallen. There is an army's worth of super minions already rushing into the base, and this is the end for Permafrost. Well, I speak too soon. Not quite, because we're going to Game 3.
What a game. Permafrost, again, they just played a little bit too quick. They made some big slip-ups in a fight just not too far from the end of that game, really. They were on track to coast to victory, and it just slipped away from them. Their response on that teleport, from the Teddy Bears was fantastic, absolutely perfect. I would even argue that they only did a few very small things wrong in that last fight, and they just closed out the game really nicely. It wasn't perfect, it wasn't flawless, but it was more than good enough for the fight that Permafrost could put up.
It seems to me that the Teddy Bears know how to play an end game once they get to it. They just have to get to it, and that's been the issue for them in this series. The first game, they never got there. It ended at, 28, 30 minutes, something like that. They just were getting into the mid-game by the time they got their chair kicked out from under them. The second game, when we did finally get to the 40-minute mark, when both both Serenity and Jeffrey Butler were able to go mad on their picks, and team fights were like happening, they did really well.
Yeah.
But they need to find some way to patch up their laning phase a little bit, even if it's just like a really hasty, silly bandage, like banning away specific picks and like picking things that are really strong in the laning phase, so they can get to the end game, because they seem to have that on lock.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we're going to get into the lobby for the next game, and we will join you guys once we get into it. This is the finals, and not only that, the final of the finals. Do stick around as we get into the last game of the night. Night is a hard word.
Wanna join me? Come and play, but I might shoot you in your face. Bombs and bullets will do the trick. What we need here is a little bit of panic. Do you ever wanna catch me? Right now I'm feeling ignored. So can you try a little harder? I'm really getting bored. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it dynamite. Let's blow this into ashes and see what Papa thinks. It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long 'cause you'll get jinxed. So much better, so much fun. Let's start from scratch and blow up the sun. Come on, shoot faster. Just a little bit of energy. I wanna try something fun right now. I guess some people call it dynamite. Let's blow this into ashes and see what.
Good evening, everybody. Sorry to interrupt the music, but we've got the bans and the picks, presumably, those come after, of the final game of the night here. And it is going to be quite a final game if these last two have been anything to go by, as we are getting the Teddy Bears, now back on blue side, facing off against Permafrost on red. Permafrost have historically had the better early game, due, I think, in large part to the synergy between their mid and jungle picks. But we've seen that if it comes to the end game, it's really anybody's game.
Yeah, and even with Supernova having a huge lead, I said that a mistake like they made to where they first initially lost 4 people should not happen again. And then it did, but even worse. They got Baron, they got a tier 2 turret off of it, and they got all 5. It was a clean, perfect team fight in the end, result-wise, for the Teddy Bears. And I don't think you could really ask for better than that. Looking at the bans, though, the Victor is the newest response ban, and there is the Jhin again that you mentioned that you liked last game from Get Scared, along with another Karma from Nekani.
And it doesn't show a lot of their hand, because I feel like the most important picks in these teams, in this team matchup here, is the mid and the jungle pick. Because Pib and Jeffrey Butler both had a great game last game, and both of the, or Pib and, Jeffrey Butler, I thought I said the wrong name for a moment there, and both of these junglers have had a huge impact on the mid lane across the series. So picking the bottom lane makes a lot of sense here when you're trying to hide perhaps those two picks, as Quirky would be really interesting. Haven't seen one of those in a while. But Ezreal is open, and Serenity seems to have a love affair with that champ.
Yeah, rip the vain dreams. I was really hoping we would see at least one different ADC here, but so far it's been Caitlyn and Ezreal show pretty much all night. I don't recall... Well, not Caitlyn this time, of course. Jhin, rather. But Caitlyn, Jhin, and Ezreal, I believe, have been like the trinity tonight that we've seen. I don't think we've seen any others, if not... Oh, we saw some Twitch earlier, I guess. Nonetheless, not a very deep pool of ADCs tonight so far. Nami will be locked in again. It definitely seemed to go much better the last time. TF, I think, would be very interesting against Mouse.
You'd have enough wave clear to survive, I feel like. That's one of the big issues against a Malzahar lane. You have to have enough wave clear, because he's going to push you in constantly. And then you'd be able to roam away, which is really nice. I mean, that's always the strength of TF, being able to roam away like that. I don't know if it fits the playstyle between Pib and Nextress, though, because there's a lot of focus on the mid lane. But I suppose if they get Pib rolling, then being Twisted Fate makes it easier for him to spread that lead elsewhere.
Yeah, definitely. And with Pib on a comfort champion is obviously something you want to be scared of. With the Victor taken off the table this time, I mean, just automatically Jeffrey Butler has been less effective on Smalzahar. In the game one, he didn't have an amazing showing, if I'm recalling correctly. I believe he did play Malzahar there. I might be confusing some of the matches tonight, but we're getting Maokai. That is an interesting one. That is not a rework champion, but he does have a new skin, so maybe that's why. Definitely, it's somebody I expected to see tonight.
And Olaf as well.
Olaf as well, yeah.
So we continue to lack assassins on patch 6.22, the assassin rework. But, you know, I'm not going to complain any more than I already have. Gangplank to counter the Maokai. Chop down the tree with bullets.
That's how you do it, Uber Sorcerer.
That's not how you do it, Monster. I'm worried you don't understand how tree.
It's okay, you just need a lot of bullets.
How
okay.
like forestation works.
Gangplank never runs out of bullets. It's okay.
You know, that's true.
He'll get the tree eventually. It might not be the best. Either. True. Just temporarily. Anyway, I think that the Gangplank is interesting into the Maokai. He definitely wins that matchup without any jungle interference. But with how Valkyra's played last game on the Elise, and how the Vi has been from Nextress, I would not be surprised to see both of these top laners getting ganked quite a lot.
And there's even a Twisted Fate in this game,
yeah. So there is a lot of roaming potential. In that case, I do really like the Ezreal and Nami versus the Twisted Fate. And honestly, Malz has a lot of ways to keep Twisted Fate from getting out of lane. He has a silence and his suppress, both of which will cancel the TF ulti, even mid-channel. So that can be a big advantage to this Malzahar versus TF match. But TF will outscale Mouse. Mouse doesn't really have an amazing target that he absolutely wants to lock down, that he needs to be the one to lock down. Mouse isn't really enabling too much extra here. He's not the one that can melt through, she's not the only person that can melt through a Poppy or anything like that. Like he was a few games ago. But in this case, he's just going to want to try to catch out some of these carries, but Gangplank can cleanse it. TF and Jhin can definitely get away with building QSS. Jhin can specifically get away with building a Scimitar pretty early on. So it's hard to say.
Support itemization to take into account, like both Redemption and Mikhail's are possibilities.
Yeah,
Redemption is basically guaranteed, and Mikhail's is a possibility.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, there's just a lot of ways I feel like they can deal with this Malz. I feel like there are ways that this Malz does shine, and Serenity can carry very easily with the lack of tanks, I feel like. but this is kind of just a 1 or 2 carry comp again from the Teddy Bears. I can't say that I necessarily fault them for it, but Aloha did a lot of work last game on the Gnar. I don't know why they didn't put him on it again.
All right, well, all that aside, we are finalized with our picks and bans, so whatever misgivings we may have, there's nothing that can be changed, and we've got just a minute before we get into the game. So give us that minute real quick, folks, and we'll be on the Rift for our final match of the night very shortly.
It's such pathetic neatness, but not for long, 'cause you'll get
Alrighty, good evening everybody, and welcome back to the Rift. That was nice and short and sweet. That's how I like my loading screens. And let me get the scoreboard up for you, because for some reason the spectator client doesn't have that up by default anymore. You gotta actually change that option around every time you load into a game. I'm a little miffed.
These spectator changes leave a lot to be desired. You can't even see item cooldowns either.
Oh really? Why would they remove readability?
I don't know.
I mean, I guess it makes it look prettier.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Barely.
If that's the end goal of their design team.
I'm hoping that we get that esports spectator HUD soon. That would be pretty
Esports
handy.
Spectator HUD? Which one is that?
They developed a new spectator HUD that squishes all of the information onto one side of the screen, basically.
Huh.
Obviously, it will likely be redesigned because it was kind of ugly, but all of the information from all over the screen is condensed. And there were even some extra things that they showed there a few months ago. They showed it just before the summer finals, I think, around there. It was in beta, it was in development still, so they made changes to it, likely based off of feedback. But it was just a better HUD, basically. It had a lot more features. They were going to build on it to be readable for esports specifically, so fingers crossed that we can alternate between them, because that would leave much less to be desired.
Alright, well here's the buff starts that we're going to get familiar with as this season rolls onward.
Yep.
Valkyrie is going to be smite securing that. It's another thing that's going to happen as the smite buffs have gone away. People will not be starting off a camp with smite, but rather ending it to ensure that it doesn't get stolen by curious junglers coming into their jungle to try and snipe a steal over the wall with a smite.
Yeah,
And,
plus it heals you now too, so there's really no reason to smite immediately. You're better off just smiting at the end when the heal is most effective.
Ooh, that's some really good damage on Serenity.
Yeah, I feel like this is how the early parts of the Jhin Karma lane should have gone last game, but it just didn't pan out for them too well. Something I want to touch on before we get too deep into these lanes is Aloha started with a Dark Seal and refillable potion. So he is going to have a lot of sustain here. He has a lot of potential, I feel like, with this with this start. He wants to get rolling. That is what he's signaling to me here. Nexus going to be walking over a ward, but Alola is way too far up.
Yeah, he could be in some trouble, even having had vision of Nexus on the way in here. He has to flash away.
Yeah, Valkyries is here now. He's just waiting in the bush because there's no vision there. He's trying to hang out, see what he can get done. If Nexus leaves, though... Okay, he's not leaving.
Lane. Meanwhile, bottom lane, that fourth auto from Get Scared plus a Dancing Grenade was just too much damage, and even through Serenity's heal, we saw Super Inspired go down. Meanwhile, top lane, though, I have to get back to the other side of the map. The axe was aimed at Nexus instead of Uber Sorcerer. That Undertow could have had a kill.
I think he was hoping that Uber Sorcerer was going to juke. That would have been a kill if that had hit, I feel like. I'm definitely with you on that one. Did not pan out, to say the least, for Valkyries.
And now it's a
Good
kill lead
attempt,
for
I
Permafrost.
guess. But, man, yeah, that is not a great situation to be in when there's so much jungle pressure on the opposite side of the map, too. To get solo killed in a 2v2 is definitely not what you want to happen.
I mean, to be fair on that Undertow, if it had landed, if Uber Sorcerer had dodged backwards and walked into it, we would be hailing Valkyries as a genius right now. But
oh no, definitely.
The more logical axe to throw would have been the one that assumed Uber Sorcerer would continue to run away from you. And that is exactly what he did. And Valkyries pays the price being 3 minute gold.
I don't know why Uber Sorcerer honestly did not respond to that axe at all. I guess he was just waiting until it was thrown to see which direction Olaf was facing as the animation went off. Nonetheless, that has passed, and now Uber Sorcerer is getting ganked again.
He's eating some oranges, so he's K through that snare, but the slow to follow up holds him in place a little longer. Valkyrie is going to refresh the axe cooldown, and with the blue buff, he's going to pick up the kill, though blue buff did wear off right as I said it.
Uh-oh. Minions? No.
Okay. He's going to be
Looks like he's fine. I was worried that all of them would snap onto him for a second, but that was not the case there. He does get out cleanly in the end,
making up for his previous misstep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely.
That was just
start.
a simple lane gank. He sat around and waited for Uber Sorcerer to go aggressive. Took advantage of it.
Yeah, nothing huge lost. Well, quite a bit gained there, rather, for the team of Teddy Bears.
I believe he lost Raptor Camp for that. Most of it, at least. One of the little Raptors was left behind by Nextress, who went for the invade after seeing him on the top side of the map.
But there's basically no reason to not do that at this point with the changes, because the camps take 50 seconds longer than they used to respawn. So I used to be an advocate for taking the whole camp so that you know when it respawns. With buffs, it's pretty much pointless now. But with those camps taking so long now to respawn now, is basically pointless to take the whole thing. Just leave them 10 gold, but 1 mini Krug, and let them take a 150-second hit.
Pardon me, but they're called Kruglets.
Kruglets, sorry.
Or Kruglings, one or the other.
I like Kruglets.
Kruggles.
Kruggles.
Kruggets.
Alright.
Okay, we're veering off course here. Steer back, Captain. There lies deep pirate-infested waters of bad jokes.
Clearly, there's nothing better going on right now than to talk about what the mini Krug should be called. I like
there
Kruglets.
Are better things.
Or Kruggles. I don't know.
Come on, Blaster. You underestimate
now.
the depth of gameplay going on right now on your screen. For instance, Pip has just hit level 6. So there's potential for Twisted Fate roams. However, he is getting shoved in continually. Even though Twisted Fate has some wave clear to his name, Jeffrey Butler, well, he has more than some on Mount Zahar, so he's trying to counter Pib's potential roaming with just the fact that he'll lose farm guaranteed if he does decide to go out of lane.
Yep. And Pib, to his credit, has caught up in farm at this point. He was down about 10 or 15 before. Now he's only down 5, as long as he maintains his CSing through this next wave. He was just only down 5 after the last wave a moment ago, so that is very good. Now he's only down 2. So this is just actually getting better for him as time goes on.
Man, this
He
doesn't
can't throw
look
the
good for
gold
him.
card.
Oh yeah, the gold card animation didn't play quickly enough. Flash in from Jeffrey Butler. He landed
Deathfire
the
touch.
Q. Deathfire touch is burning.
Nope.
But the space aids had worn off, so that was the only dot ticking.
And it was
Pib
only
does
4
not go
seconds
down.
because Malzahar's Q is AoE.
That's true, yeah. Though
Unlucky.
it applies half on damage over time effects as well, too, right?
It's only 1 second after a damage over time effect too.
So yeah,
I
Deathfire
don't think Malzahar would have secured that anyway.
There. Yeah, there's no pure single target ability that isn't a damage over time effect that Malzahar has, aside from his ulti. But his ulti drops a W, which is AoE, so it would apply. Yeah. In the end,
Yep.
doesn't get the kill.
Nope, unlucky.
And Pib
Very
though still
close.
forced out a lane. And
Still had to burn the flash too.
Yeah, Jeffrey Butler did trade his own for it.
Mm-hmm.
But he's not in the position you want to be in as TF, which is being able to shove in the lane yourself and then go for those roams on the side lanes. Malzahar having put a damper on that for sure. Wow, both
Well, the
junglers are just
junglers-
spectating mid lane right
Well, the Valkyries is actually spotted. He was pinged out. He was
Nothing
pinged 3
happened.
times. They knew he was there, but nothing happened.
now. 4 people sitting around, all of them
They-
very dangerous, deadly warriors.
I
And
think they should have
nothing.
gone for that.
Who is they? Which team should have gone for that?
I think that Permafrost should have gone onto the Olaf there, because he was cut off from his Malzahar. There's no Malz could have gotten over there to be effective, but he didn't have ults, so his effectiveness would have been very, very little. In fact, it would have been close to nothing in the grand scheme of that fight. I feel like I feel like Permafrost could have moved Pib over, gone for the Q and ulti on Nextress, and if nothing else, burn the Ragnarok. Maybe the Ghost too. At worst, that's what you get if you go in for that, because there's no other risk attached, really. You're not going to lose that fight with that advantage, I feel like. I don't know.
Evidently they didn't share your feelings, as it dissolved into nothingness instead of an
Unfortunate.
explosive fight. And
Ooh.
Get Scared continues to shove up bottom lane. This is the first time we've seen Serenity at a laning disadvantage.
Olaf
both
blast
kills
coned
and CS.
into the Dragon Pit.
Oh wow.
Oh,
And now he's
in
face
lock.
checking into Nextras. He's got less than half health left. Romacia comes down, but Uber Sorcerer is there for the finish. Oh, Gangplank's favorite.
I feel like
Cross
that
map
was the
ult steal.
Yeah, I feel like that was the situation that Valkyries would have ended up in had they gone for him before. Just to go back to that one last time. We're gonna leave it now. It's way in the past at this point. And they still kill him nonetheless. He blast coned into the dragon pit and accidentally hit the dragon. Or actually, you know what? He may not have hit the dragon. He very well could have hit a ward or something, or the blast cone put him into combat and procced his Bommy Cinder. No, I forgot. Never mind. Cinder is always on. Cinder Hulk is only in combat.
Uber Sorcerer and Alola going at it. However, it may not be the 1v1 they were anticipating as Pib comes in, gold card to lock down Alola in the bush. Vision still, though, not broken because of the TF ult. Nice little bonus there in that fight. Pib, though, is getting turned back around on, and now Alola has some support as well. Valoris is here, or Valkoris, pardon me, I missed a consonant, to finish it off and get himself a kill. Despite having given up the dragon, it does not look like the teddy bears want to give up the ghost just yet, and they will continue to fight back.
And that was really good to kill Pib there. Honestly, that means so much more than just them getting one kill because the gank was thwarted. He wasted his time. He did not get good use out of his first TF ult. It may have been one of the only windows that he's had in the last few minutes to even consider using it, and he dies for it without getting anything else. So, in addition to just not being alive and not having a kill, he's also not in lane. So he's missing out on farm, he's losing health on his turret, and he didn't get anything for that first ult. And the top turret falls too. That's incredible.
And that's equally as valuable, if not more so, than the dragon that went down earlier. So
Oh yeah, definitely.
kills equalize now, objective equalize now, and a gold lead for the teddy bears, who are putting up a better early game than we saw in game 1 and game 2, I'd say. Though their game 2 early game was certainly not nearly as rough.
Yeah, and they only got a Cloud Drake too. So if we assume that Cloud Drake, while it is more restrictive than Boots, it gives the same stats, but only while you're out of combat. So if we even assume that it's worth 300 gold per person, that's not even really that much. It's 1,500. That is quite a lot overall, but it's only when you're not in combat. That's not going to apply in lane. And the first turret, the first brick, is very much valuable. And again, you had.
I'm honestly, there's a short fight there between Serenity and Get Scared, and I'm honestly surprised that Get Scared wasn't the one to, I suppose, live up to his namesake and walk away from the fight.
Oh.
Since he got some real good damage on the Serenity at the start of it, but
Yeah.
now they're playing a lot safer down here for a lane that it looked like the Jhin had won earlier on.
Yeah, here comes Valkyries.
Yeah, Pid could once again be in some trouble. They have really focused in onto this Twisted Fate, and Valkyries is again going to claim a kill. He's actually the only one in this team to claim any yet.
Pretty good position to be in as this Olaf that walked into the wrong neighborhood and just kind of outright died.
Oh, Serenity could be in big
Serenity.
trouble. Get Scared
There's
has
the
the
good
ulti,
call.
drops it, but there's the flash in from Super Inspired to try and body block it. In the end, the bolt didn't miss. And
man.
oh my god, that is a dead Jhin. They are really insistent about that Jhin dying. But Nextress is here, and he's pretty insistent about this Ezreal dying. Jeffrey Butler is his next target. He's got a double, and Super Inspired has nobody left to support.
Aloha?
Except maybe Aloha, who's righteously glorying his way in. That's a verb now. But he could get cut off. There's Destiny pulling
no
a
mana.
gold card. Pib is going to drop in to this fight. Nextress is dangerously low, but he's coming over the wall nonetheless. There's the tidal wave. Aloha has almost no mana, but just enough to drop down the damage he needs. And this is the early game where Maokai's base damage is enough to actually take out a Vi or something like that.
And now he has 6 stacks rather on the Dark Seal. Not 16. It can't
16
go
would
above
be
10.
a lot more, actually.
It can't go above 10 either, so that would be way better.
We would probably
Absolutely
need to
insane.
remake the game if he had 16, actually.
Yeah, in fact, yes. It would not only be crazy, but it's also impossible. So, 6 stacks on that Dark Seal. That is 18 ability power just from the stacks alone. He has 33 ability power just from the Dark Seal. He still has 4 more stacks that he can fill in. Righteous Glory first as his item buy. Not a bad start. Not terrible, at the very least.
Aggressive. And it paid off there.
Yeah.
I mean, he was able to chase down, I believe it was Nekani at the start of the fight.
It's a very strange item, though, because it's no longer AoE. It's now only one person. Oh man, I was really close to a catch onto Uber Sorcerer. I don't think it would have mattered because he could have just oranged out of there, but it would have slowed him down, and that would have been really inconvenient.
Only Gangplank can make orange into a verb.
I mean, if you try hard enough, you can do it too. That's my inspiration.
I don't know if I can
for the
ever try
night.
that hard. But thank you, Blaster. You really, truly have inspired me. Nextress is again going with a very aggressive buy build.
Oh my gosh, Valkyries, what?
Yeah, he got a ghost. It's an even trade.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally just about as even as it gets,
It's
ghost for ghost.
Much more. I think it would be even much more valuable on the TF because now he can't ghost out of lane to try to get in position for an ult.
Has hit the Trinity Force power spike. I don't know if Aloha realizes this. He went for a fight and he actually traded kind of poorly. Though he does have sustain as Maokai. Should be okay.
Yeah, he has sustained his Maokai. He
But
has a corrupting potion too.
I hope he takes that as a lesson though, because I think in a sustained fight, Uber Sorcerer actually might win now. Given that Aloha didn't stack a ton of armor.
Yeah.
Trinity Force is really powerful.
Certainly a possibility. Similarly to Jackson Aurelia, go back to that example again. Trinity Force is very important on GP, and just getting that item on its own really can be pretty significant. Now this dragon will be going down.
Yeah, we're getting pulled down for the take of the Infernal Drake. And that's the first dragon now for the Teddy Bears. Is going to be the, I think, probably one of the better dragons they could have gotten, for sure.
Oh yeah,
Drake might have been
definitely.
a little better.
I think that, well, I don't know if Infernal was one of the better ones for them necessarily, but it's good that they get it.
And it's better
because then it's better than Permafrost getting it too.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Infernal Drake has the most use cases, so it's definitely considered the best. But also taking it away from a Jhin and TF and GP and even a damage Vi too. Like Jhin has the most AD out of any champion at the end of in the late game. There's no getting around it. He absolutely has the highest AD by like 100 even.
Which is
he
why
does
I'm
so
surprised
much damage.
we haven't seen the new Zed be picked up against Jhin. I'm a little bit surprised.
Yeah, me too.
Not too terribly surprised. A lot of people are out of practice on Zed, and he is still unreliable in some ways. And there's like the new support items which would shut him down to some degree, things like redemption and stuff like that.
Right.
But it's still an interesting thought that Zed's new mechanic where he steals enemy AD would be amazingly good.
Ganked
against
down
Jhin.
bottom.
Yeah, Pib getting...
Oh no.
I mean, he kind of ganked himself.
Yeah.
Congratulations! You ganked yourself, Pib. As he teleports in to 4 members of the enemy team. You know, maybe he was going for that strategy popularized a few seasons ago where you teleport in and then instantly Zonias to pull cooldowns, but he doesn't have the Zonias, and that's a pretty critical part, I'd have to say.
Pull a Messiah without the crucial ingredient. Here's a further
Serenity does have a summoner still available, though! So they're going to be able to trade at least 1 for 1, but Serenity is dashing in once again. Nekani's going to go down as the turret brings him to his knees, but it's a double kill for Gangplank, a triple kill for Gangplank, barrels for days, and Aloe is hitting a turret.
He is doing his best.
He's hitting a turret. What do you want?
Yeah.
Oh, he's teleporting in, actually. This is
Teleport.
a little
Okay.
late, it feels like.
Yeah,
now he's going to hit some
he
minions.
defends it. It's just a Jhin pushing the Gangplank back so that he could spend all of that money that he just made off of the triple kill. He buys a Ghost Blade off of it, which is a curious purchase, I would say. I don't know. It is strange. It does not give attack speed anymore.
No, but it does give, I think it gives the same amount of move speed, if not more, and it gives,
I think it's more.
It gives phasing as well? I forget the term for it, but it gives you the ability to walk through minions.
Okay, yeah, that's phasing.
Yeah, and that is potentially really useful. It's very limited in its use. Obviously, you have to be near minions, and then you have to also need to walk through them, which doesn't happen too terribly often, but it's kind of useful.
Yeah. I mean, it's Ghost basically.
Yeah.
It's a miniature Ghost.
I guess that makes sense, being a Ghost Blade.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It does. On second thought.
On second thought.
He's also got Boots of Swiftness in Air Drake and the potential movement speed from exploding a barrel and Phage.
Yeah.
This Gangplank could be going at like a mile a minute. And Karma on his team. So...
Plus, on top of all of that, he also has 30% CDR just from those items. And he has scaling CDR runes, so he actually has 41% CDR right now. He can go up to 45 because he took, what's it, Intelligence, I believe, is the name of the
pirate.
point. Very.
He's
has...
He's
he's going to have so many barrels in the late game. His ult is going up so frequently. It's already only a 92-second cooldown for a global AoE that is empowered. I'm assuming he already has an upgrade at this point.
Serenity's playing too aggressively once again. He's going to go down as Nexus claims that kill. Nexus now getting ferried out by Nekani. The redemption plus, of course, the shield. Good old Karma. Gets Nexus to safety. Nexus coming over the wall. Tried to land the CC on Aloha, but Aloha is uninterested in the fight. Pip, though, still rather interested. Lands a gold card. No follow-up, though.
Oh, super inspired!
The empowered Q didn't actually land, I believe.
The
Not the secondary proc, yeah.
The second proc did not.
So that doesn't land too terribly often, to be fair.
Yeah, really.
And in the end, that was actually just a 1-for-0.
Yeah. Overall, the fight ended up panning out as kind of uneventful. But the teams will reset. The Gangplank just hit 500 Silver Serpents for the second time this game, I'm assuming.
Yeah, he already had Death's Daughter.
Yeah, so he is in a golden position right now.
He could even
To-
get the, I think it's Rallying Fire is the name, the upgrade that gives you speed while you're inside of it.
Oh, yeah.
And then
Yeah, at
stack
this point
that
he
with the
definitely can.
Emus and the Swiftness Boots and the Phage and the Barrel Buff and probably break like 600 to 700 movement speed.
Yep.
Which is kind of
Definitely.
gross.
Yes, very gross. Extremely, extremely gross. Plus, they have a Cloud Drake, too.
Yes, I believe I mentioned that.
Oh, okay.
But honestly, there's so many
Right.
different variables.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And
I don't know
He
anymore.
went Swifties, even.
Yes.
He is... Wow.
It's the man
Speed
did.
Racer. Speed Racer GP. I'm just waiting for the,
I wonder how quickly
Phantom
he's
Dancer.
moving in nautical nuts.
I don't know, man. I don't know the
there's
conversion.
Engage onto Serenity once again. Gold card followed
Oh,
up by
man.
Jin, and they have got Engage and follow up for days. Nextris killing him
Nextris.
there with the flash. 10 damage flash, finishing off the kill. It's a double kill though.
I thought they fixed that bug. Apparently not. I like how we just flashed in and just lightly tap him on the back, and that was enough.
Like, hey buddy, here you go.
The Sombra boop.
No, don't
For the
mix your
left is-
esports. Don't mix your esports. It's
Sorry,
bad.
my bad. My bad.
You'll only get very salty people. This is League of Legends. There are no Sombras here. Gangplank ulting the top side to try and dissuade Aloha from continuing his push, but he will not be dissuaded. He is a very, very persistent tree. He will grow wherever he darn well pleases. Meanwhile,
Mr. Redemption dropped
yeah,
for the
gives him a
heal.
little sustained.
Oh, no.
Turret Serenity again caught out.
This could this end the game? I think this could end the game.
doubt that.
No, they won't go that crazy. Jeffrey
Jeffrey
Butler
Butler's here.
respawning.
And the death
Serenity.
timers are just too short right now.
Yeah.
Nekani is going to be the sacrificial lamb,
Yeah. Goodbye.
but the rest of the team gets out.
Yep.
The sacrifice is well rewarded.
I'm wondering if that kill will ever happen again at this point, because Nekani has redemption already, so that's already a lot of health and general stats. But he's building Locket too, I think. It's either Locket or Banner. Either way, he's going to have a lot of MR.
Yeah, Locket does seem to make a little more sense. Locket plus the AoE Karma Shield, though, we may very well see this game, what I was talking about in Big Bands.
Yeah, there it is. There's Locket.
Just the
16.
massive... Because he can AoE Karma Shield for, I think it's like, what, 200 or so-ish?
Yeah.
HP, it feels like. Locket for like another 500, and then Redemption for another 500. So that's like 1,000 hit points, roughly. Very roughly, I did not do the math. Across the team.
That sounds about right.
To every member of the team.
Yeah, I mean, Redemption is
You're
490. Redemption is 490.
You're playing
At level
as a healer. Like, this is an MMO
Yep.
now, and Nekani is playing as the healer.
Oh,
Serenity, again, caught out. I think I've said that like 5 times in the last 5 minutes.
Feels like it. This game.
Some of it
has
is down
gone
to the fact that they've
pretty
been
quick.
focusing him hard recently.
Yes, they have. They have not. They have not had any.
You've got to
breaks
adjust
on
your playstyle
leveling up.
accordingly when that's the case. You know, when the enemy team is just glaring at you, waiting for any sort of mistake, you can't make any mistakes anymore.
The SKT effect, though, for Permafrost.
Which,
They got-
what would that be?
SKT had about 70 or 80% Cloud Drakes over the World Championship. Double Cloud Drake now for Permafrost.
Nextris could be in some
Nextris.
trouble. This full AD Vibuild does not make him very tanky. He gets shut down before the Redemption can resolve. Now Uber Sorcerer in the backline is unstoppable as he finishes off a kill with a crit Infinity
And
Edge.
stopped.
And yeah, he does. I mean, please.
That's what I want. The
Allow
announcers-
me-
I want Riot to add one more voice line.
Allow
And
me
when
my
they say
hyperbole.
unstoppable, and then they die. The announcer says stopped instead of slain. Come
Oh.
on. It's one simple request. Alright, to your actually legitimate point, well, they're going for this Baron. There's no jungler. No jungler, no GP. This is
That's
viable.
true. There is a curtain call, and it's going to make Jeffrey Butler in particular rather scared. Hide out on the other side of the
Play
pit
this
there.
right here. But he might just get caught. Oh, no.
Valkyries could be the one getting caught.
don't
There's
want
Get
that.
Scared of the 4th auto. There is no jungler now from either side.
The
Get
Baron
Scared.
hasn't reset.
Oh, he got out of range of the Q. He's going to turn around. He snares Alola. Get Scared is going to get out. He's dropping traps. They can't chase him down, but Serenity is chasing down his team. Nexus is there to finish Serenity off. No avoiding the Get Dunk. And Alola will fall. In the end, Permafrost hold off the Baron and get some kills.
What a fight. What a fight, to say the least. Uber Sorcerer is just going to be shoving in this mid lane so hard right here. I'm surprised that his gold lead, his CS lead rather, is so small. His gold lead is huge. 3,000 gold over his opponent. That's the entire Infinity Edge that he owns. And he even has a Zeal on top of that, too.
Yeah, he actually
As far
has the
as
highest
complete
gold
item
total in
goes.
the game right now.
Not surprising. I mean, he has 6 kills. He's assisted globally. He's participated in a lot of turrets. And every single one of those creeps that he's killed with Parlay has granted him at least 2 or 3 more gold per creep. And he's killed near 200 creeps, I would say, at this point with his barrels and Parlay. Just by how many Silver Serpents he's gotten. He's already at 400 again. He's going to get the Raise Morale upgrade guaranteed at this point. There's no way that he doesn't. He's like 2 waves away in Silver Serpents from it. That is incredible. And his farm, he's not even ahead of the curve. He's not even pulling off really what Jeffrey Butler did last game, where he was just way ahead of the curve.
Wow.
He jumped the wall again. He's constantly jumping the walls with those blast cones. He's just not stopping.
Can we talk about blast cones for a second, though? Specifically about the fact that everything else gets a really fancy name, and blast cone is just like what it is. You know, it's just like an explodey thing.
Oh, Serenity!
Oh, Serenity, though. My gripes are going to have to be put on hold as we've got a team fight on our hands. That 4th bullet is going to come through. Or perhaps not, actually. Jin interrupts that. Get Scared coming into the fight now for real this time. Dropping as much damage as he can. And the carries are still alive from Permafrost. The most important one, of course, being Uber Sorcerer as he flashes forward for the barrel. And there's the kill for Get Scared off to the side as well. It's a killing spree for him. And the biggest folly of that team fight for the Teddy Bears was basically never touching the carries.
He just one-shot the poor Malzahar. Jeffrey Butler
late
never
game
had a
Gangplank.
chance, man.
Late Gangplank.
Yeah, this is the power. And how did this champion fall out of favor? When you have players... I'm not going to claim that Uber Sorcerer is a godlike Gangplank, best in the world, but when you have players like that exist, why is this champion not meta? I'm just out of curiosity. The meta has shifted quite a lot with this patch, to be fair. But we saw earlier in the night that the world's meta still exists. Those tanks still exist. He fought a Maokai.
Mm-hmm. He is as deletable as he is capable of deleting others, though. And that is the
fair.
problem in a meta where CC reigns supreme, and one dose of oranges simply isn't enough.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, if Gangplank can maneuver his way through a teamfight in such a way so that he's allowed to drop barrels and drop enemies, he's very, very, very good at what he does, but he just doesn't do some of the things that are necessary sometimes. You know, he's no Poppy.
Sure.
He's no Shen, which are some of the popular top laners from Worlds meta.
He doesn't bring Engage to the table either. That's one of the big things too, I feel like. In addition to him just not being a tank, he doesn't have any tools of a tank. He doesn't bring Engage, but that's what Nexus is for.
He's got a little bit of Engage. He's got the ulti dropped in the backlines of this fight, but Nexus, the primary Engage, doesn't have anything else to follow up, and he's going to go down. This is the Teddy Bears fighting back once again.
I suppose there's the fault of Gangplank.
Yeah, and the fault of almost pure damage Vi, only now building into a tanky item.
Oh no.
As Get Scared is going to get murdered. Nekani is going to fall as well. We're late enough into the game that a lost team fight like this means a lot lost. However, they do have 2 open inhibitors to deal with. And if Pib can hold them at bay after they get this Baron buff, even just a little bit, slow them down, then I don't think that Permafrost are out of this game in any way.
No, they're
but that was
not
a
out
huge mistake.
Yes, definitely. And if they continue to overstep and make those types of mistakes again, then they'll end up with a situation like last game where they lose. However, they have a lot more things going in their favor this time. They lost the fight, and they lost the Baron, but that's only one fight, and it's only one Baron. They still have taken 2 inhibs. They still have a gold lead of 3,000, roughly. Last time, the biggest issue was they lost 2 fights back-to-back, and then lost the Baron. And for one thing, the Teddy Bears were able to get into a position where they were able to turn just 2 fights, the second fight in particular, into multiple objectives. And Permafrost also hadn't cracked the base yet. They were fighting desperately so that they could try to secure that game. And then the Teddy Bears came back, they closed the gap, they found better fights, and they cracked the base almost immediately.
Alright, well, we'll see how they hold out against Baron buff minions. Admittedly, they've got super minions on your side, as I believe you mentioned. And it's going to kind of even it out to some extent.
Yeah, the lanes won't push on their own, though. You have to be... They're still going to get a lot of super minions, a lot of unwanted guests at their doorstep. Because they don't have someone that's constantly sitting in one of the side waves with the Baron buff to actually make that effective.
Permafrost may be grouping towards the top side. They seem a little indecisive. A few bases coming out. Probably some items to finish. Yeah, Death Cap
Pib.
now done for Pib. That's a big one. And GA, I believe, for Nextress. So some large item spikes. And we're going to see what exactly they do with those.
Yeah, to touch on Uber Sorcerer, his items specifically, he had a Shiv before that he didn't... I don't think he had the Shiv in the last fight. He's also just picked up a Lord Dominic's Regard. So he is in a much better position than he even was just a few fights ago. But the only issue that exists really is that he has hit his ceiling now. He cannot get stronger. He is level 18, or no, only level 17 actually. He can get slightly stronger. He can't get stronger in items though. He's hit 6 items before level 18. That's a lot of money. Very, very quickly. 16,000 gold in his pockets. 3,000 more than any of the next highest, which is by thousands a tie between 3 members, 4 members even.
He's a rich pirate indeed.
Yes, indeed.
He may have a big large house with rooms by the dozen. Please tell me you're getting these references.
No.
No!
No.
You've never seen Fiddler on the Roof.
No.
You
Never.
lack culture, and I am disturbed.
My bad.
He'd have one large staircase going up and another coming down. No? God, it's
No.
such a great song. It's a good play. You should see it. Preferably not by, like, inexperienced high schoolers who are there because their parents made them be there. It's the first time I ever saw it. It kind of ruined the experience a little bit. Then again, I was a high schooler who didn't care about culture.
It. Yeah.
It was good. But League of Legends is also pretty good. And,
Aloha?
you know what's good? Team fights. Team fights are good. I like team fights. Nekani is getting engaged upon. He can't be slowed, though, so they're not able to hold him down. However...
Big redemption.
Holy crap, Redemption plus Uber Sorcerer's ulti. That damage was insane. I think there was a barrel mixed in there as well. I'm really not sure. But just suddenly, people were missing hit points. Aloha now trying desperately to clean up this fight, but they simply cannot.
Suddenly people were missing. People just outright died there. Like, instantly. Uber Sorcerer is a monster. That Redemption did so much work. Kept them alive 100% and dealt damage to some of the enemy team too. Valkyries is here, and there are no minions for a very long time. That's going to diffuse this whole situation.
Permafrost are looking to grab some minions, though. They're heading up to mid lane.
They can't do anything with it. They still only have 20 seconds. That's 20 seconds to walk halfway across the map and just start hitting things then. It's not going to work out.
So the game will continue.
That
Oh my god, that minion wave is gone.
yeah. Gangplank is one of the more fun champions to farm with for sure.
We've already
Placing
seen
barrels late game.
We've already seen that teddy bears are a force to be reckoned with in the late game, but that was last game that we saw that, and I don't think we've really seen that this time around, except for one fight near the Baron pit, which turned around and they managed to pick up the Baron. And that's been kind of the single glimmer of hope they've had. They're starting to rally, I think.
Yeah, definitely, and they can pull this back together. They have enough CC that the Gangplank cannot cleanse it all. As long as they stack it properly, there's not enough oranges. They can get to that point, and if they kill Uber Sorcerer, he is a major chunk of this team. Pib still does work though, and just Get Scared is also a force to be reckoned with too, and he even has the KDA to back it up. The wave is down. Aloha has to try to go in now. This is now or
going
never.
in now. There it is. The engage onto Uber Sorcerer. They
Arrows
know
are
exactly
stopped.
who they're looking to focus. Gangplank ulti's going to cut this fight in twain, however. Uber Sorcerer is going to go down. It's Aloha who finishes off the kill. Meanwhile, the carries are doing their best in the back line to finish off the enemy front line, and that's Vextrous going down. 2 kills now. Traded for 1 so far, but Aloha is just an unstoppable force in the back lines, and Serenity has not been touched this whole team fight. He's been wrecking face and bringing the damage. That is a great fight for the Teddy Bears. They've still got 2 open inhibitors they have to go defend, though.
They don't get anything off of that, but that fight was great. It didn't come off of a huge mistake. That was just them
They
playing
don't get
their
anything off of it again.
No, but the big thing there is they crushed that fight while Permafrost had the Baron buff still. I believe they still had the Baron buff there. If it had just fallen off, nonetheless, it was still a gold deficit. It was still 5,000-6,000 gold. Now with only 3, it still exists, and their turrets, their Nexus turrets, are in shambles. But Permafrost did not overstep. They didn't overstep that much. They didn't run at the fountain. They didn't throw away lives. They didn't have any one player that made a massive misposition in that fight. That was just purely off of even a misplay from the Teddy Bears. They missed their tidal wave.
Super inspired.
Valkyries got chunked. They didn't even need it, is the point that I'm getting at. They got an imperfect fight with a 6,000 gold deficit, and they still won. They still crushed it. They went 4 for 0. They still had to save their Nexus turrets. Yes, they don't get anything for it, but at this point, I don't know what they really need. If the gold lead exists like that, they don't need to, and they still win fights, they don't need to close it. They need this Baron, though. They can't afford to give this up for free.
Valkyries has popped the Ragnarok, so if they don't get the fight here, then that's a big tool lost. There's
Serenity
the engage, Gangplank ulti plus the curtain call, and Pib is doing some good work as well, landing those cards, getting some damage in. Nextress has to back away. He actually makes it over the wall. He just about escapes, and Jeffrey Butler does not have the same sort of luck. Gets scared, gets himself a kill.
Uber Sorcerer's already in the base. This is it.
Yeah, they did all of that, I believe, with only the... No, Uber Sorcerer teleported in after the end of the fight. And this is GG. Uber Sorcerer can't be stopped. Aloha simply doesn't do enough. The rest of the team is there to back him up, and the Nexus explodes. 10 minutes past midnight. At the end of it all, Permafrost come out on top with a hard-fought victory. 10 minutes past midnight for me, anyways. For you, it's past 1 in the morning.
Yes.
But
it is very late.
That is the end of the night for us, folks. Whatever time it is, wherever you happen to be. Thank you very much for tuning in. We hope you all enjoyed. My name has been Octavian. Will continue to be.
Can I throw a stat in before we sign off?
Of course you can, Blaster. You're the stat man. Go ahead.
Highest damage on the Teddy Bears was 26,516 damage from Serenity. The highest damage from Permafrost was Gangplank with 55,000 damage. 30,000 more damage than the highest on the opposing team.
Here, I can actually get this up on the screen for people to look at if you want to see the
Yes.
charts. There you are.
It is a landslide of damage.
Yeah,
Man.
I mean, that is a very large red line that Gangplank has next to his face. I'm sure he's very proud of that line.
Wow.
Now let's put that up against gold earned. Not quite as much of a differential, but still pretty solid there. And yeah, just let's put that up against star player score 0. Oh, that's the most important stat right there. Can't wait for the alpha client. Anyways, everybody, stats galore. Some of them very interesting, I'm sure. But
if that graph is a setting left over from Dominion, right? Did not remove it. That might be it. I don't know. Anyway.
All right. Well, we are done for the night, folks. It's been a ton of fun casting for you all, and I hope you enjoyed it as much as we did. My name is Octavian, and I am joined by Blaster Boy, and from everybody here at Reverie Esports, have a good night, and good luck in your League of Legends. And everything else. I don't know. Just good luck in general. Peace be upon you.